This is the project that will take your resume to the next level by building this full stack expense splitting app called Splitter. With the ability to add and split individual as well as group expenses with multiple options like equal splits, percentage based, or exact custom amounts. Our debt simplification system automatically calculates the most efficient way to settle debts, reducing unnecessary transactions between friends. You can browse your contacts, create groups, track settlement history, and record payments between users with multiple options for both groups and individual settlements. All of this built on a real-time database, ensuring all of your users see updates instantly. The interactive dashboard displays your monthly spending patterns and balance overview through beautiful visualization charts. We will implement AI that analyzes your spending pattern to provide personalized insights and smart settlement reminders through emails. Along with this fully responsive and beautiful user interface that we will be building using Next.js and Shadcn UI. So right off the bat, we have this professional and modern looking landing page with this beautiful hero image at the top, right? And we have get started and see how it works buttons over here as well. If you scroll down, you will see the key features of our app like smart settlements, expense analytics, payment reminders, etc, etc. Below it, we have how it works section that you can create or join a group, add expenses, you can settle up, and bunch of other things as well, right? Below it, we have some testimonials from some of our users over here.
Jamila?
And a call to action button at the bottom as well. And a modern landing page like this can sometimes play a huge role if you'll be getting a call back from that company or not. So let's click on this get started over here. And you can see we are routed on our dashboard, this beautiful dashboard over here, which gives us all of the summaries related to our expenses, like what's our net balance, how much others will pay us, how much we need to pay others, and also the monthly breakdown of all of the expenses that we have done up until now. On the right side, you can see for individual expenses like individual contacts and all of our group contacts over here as well, and also the net amount that we will receive or we will pay to other users. On the top, you can see we have this user drop down button from where we can manage our account. We can change our name, email address, profile picture, etc, etc. And obviously we can add expenses from over here as well. But before that, let's go on and see our contacts page. So if we click on this view all button over here, here you can see all of your contacts, all of your groups, and all of the people with which you have active expenses with. So let's click on Jack over here, and you'll see on the top, it will show me the net balance that I am supposed to owe Jack. And if you scroll down, you will see all of the expenses over here. First I paid and it got split into these equal parts right here. Then Jack paid multiple times. So it considers all of these expenses along with this settlements data to calculate this net amount. But for one-on-one calculations, it's pretty easy, right? But if I show you our group calculations, like for example, this weekend trip group over here, you can see it gives you much more information along with the name of all of the members, who owes you, who you need to give money to, right? Along with all of these expenses and all of the settlements as well. So it will consider both these expenses and settlements to calculate this net amount. And we have implemented the concept of circular debt over here, right? Which simplifies how much each person needs to pay the other person with minimum number of transactions, right? It does not repeat amounts, and you will learn that as we go on and build this app very soon. If we want to create a group, we can go on over here, create group, or we can also click on this button from the dashboard. Let's say test group. You can enter some description over here. You can click on add member and add some members over here. Let's search roadside coder and I'm gonna select them. I'm gonna, let's say, add one more member over here and click on create group. And you will see it will be instantly added over here and we are routed to this particular page. And by the way, we are using React hook form along with the Zod validation library for all of the forms inside of our app so that they are robust and the validation is top notch. So you know our project is going to be error-free completely. So I've opened a group over here. Let's go on and add an expense. So I'll click on over here. You can add an individual expense or you can add a group expense over here as well. And in the individual expense, you can simply search the person with which you want to add the expense. In the group expense, it will show you all of the groups that you are part of. Let's say if I select weekend trip and I'm gonna add for the cab amount, let's say $50. We can select the category, transportation, date we can select over here. If it's in the past, you can select that as well. Select the paid by, let's say roadside coder paid. And over here, this is the most interesting part, which a lot of tutorials don't really show you. In the real world, it can be possible that some person has more share of something, right? So instead of equally splitting, you can also choose percentage or exact amounts if you want to add. Like for example, if I say this person needs to pay 50% of the amount. So they've paid 50% and this should add up to 100%, else it will show some error over here. Obviously it cannot be more than the total amount, and others are going to be paying 25% each, right? And click on create expense. And you will see it will route us to that group page. And if you scroll down, you will see this has been added right here with the exact calculation with respect to the percentage that we have added. Okay, so let's suppose that Jack needs to pay me some money, right? Now, we can add settlement over here. Now we can add it from my account, or if we want to add, we can add it from Jack's account. So let's go on and log in into the Jack's account. There we go, just like that. And let's open this group and let's click on settle up. So currently we are Jack, right? And it shows us what amount we need to pay to each of the other users of the groups, right? So let's say if I want to pay Piyush Agarwal, I'm going to select them, and who paid? Let's say I paid to them, right? So I'm going to say, I don't know, $600. I will say Google Pay, right? Let's record it. And you will notice the balance has been updated, and that too instantly. I have not refreshed the other users page over here. You can see the balance has been updated in real time. So no need for refreshing or anything like that. And by the way, on the first of every month, our app will use AI to generate monthly insights and give you in-depth information about your spending with respect to the category-wise spending over here as well, unusual spending patterns, saving opportunities, and much, much more, right? So this is super awesome. Not just this, it also sends us email regarding the pending payments, that like pending users with which we need to settle up our outstanding balances, right? So like for example, I've opened Roadside Coder's mail over here, and it shows me that you have to pay $625 to Piyush Agarwal, right? So this app is super awesome. And this will not just be a spoon feeding project. I'm gonna give you the assignments alongside as well while building this app so that you can become a much better developer you were before starting this app. And also before starting, comment below where you're watching this video from. Alright, so I've opened VS Code over here, and let's quickly go to our terminal and initialize a brand new Next.js app. So to do that, I'm gonna say npx create next app at latest and press enter. And now you're going to see that it's going to ask us a couple of questions. So first of all, yep, we need to proceed. What is our project name? So if you name something over here, it will create a new folder here. But I'm just going to press dot because I'm already inside of this splitter folder. So it will create all the code right here. Would you like to use TypeScript? No, because it's just a syntax, right? We need to focus on logic. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes. Would you like to use Tailwind CSS? Yes. SRC directory? No. App router? Yes. Turbo pack? Yes. And would you like to customize import alias? No. And there we go. It will install all of the dependencies and the dev dependencies and create our whole project right here. And there we go. We have initialized our Next.js app. Now inside this app folder right here, you can see we have this layout.js file and this page.js file, right? These two are the main files of our app, right? Basically the layout file contains our HTML code. Inside of that we have a body tag, and then we have this children over here, which basically means it will render the code which is written inside of this page.js right here. So if I just quickly go on and run our app, I'm going to say npm run dev, and there we go. Our app is running successfully. So you can see this is the pre-written code that Next.js has given us. So let me just remove it. So inside of this return over here in the page.jsx or js, I'll remove it. I'm going to have a div, and I'm going to simply say subscribe to Roadside Coder, which you should if you have not done yet. And let's see. There we go. We can see subscribe to Roadside Coder over here. Awesome. All right, now let's go on and add Shadcn UI to our app. So what is Shadcn UI? So it's basically pre-built components that we can use inside of our code base. It's not like a component library. It provides us code like, for example, a button or like this calendar component, highly customizable, right? Generally, component libraries don't allow you to customize the code, but that is not the case with Shadcn UI, and that is why it is so popular nowadays. So if you click on get started and let's click on Next.js, there we go. You have to run this command. So just copy it up and paste it right here, and this will initialize our project with Shadcn UI. So proceed, yes, and we will stick to everything default. So let's choose neutral color. And yep, we are using React 19 over here. So some packages might not be compatible, right? So that's why we have to use this use -- legacy peer deps while installing new packages. So select this, and there it is. It is installed successfully. if you see, it has created this lib folder over here with the Shadcn UI's configurations and stuff, this components.json. You don't need to worry about all of these things, but let me show you how it actually works. So like for example, they have given this command over here. If you want to install a button, right? So again, you can see over here, they have a bunch of different components. So we are going to install this button component, right? So let's just copy this command. And if I just paste it over here, npx shadcn add latest add button, let's choose legacy peer depths again. Now you'll see it has get this components folder, and inside this, it has this UI folder dedicated to Shadcn UI's component. So if you just click on this button.jsx, this is the code for the button that we just now installed. And you can see they have multiple different variants of this button. If you go back to the documentation, they have mentioned these variants over here as well, right? Like default, primary, secondary, destructive, outline, ghost, link, etc. Right? So how do you use this component? Simply just go to your code, like for example here in the page.jsx, let's just add a break point, and then I'm gonna say button, let's say subscribe. And now you'll see we have subscribed to Roadside Coder with this button right here. If you see any error here, just simply restart your Next.js server. It will be fine. Right, so if you want to customize this component, we can just say variant, and we had a bunch of different variants over there, right? Let's choose destructive, and now you'll see this turns to red, just like they have shown in the Shadcn UI's documentation, right? So this is awesome. I absolutely love Shadcn UI and using this in all of my projects. And if you go to our final deployed app right here, you will see I've used this button from Shadcn UI, like this card component, right? Bunch of different things we will be using throughout our app while building our app, right? So you know what, let's just go on and install all of them. So like for example, if you want to install card, we can just simply copy this command. So I'll go back to my app, and right here, what I'll do, I'll say npx shadcn at latest, and you can do this as well, so that later on when we go on and build our app, we don't have to install every single component one by one. So I'll say add, I'm going to say avatar. So avatar is basically going to be to display the profile picture of the users. Badge button we already installed. Calendar, card component, command, dialog for displaying the modals and stuff. Input to be used in our form. Label again for our forms. Pop over radio group for our forms. Select will be like a drop down, right? Slider component. Sonar, this will be for displaying the toasts whenever we perform any action. Tabs, text, area. And yeah, I think that should be it. Let's press enter and these should be installed. Let's choose legacy peer depths, and there we go. It is installed. Awesome. Now, before moving forward, you can see we have this title of our app, right? And there we have this icon and stuff. So if you want to change this, you can just go to this layout.js, and you can see they've given this metadata with title and description. You can just update it to whatever you like. Like for example, I've written splitter, the smarter ways to split expenses with friends. If you want to set a custom, icon for this, you can have a head tag over here. Inside this, you can have a link tag. So link, it will be an icon, and link to that particular icon. Now, obviously, I don't have this right now. So what I'll do, I'll go to my public folder. I'll create a new folder called logos. And here, I'm going to keep all of my logos. So how do you get all of these logos? You can just click the link in the description and go to my GitHub repository for this Splitwise clone. And here in the public folder, I have included all of the assets like images and stuff right here, right? So I would encourage you to copy like all of these things, right? All of these logos, the testimonial images that we will be using, right? And our hero image as well, right? So it will be easier for you. And again, if you want to use your own images, you're welcome to do that as well, right? So let me just quickly do that. And there we go. I have copied all of these files. Now notice this is the logo that I'll be using for the icon, and this is the app logo. But for you guys, so that your project looks a little bit different, I have included a bunch of different logos over here as well, right? Something like this. So you can use whatever you like the most. Awesome. So let's see over here inside of our body. This is where we will be, rendering our page.jsx, as I already mentioned. So this part right here, let's wrap it inside of a main tag. Right, so I'm gonna say main, and I'll put the children inside of it. Let's give this the class name of minimum height to be screen. That is 100 viewport height, right? And above it, we will have our header component. Obviously, this does not exist yet. So inside of our components right here, I'm going to create a new file called header.jsx. Notice I'm not creating it inside of this UI folder. I'm creating it outside of this RAFCE, and I'll say header, right? So let's just take this header and import it over here, just like this. And also, by the way, you can see they have a couple of fonts over here. I generally don't prefer these fonts. I use something called as Inter font. So I'm going to import that. So this is one-time thing. It's completely optional if you want to do this or not. So I've imported Inter subsets Latin, right? So I'll just take this Inter over here, and we don't need all of these things in the body. So I'll say class name will be Inter.class name, just like this. And you'll see the text is a little bit different. And also our header is right here. So header will be common throughout of our app, right? Since we're using over here. Cool then. Now that we have set up the very basic layout of our app, let's go on and set up our database. So click the link in description down below and you will land on Convex, the backend for AI apps or normal apps as well, right? So basically the one thing that I absolutely love about Convex is its real-time feature. Like as soon as you update any data in the database, it gets instantly updated for every single user that is using your app, right? You don't have to refresh your page or whatever, right? It is super fast. Like notice they've given this example over here. If I click on add, you can see it's instantly added to the database and gets synced inside of our app as well, right? So it's super cool. And I'll show you exactly how you can add it inside of our app and use it to build highly scalable apps. So I've opened their documentation over here. And here's the Next.js quick start guide. Since we have already created our Next.js app, we can follow it from over here. First of all, we're supposed to install Convex. So I'll just copy it up, go to our terminal and paste it. npm install Convex. Then for the next step, we're supposed to set up a Convex dev deployment. Okay. Then we have to run this command so that it will set up our development environment basically, right? Oh, and you can see it failed. It's because we are using React 19 again. So we have to use legacy -peer-deps. And there we go. Now it's installed. Now we simply have to run npx convex dev. And it's saying, would you like to log into your account? Yes. So I'm going to say login or create an account. Device name. You can give whatever device name to this, right? I'll say YT and press enter. Now it's asking us to open this link inside of our browser. Open the browser. I'm going to say yes. So I'll just confirm the device. And I've logged in with GitHub over here. Right now, if I go back, you're going to see saved credentials. What would you like to configure? Create a new project, choose an existing project. I'm going to say create a new project. Project named Splitter, yes. And there we go. It has successfully done that. And in this .env.local, you can see it has set up all of our environment variables as well. Awesome. Now it's telling us that we can go and check our project over here in this dashboard link that it has given us. Let's open it up. Let's log in with GitHub. And there we go. We are in. This is the UI for our database. And over here, you will see all the tables that we will be creating, all of the functions that we'll be writing for basically the APIs, if I explain you in the simple language, right? So these things will make sense as we move forward in this tutorial. Now, let's see what else do we need to do. So to create the sample data with this JSON and stuff. So let's just not do it right now. I'm not gonna, enter any data which is not relevant to us. And you can see it shows us how we can make the API call. So first of all, if you go inside of our app, you will see it has created this Convex folder over here and this generated folder. And it has this api.js file. Again, we don't need to worry about all of these files, but this is where we get our, querying and mutation functions and bunch of different types of functions that we can use to manipulate our data inside of our Convex database, right? So you can see they've given very simple example. Like for example, if you have this tasks table inside of your DB, you can just simply say .db.query tasks and then collect the data, right? It's that simple. I've already showed you, how Prisma works in my previous project tutorial. So it's very similar to that as well, right? So you won't have any issues understanding it. All right, now next, we are supposed to wrap whole of our app in this Convex client provider, right? Just like this Convex provider. So what I'll do, I'll just, copy it up. I'll go back to my app, go to my components folder, I create a new file called Convex client provider.jsx and I'll paste it right here. And also, by the way, they've given some TypeScript code. Let's just remove these types from over here. So instead of this, we will have client Convex, and also we will say use auth, and over here we will be using basically the authentication provider, which we have not installed yet. So we will just leave it over here for now. And now that we have created it, we need to take this and we have to wrap whole of our app over here in the layout.js with this component, right? So if you can see right here, they've shown it. So inside of the body tag, I'm going to say Convex client provider and wrap all of these things with it. Make sure to import it. Awesome. So our app is still running the same, no errors, nothing, right? Awesome. And by the way, Convex can also act as a self-hosting database. That means if you don't want to use their cloud services, that's completely fine. You can self-host it on your own server, and you can come onto their docs on this self-hosting tab and you can find the complete guide right here. Cool then. Let's just go on and set up the authentication for our app. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Clerk. It is the most comprehensive user management platform, and you already know I've used Clerk in a lot of my previous project tutorials, and I absolutely love this platform because how easy it makes user authentication and user management, right? So let's go on and sign in quickly, and you will have a UI like this to create a new app. So I'm going to name my app Splitter, and you can choose all of the authentication options that you want. Like we have Google and email enabled. If you want, you can use Facebook or probably, Apple or using username, whatever, right? So I'm just going to keep it simple. I'll click on create application and there we go. Now it will give us the steps on how we can set up Clerk with our Next.js app. So simply, first of all, we need to install Clerk. So let's just copy this command. Go to a terminal, make sure to keep this Convex running, and I'll open a new terminal and paste it right here. npm install add clerk/Next.js, and also add legacy-peer-deps after it and press enter. Then after it, we are supposed to set our Clerk API keys. So just copy it up from over here and go to your .env.local and paste it right here, right? And you can see the Clerk has been installed successfully as well. Now, after this, we are supposed to create the middleware file. So basically, middleware file helps enable authentication and where you will configure your protected routes. So it will run before our app runs, and if the user is, let's say, not signed in, it will not allow it to go to the protected routes. Right? We can add a bunch of different logic over here. So let's copy it up and I'll show you how you can do that. I'll get a new file over here, middleware.js, and paste it right here, right? Simple enough. You don't have to do anything. We will come back to this later on. Then we are supposed to add the Clerk provider to our app. That basically means that we have to wrap whole of our app with this Clerk provider tag. So I'll go back to my app to layout.js, and above this Convex client provider, I'm going to say Clerk provider and wrap whole of this thing with Clerk provider. Make sure to import it from @clerk/Next.js, and we don't need all of these things. Just @clerk/Next.js. Cool. All right, then our app is hopefully, yes, it's still running. Okay, so after it, they've just given us some examples over here. Let me show you. If I just copy this code that they have given, I'll show you how easy it is to set up authentication using Clerk. So if I just go to my header.js and paste this code right here, let's import these components from Clerk/Next.js. So simply from Clerk/Next.js, this thing, sign up button, sign in button, and user button. So what are all these things? So it basically says when the user is signed out, we will show it sign in button and sign up button. But when the user is signed in, we will show them the user button, right? So if I go back to my app, you can see we have sign in and sign up. If I click on sign in over here, it will take me to a completely different page with sign in component pre-built, right? Now, don't worry about this. Inside of our app, we will have a custom sign-in page with the localhost or whatever the domain of our app is. We will get rid of this weird URL over here. But you can notice we didn't have to do anything. And if I just click on continue with Google, and I'm logging in with Google over here, and there we go. We are in. You can see I am logged in successfully. And I can click on sign out, manage account, whatever, right? So it was such an easy thing to set up user authentication using Clerk. Right now, let me show you how you can set up a custom sign-in page. Like, for example, we want to go to sign in, and then we can see our sign-in or sign-up components, right? So simply what we can do, we will create new pages inside of our app, right? And how do you create new pages? You just simply have to create a new folder over here, like, for example, sign-in, And inside this, we have to create a new file called page.jsx. And that is it. This is our new page that we have created in Next.js. This is how easy it is to create pages in Next.js. So if I just name it, let's say sign in page, and let's just save it. And let's go to /sign in. I'll press enter. You can see header remains common, but we have this sign in page over here. Awesome. And I will talk about routes in Next.js even more as we go on to discuss the Next.js basics forward in this video, right? But let's see, we have sign in page and we have sign up page as well, right? But I want to wrap both of them inside of one single folder, right? What if we create a new folder just like this, right? That would be a problem, because if I move it inside of the auth, now the route is changed to /auth/sign, but I don't want this. I want this just for wrapping my routes. So I'm gonna rename it to auth with parenthesis, right? You can see I have added parenthesis, and now it will simply ignore this route just like this. And now if I try to go to this page again, you can see nothing changed. Awesome. So inside this, I'm gonna create again a new folder called sign-up. But to configure it for Clerk, what we have to do, we have to create another folder inside of it with square brackets open and close, like double square brackets open and close, and I'll say ... sign-up. So basically it's an optional catch all route. It will catch all of the routes that will come after sign in, right? Like for example, if I show you in the Next.js docs, see something like this. If we have a simple like square bracket with something written inside of it, that will be a dynamic route, right? Like example, inside of our app, inside of our deployed app, if you go to any user over here, right, you can see /person/ whatever route, right? So this is basically a dynamic route. We don't know what will be over here. So we are just naming it something like this. If we have ... folder, it basically means that it can have multiple routes after it and we can cache them over here. But if we have double folder over here, something like this, it means it can also be undefined. It can simply be / whatever, like in this case it's /shop, or it can have any other route. So this is basically Clerk's convention that we have to add, because Clerk adds a bunch of different things over here after sign in, right? So it needs to cache them optionally. We have to add this, and I'll say new file page.jsx, RAFCE, and then inside of it we can say sign up page, for example. And here instead of this div, I can render sign up component from Clerk /Next.js, right? Similarly, I'll take this and add it to this page.js in this sign in page. Instead of sign up, I'll say sign in, right? And again, for this one as well, we have to include the catch all route. So I'll say ... sign -in, and let's move this page.jsx right here. All right. Now what I'll do, I'll just try to sign out, and I'll click on sign in over here, and you will notice, okay, so it's taking us here still, and that is because we have not configured it inside of our .env file. So inside the .env file, we have to include two environment variables to tell what our routes are called. So I'm going to say next public Clerk sign in URL will be /sign-in, and for sign up URL, it will be /sign-up. Right now you will see, if I click on sign in, it takes me to /sign-in page, and you can see this redirect URL and whatever that Clerk has inserted over here, right? And there we go. We have the component rendered, but it does not look good, right? And for sign up page, if I go to sign up page as well, this also does not look good. So we have to align it in the very middle. So here in my auth folder, we can actually include a layout file. So I'll say new folder called layout.js, and here I'll say RAFCE layout, and simply inside this div. So whenever you create a folder, it can have a layout file inside of our Next.js. Sorry, whenever you create a route, or whenever you group them as well. So this layout will be affecting both of these routes over here, whatever you write inside of it. So we will take the children over here, children, and we will render them right here. And whatever style that I give them in this class name over here, it will affect both of these routes. Like for example, I'm going to say display flex using Tailwind CSS. I'll say justify center, that means justify content center, and padding top to be 40, which means that it will be having around 160 pixels, right? You can just notice over here, we have this display preview, right? You can just install Tailwind IntelliSense extension and it will show you this. So now if I go back, notice this is how our page looks now. If I try to continue with Google, there we go. We are logged in successfully. Right, so our authentication is working fine and we have created our own authentication routes inside of our own app. Right, now one thing to do over here is whenever we log in with a user, what I want to do, I want to populate my Convex database. So if I show you, we have this Convex database over here, right? Inside of the data, we don't have any table. But as soon as the user logs in, we want to add the user inside of our Convex database as well. So how do we create the schema for our database? It's pretty simple actually. You just have to go inside this Convex folder over here. Let's create a new file called schema.js. And inside this, you can declare what tables our project is going to have. I'm going to say export default define schema. Let's import this. So I'll say import from convex/server, just like this. And inside this, we have parenthesis and an object over here where we can define our tables. First of all, I'm going to define a users table. So I'll say define table, and again, it will be imported from the same convex/server. And inside of it, we will have again an object where we can declare what are all the fields that it will have. So it will have a name field, obviously. So we will come from convex/values. It will basically be a type, right? What type is going to be. So I'll say string. It will be having an email, again string. We will also have a token identifier, which will contain the JWT token that will be provided to us by Clerk. And don't worry, I will, after this, I will go on and connect Convex with Clerk, and there you will understand how the JWT token will be generated, and also the image URL of the user, right? So let's keep this optional. So I'll say v.optional, and it will be a string. So I'll say v.string, just like this. And now notice, as soon as I've saved this and go back, check this out. It has created this user table inside of the Convex. So it is so efficient, like it's completely real time. If you want to add any data over here, like manually, you can do that as well, but we're not going to do that. We're going to first connect Convex with Clerk, and it will automatically store the user data inside of our Convex database. So here I've opened Convex docs. Again, it's going to tell us how we can connect Convex and Clerk together. So first of all, obviously it's telling us to sign up in Clerk. We have already done that, all of these things. Now we are supposed to create a JWT template so that we can connect them internally, right? So let's go to the Clerk's dashboard, click on configure, and go to this JWT templates tab over here and click on new template. Now we're supposed to connect with Convex. So click on over here. Let's just name it Convex. And then we're supposed to copy this link over here. This is very important. The issuer URL, and click on save. That is all we need to do, right? Now we have to go back to Convex. Let's see, first of all, in their docs, they're telling us to create this auth.config.ts file. Okay, let's just do that. Inside of the Convex, I'm going to create a new file, auth.convex.js, not ts since we're using JavaScript, and paste this code right here that you'll be taking it from over here. And then this is the place where you have to replace with your own issuer URL, right? Something like this. Okay, we have done that. Now next, it tells us to deploy your changes. Okay, that would have already been done. So in the terminal, let's see, yes, it is working fine. Now it tells us to install Clerk. We have already done this. Configure Convex provider with Clerk. Okay. And you know what, actually, instead of writing this directly over here, what we can do, we can just, take this from over here, go to our .env, and here, I can just create a variable called Clerk JWT issuer domain, and we can put it here, and then right here, I'm going to say process.env. Oops, this should be process. Yes, this thing right here, right? So this is more safer approach, I believe. Okay, now it's telling us to configure our Convex provider. So the file that we have created right here, right? So I already told you we will come back to this. So over here for use auth, I'm going to tell it to use the authentication from Clerk. So at Clerk/Next.js, something like this. And instead of this Clerk, I think Convex provider, we are supposed to use Convex provider with Clerk. Let's see. Yes, this thing. So I'm going to replace it with this, and let's import it. It will be imported from at Convex/React-Clerk over here. Let's remove this. Cool. That should do it. Then after this, it tells us that how we can, show the UI based on this setup. So as I showed you earlier, in our header file, we are using this signed out component, right? Which basically means if the user is signed out, we will show whatever that's inside of it. So similarly, Convex is providing us with this unauthentication tag over here. That is, if user is unauthenticated, show this. If they are authenticated, show this, right? So we will be using it, don't worry. Let's focus on storing our users inside of our database. So let's see. So they have this another page inside of their documentation for storing users in Convex database, where they will provide you, multiple ways to store users. And the easiest way that I found was using call a mutation from client, right? As soon as the user is logged in, we can just take that data and push it to Clerk database. So you can see they have created this schema over here, just like we have done right here in the schema.js file. Now you might be wondering, what is this index over here? So basically this index helps us to query our database, like basically the data inside of our database more efficiently. So if I add this over here, that means if we were to search our user using our token identifier or our JWT token, it will be much more easier to do it. Similarly, we can add more fields, like for example, email, right? By email, if we are searching our user, it will be faster. There are going to be instances like, for example, when we are creating an expense, we are supposed to search user using their name or email. So for that, we have things like search index. So if I add these over here, so search index, I'm saying search name and the field will be name, search email, and search will be email, right? So these will be obviously useful later on, but to give you a high level understanding, these index are very crucial while using Convex database or even in other types of databases as well. All right, so coming back to the documentation. So this is how we create the table, and they've given an example mutation for storing the current user. So let's just copy this code right here and I'll explain you what this is doing. And go inside this Convex and I'll say users.js and paste it right here. So let's see what this code is doing over here. So there's something called as mutation. And actually there are two things like query and mutation in Convex. Query basically means to fetch the data, and mutation if you want to manipulate the data of our database, like to, update or delete or, create the data. So over here, first of all, what this is doing is it's saying ctx.auth.get user identity. So it will use Clerk to get the user identity. If it does not exist, then we will throw the error. But if it does, if we have a user logged in right now, then we will check if we have already stored this inside of our database, right? So what we are saying query the users table that we have created inside of the schema over here, right? So I'll say ctx.db.query. Now I know some of you might be wondering, how will I know what query to write? Because this will be used later on in other queries as well, right? So you will eventually learn along the way how you can write the Convex queries as we move forward in this video. It's very similar, like they're very similar to each other. So I'll say ctx.db.query. I'm querying the users table with index. And notice this is where this index comes into picture, right? We are searching using this JWT token. So I'll say by token identifier will be identity.token identifier. And this will be unique. That is only one user is going to be having it. If we have found this user, that is user is not equals to null, that we have seen this identity before, but the name has changed, whatever, right? So we will update the name. If the name is not changed, then we will simply return the user ID. That is, this is the logged in user, right? But if it's a new identity, we are going to create a new user. So I'm going to say name. If the user has any name inside of Clerk, then we'll just name them, or we will just add anonymous, right? And again, we'll set that token identifier as well. So in this case, they are just setting the name and token identifier. But what we want to do, we want the name, email, image URL as well, right? So I'll just replace it with this right here. So we're adding email and image URL as well. Okay, so how will we be using this store right here? Let's see what the documentation will tell us. So if we scroll down, calling store user mutation from React. So basically they have created this hook over here. Okay, they're using this hook to call it. Okay, let's just copy this up and we'll use this hook as well. So I'll just create I'll create a new folder over here for hooks and create a new file called use store user.jsx and paste this code right here. Let's just call it use store user instead of use store user effect. And let's see. So they're using this use convex auth right here, which will be using Convex again. And they're showing a loading when the user is being logged in. They're using this use user from Clerk, and it should be Clerk/next.js. Then they have this use state. Make sure to remove these types over here for the TypeScript. And then they're using this use mutation hook, which will be used for triggering our store mutation that we have created over here, right? So this is basic flow, how you will be creating functions for the Convex, and then there you'll be calling them over here. Now that we have this mutation, we can just simply call it as soon as our hook is called over here, right? So if the user is not authenticated, return. Otherwise, we will have a function called create user. Inside of it, we will call this store user function and set the user ID. Again, you don't need to understand this complex code right now, because this is all the part of our setup, setting up Convex with Clerk, right? This is all inside of our documentation. So just try to understand the high level of what I'm doing over here, right? Or what I'm basically explaining you. So we are just calling this function over here, and as soon as we are unmounting the component, we are setting the user ID to null, right? So this will basically initialize our user inside of our application, and then we are returning is loading and is authenticated over here. All right, so where we'll be using this, user store user. So the only place that makes sense is, I guess, the header of our app, right? Because this is common throughout our app. So let's make this first of all the client component. So basically there are two types of components in Next.js. Server component, when you don't write this use client over here. So server components run on server, and you cannot use logic like hooks inside of server components. But if you want to use hooks, you have to add this use client flag on the top, and it will act like a normal React.js component. Okay, so over here, I'm gonna say use store user. I'll call this, import it over here, const. Let's take the is loading from this. Inside this div, let's just have a header over here. And you know what, while we are at it, why don't we go on and create our whole header component as well? So I'm gonna say class name, but first, let's just focus on storing the user inside of our DB. I'm gonna say fixed top is going to be 0, width is going to be full. We will have some border bottom. Background is going to be white with 95% opacity. Backdrop blur, so that we can see everything in blur, whatever comes behind our header. Z index will be 50 so that it remains on the tops. I'm gonna say support backdrop filter, background white 60 again for adding that blur effect, right? So let's just first see how this looks. Yes, something like this. Let's have a nav tag where we will be storing all of these things. So let's just keep it over here for now. And for this user loading, when the user is being loaded, let's just show some sort of loading over here. So I'll say is loading, and I generally like to use something called as bar loader, which comes from React Spinners package. So I'll say npm install react dash spinners, and I'll say dash dash legacy dash peer dash deps and press enter. There we go. Let's import the bar loader. So I'll say bar loader over here, just like this. Inside this, you can give different types of prompts. Like I'll keep the width to full 100%, and we can give it some color over here. Like if you want, you can give some green, red, whatever color, right? This is a greenish color. So if I go back, if I refresh my app, you can see we have some loading indicator over here, and it says no auth provider found matching the given token. Okay, I think why this error is occurring is because I've renamed this to auth.convex. It should be config.js. Okay, now that we have added it, it's asking us that we're supposed to add this environment variable over here. Okay, so let's copy this environment variable and go to the settings. Inside of environment variables, click on add and paste it right here, just like this, and click on save. And now hopefully it should work. Let's see. Okay, convex functions ready. Let's go on and refresh our app. And there we go, nothing happened. But if I go back to my DB, yes, we have our user stored right here. Amazing. So we have successfully integrated our Convex database with Clerk. Let's go on and complete our header over here. So I'll go back to my header.jsx file. Let's remove all of these things. For this now, I'm going to give this the class name of container, margin horizontal to be auto, some padding horizontal to be 4, height to be 16, display flex, items to be center, and justify between, right? So now you will see it will look something like this, but it's covering our components over here in the page.jsx. So for now, I can just give them some class name of padding top of 16. Yes, something like this. Okay, coming back to our header.jsx. Inside of this nav tag, we will first of all have the logo of our app. So if I see in the deployed app, we have the logo of our app, we have the couple of links over here, the dashboard button, and obviously the user button, which will be coming from Clerk. Right, so I'm gonna have a link tag. So the link tags in Next.js is like a tag in HTML, right? So you can use href over here and it will be slash, right? It will take us to the home page. It will have the class name of display flex, items to be center, and some gap to be 2. So inside this link tag over here, I'm going to add the image tag, which will be coming from Next.js, so next/image. And this image tag is processed out of the box so that Next.js can optimize the images effectively. And it takes things like src, just like in a normal image component or tag, some alt tag, width and height. This is very important. Class name of height 11, which is going to be around 44 pixels. Width is going to be auto, object contain, right? So now if we see, there we go, looks good. Now after this link tag, we're going to be displaying these 2 links over here, like these 2 links, right? But we only want to display it when we are on the home page. So for that, we need to we would need the path of our page, right? So I'll say use path name hook, which will be coming from next/navigation, and we will take out the path from it, right? So we will only display those 2 links when the path is home page. So I'll say path is equals to slash, and we will render like a div over here. So again, similar to this link right here, I'm going to be having a link over here. First of all, for features, let's say href to be features, so it can scroll down to the features tab inside of our homepage. This link will have class name of text small, font medium. When we hover on it, we will see this green color for the text and the transition when we hover on it, right? Similarly, I'm just going to copy it and paste it over here. This will be for how it works. It will be how it works, like slash how it works over here. For this parent div, let's just use it to give it some gap between both of them. So it will be hidden by default, but in the bigger screens, we will say display flex and items to be center, gap to be 6. So now if we see something like this, okay, cool. Now after this, we will display all of those buttons, right? Dashboard or user button, or probably sign in or sign up. So I'm going to have a div right here. And inside this, first of all, just like I've done earlier, over here, we will display our sign in button and sign up button. So I'll say unauthenticated and make sure to import it from this convex/react. So we will render something when the user is not signed in over here, right? So I'm going to render my sign in button. And inside this tag, I'm going to render the button tag from Shadcn UI. So make sure to import it from ./UI/button. And over here, I'm going to say sign in. And we will provide it the variant of ghost. Similarly, we will have a sign up button over here as well. But this will have some class name of background green 600. When we hover on it, background green will be 700 and border none. So let's see. So it looks like the user is signed in right now. That's why this is happening. Let me just clear the cookies and stuff. There we go. We can see sign in and get started button. I think we need to, no, I think this looks good. Yeah. Apart from this, what do we need to do when the user is signed in already? Let's just first give this div some class name of display flex, items to be center, and some gap of 4 between them, so that we can see some gap between both of these. All right. Now after this, if the user is authenticated, so I'll say authenticated, make sure to import it. We will display a link tag, which will take us to the dashboard page. So I'll say href/dashboard. And I'm going to be writing I'll be showcasing an icon over here along with the dashboard text. So import this layout dashboard, and these icons come pre-installed with Shadcn UI. So Lucid React, make sure to import it from this Lucid React package. And class name will be height 4 and width 4. So let's go and sign in first. Continue with Google. Here we go. We can see this button, but it does not look good. And actually, I'm going to wrap it inside of this button tag from Shadcn UI. So let's do that. This button is going to be having a variant outline, and class name will be hidden in the smaller screens. But in the bigger screens, it will be inline flex, items to be center, some gap of 2 between the icon and the text. When we hover on it, text will be green 600, just like we have done below. And border will be 600 and some transition for this effect. So something like this. Awesome. Now, when the screen is smaller, instead of this bigger button, we can just show this layout dashboard icon over here. right? So right below it, I'm going to say variant ghost. Class name is going to be, in the bigger screens, it will be hidden. In the smaller screens, it will have the height width of 10, padding to be 0, and just display this layout dashboard just like before. So if I just click on inspect and make the screen smaller, you will see, yes, we can see the dashboard right here. Awesome. Now the only thing remaining over here is to display the user button from Clerk. So user button, if I save this and see, yes, this looks good. All right, so this is our header component and everything is working flawlessly. If we click on dashboard, you will notice our app will crash because obviously the slash dashboard page does not exist. Okay, so now we need to create more tables inside of our database over here, right? Like for example, for storing the expenses, the settlement, for creating like storing the groups information, right? So we will do that. We will create even more scheme and I'll like visually explain you how the things will be connected inside of our database. But before that, we need to set up one more thing for our background functions. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Inngest, AI and backend workflow orchestrated at any scale. So basically this is what we will be using for, adding the cron job. So I showed you at the beginning of this video that we will receive the payment reminders, right? We will receive the insights of the user's spending, right? So all of those things will be done using Inngest. So let's click on sign in and let's quickly set it up. I'm going to log in with Google and we are in. Awesome. Let's click on over here, take me to the onboarding and it will tell you exactly what you need to do to set up Inngest inside of your app. So you need to run this command, but before running this command, we need to install Inngest as well. So go to the terminal and open a new terminal. I'll say npm install ingest legacy pair deps and press enter. There we go. It is installed. Now you can just copy this command and run it right here. Okay, to proceed. Yes. All right. And there we go. It has installed Inngest and it shows us that dev server is running. If I click on open, it will open this dev server. And this is where we will be, showing all of our functions. Like we can see all of our functions for the Inngest that we have created. And let me show you an example function by creating it. So if I go to Google and search Inngest docs and go to the index documentation, click on Next.js right here, you can see it will tell us how to set it up. So we have already done this step. Yes, we have opened our, this server on the local host. Great. Now we need to set up a couple of things. So after we will deploy our app, Inngest would need to, communicate with our app through a public endpoint. Right now we are on the local host, so that's not a problem. But later on, it would need an open endpoint, right? So we need to create that endpoint. And Next.js provides API routes for the same thing. So inside this app folder right here, I'm going to create a new folder called API. And here I'm going to create a new folder called Inngest. So this will be a public API that we will be creating so that Inngest can communicate with our app. And we will create a new file called route.js so that we can write our code basically inside of this. So notice, first of all, it's telling us we need to, initialize Inngest inside of our app. So we can create this client.ts file. So let's copy it up and let's just create it inside this lib folder. So I'll create a new folder called Inngest. And inside this, I'll create a new called client.js and paste this code right here. Right, so let's name our app Splitter, save it. What after it? So after it, yep, we are supposed to create our route that we have created this over here. So this route.js file and let's paste it. So what basically is happening over here is, first of all, let me make sure that this Inngest is imported from lib. So here we're saying export const get put post request. We can make all of these requests. Client will be Inngest and the functions will be defined right here. Now what are functions when it comes to Inngest? Let's see. So if we scroll down, it will tell us how we can write our first Inngest function that, we can schedule it to run later on or whenever we want. So we have given this very simple hello world example over here. Let me just copy it and go to this Inngest folder and get a new file actually for our functions.js and paste it right here. So notice they have given this hello world function with the ID hello world. Event will be something that we will be triggering. So this is the event in this case. It's just putting it for a wait for 1 second. So step.sleep. So it has multiple different steps that Inngest performs while we're writing the Inngest function. So the first step that we are performing over here is to wait 1 second, and then we can simply display an email data over here, which we will be inputting from the user, right? So let's just copy it up and go to this route.js, and we can simply put this function over here. Let's import it just like that. And now if I go back to our development server, let's see, can we see it over here? Yes, we can see this function right here. If I click on invoke, it will ask us the data. So I'll just provide, I don't know, email piyush@example.com and click on invoke function. And now you will see that it started invoking the function. It waited for 1 second and it has given us the final output right here, right? So this is a very, very simple example that I'm showing over here. Later on, we will be writing much complex code where we will be, triggering an email, where we will be using Gemini AI to generate the insights for the user, or probably, get the data for the user reminder and then trigger an email. So you already know this is going to be a knowledge-packed tutorial where you will learn all of these things, like how to run a cron job, which is such a crucial skill in real world, right? So yep, we will come back to this as we will be building more of our app. So for now, I'm just going to close it. And if you want, you can close this Inngest server for now. We will come back to this later on. But first of all, let's go on and understand the structure of our database and how we will be creating this schema.js further. So there we go. We have already created this users table, right? With the ID, name, email, token identifier, image URL, blah, 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 right? All of these things. But we will have 3 more tables inside of our database. For expenses, for creating the groups, and also the settlements between users and also the groups. So the most important one in this is obviously the expenses, right? An expense can have an ID that will be, assigned by Convex. Group ID, if it belongs to a group, we will provide this group ID. If it's a one-on-one expense, then we will keep it as null or basically undefined. We can provide the description of that expense, the amount of that expense, category, date when that expense occurred, split type. So split can be multiple types, just like I showed you at the beginning of this video. It can be like percentage, can be a specific amount, or can be equal splits. And we will have the array of objects inside this splits field right here for each and every user's, share for that expense. Who was the user that paid for that expense, right? Created by, that is what was the user that created it, right? Now, when it comes to groups, there's this relation between both of these tables that one group can have multiple different expenses, that is one to many. A group can contain multiple different expenses inside of it. But one expense can only belong to a group, or it can not belong to a group, right? It can be undefined. So a group will have the ID, name, description, members array, and created by. And also, by the way, this created by, you can see, is attached to the users table as a foreign key. Same with the expense as well, paid by user ID or created by user ID. Whatever user will create it, we will store the user's ID over here. Now, similarly, we have the settlements table where we have the ID, related expense IDs, right? What settlements that we are making for. So we will include a bunch of different expenses over here, right? So this will be an array. Group ID, if it belongs to a group, if it does not belong to a group, obviously it will be null or undefined. So it will be undefined, not null. The amount for the expense, the note if we are providing any note, date, paid by user ID, received by user ID, like who paid and who received, and created by as well. Great. So this is the very high level overview of our database, how it will look like. Let's go on and create all of these tables inside of our schema.js file, and you will start to see it reflecting inside of our database as well. So first of all, we have created the users table. Now let's create the expenses table. So expenses, again, define table. Inside of it, we will have an object. Just like what we have discussed, let me just bring all of those things over here. First of all, the description, the amount, it will be a number. Category can be optional, but it will be a string. Date, v.number, that is the timestamp. Paid by user ID. Now notice, since we are connecting the user table to this one, this has to be an ID for a user inside of our database, right? So it references to the user table. A split type can be equal, percentage, or the exact amount for each and every user. As I showed you, the splits column, which will contain the exact split for each and every user. It will be an array with user ID, amount, and paid, if that particular user paid or not, right? So it will be v.boolean. Group ID, if it belongs to a group, so null for, it should be undefined for one-on-one expenses actually. So it's optional, so I'll say v.id, groups, and created by as well. Okay. Now there can be a bunch of indexes that we will be defining over here. And actually, let me just define it right now so that later on we don't have to do it. So I'm gonna say by group. So let's say if we want to get the expenses that belongs to a group ID, right? So we can use this index and it will only fetch those expenses which belongs to a particular group ID, right? But there can be a case where group ID is null, right? And it's between some users. So let's say if I'm the user that is signed in, I want to get all of my expenses that I've made for multiple different one-on-one expenses or probably group expenses as well, right? So we can use this. I'm going to say dot index by user and group, and we can provide the user ID that is mine or some other user's ID, and group ID, if this is undefined, it will fetch all of the one-on-one expense or the group expense if it's not undefined. Then we have by date as well if you want to fetch for some particular date. Okay, let's get the group schema. So it will have name, description, optional, right? Created by, which user created it. So we will reference it to the user table and all the members. So this is very simple enough. This will be an array of users like the user ID, the role that is admin or member, and when did they join it. Okay. After it, we will have the settlements table. So just like we discussed it earlier in the visual explanation, this will have the amount, the note, which will be optional, date when the settlement was created, paid by user ID, which user paid, which user received, group ID, if it does not belongs to a group, then it will be undefined. Related expenses IDs, like whatever expenses that we are creating this settlement for. So it will be optional. It will have the array of expenses and it will belong to the expenses table, right? And which user created it. And we will also have some indexes for this. So I'm going to say by group, obviously, just like we've done in expenses, if you want to fetch it using group ID, by user and group, right? I've already explained this. By receiver in group, again, in this case, it's for the paid by user ID. In this case, it's received by user ID, and by date as well, right? So now if I save this and go back to our database, there we go. We have all of our tables created right here. Awesome. Now, coming back to our application. As we saw, when the user was not logged in, like if I sign out the user over here, and now if I try to go to dashboard, it's giving us error, that's fine, but we don't want this error. We want our app to reroute us back to the home page if the user is not logged in, right? So to do this, to add this functionality, we will go to this middleware.js file that I showed you earlier. I told you we will come back to this. And over here, we will define all of the routes of our app that are supposed to be protected, right? So I'll say const is protected route. And here we will use the create route matcher from clerk/next.js/server. Inside this, we will have an array and we can provide all of the routes that we will be protecting over here. So let me quickly bring them in. So it will be like /dashboard, whatever comes after it, /expenses, whatever comes after it, contacts, groups, person, and settlements, right? So it will protect all of these routes. And how do we implement this? Like how do we use this variable over here? So this clerk middleware takes a callback right here. And this should be an asynchronous callback. It takes the auth information, like if user is logged in or not, which user is logged in, and the request object. Then inside of it, I'm gonna use this auth over here. I'll say await auth, and this will give me the user ID of the current logged in user. So I'll say const user ID. Then we will use this user ID over here. First of all, we will check if user is not logged in and they are on any of these routes, right? If they are not logged in and they are trying to access these routes, we will not allow them. So I'll say if user ID is not present and is protected route is either of these, then we will say, like we will take out a function from this auth. We'll take out redirect to sign in, and then after it, we will call this function. I'll say return redirect to sign in. Then after this, I'll say return next response, right? It moves forward. So I'll say next response imported from next/server. So it moves on with the app, right? So I'll say dot next. That's all. Now let's try to access the dashboard /dashboard. And notice it will do some loading and it threw us to this sign in page over here. Now let's go on and build our landing page over here. Now, before moving forward, if you're someone who's preparing for front-end interviews, you can definitely go and check out my front-end interview preparation course. This is the only thing that you will ever need to prepare for your front-end interviews. And not only this, I've covered every single topic of React.js, like React Router DOM, Redux, all of the hooks, class-based component, function-based component React, even the performance optimization, which is asked from senior developers a lot, tons of machine coding questions as well, and obviously in-depth interview preparation course on JavaScript as well. And not just this, along with this course, you get an active Discord community where you can Ask your doubts whenever you get stuck and we will be there to help you. So click the link in the description down below, or you can also scan this QR code on your screen to go directly to the course page. So if you look at our landing page, we have this title in our hero section. Then we have a hero image over here along with the CTAs. We have all these features that we will be rendering, how it works, some testimonials from our users, and a CTA at the very bottom, right? It looks really beautiful. So let's get started. This is how our local looks right now. So I'll go back to my page.jsx. I'll remove everything that is inside of it. And let's just give this class name some display flex and flex column so that we will be rendering everything from top to bottom, right? That is why we'll be using flex column. Now, first of all, we need to create a section for our hero section, right? So this will, as you can see, will contain a badge, a title, a paragraph, you can say, a couple of CTAs, and this hero image. So I'll have a div which will contain the badge from Shadcn. So make sure to import it from @component/UI/badge. Inside of this, simply we can write split expenses, simplify life. Now this badge component over here is also very customizable. You can have a look at Shadcn UI's documentation over here. See, here's this badge component. It has multiple different variants like secondary, outline, destructive, etc. So we're gonna be using outline and some class name of background green to be 100, that is a little bit of green tint, and some text green 700 so that the text is green. And if I go back now, you can see it is right here, but it's very close to the top, right? Let's have some margin top for this section. So I'm gonna say class name of margin top to be 20, padding bottom to be 12, space Y to be 10. So this basically means that all of the elements inside of it will have space of 10 between them. And in the bigger screens, so this MD colon is for like, these are the breakpoints, will be space Y to be 20 and some padding horizontal to be 5. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Let's bring it in the very middle. So for this div, I'm going to give the class name of container. So container basically provides some default breakpoints to our app. So if I show you, you will see if I make it bigger, you can see the header has a container applied over here. So see, as I'm making it smaller, it's automatically applying some margin and padding around it. So this is how the container over here will be helpful for us. And I'm going to say margin horizontal to be auto so that everything is in the very middle. Padding horizontal to be 4. In the medium screens, I'll say padding horizontal to be 6. Text is going to be in the center and space Y to be 6. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Awesome. Let's create this title, this paragraphs, and the CTAs. Now, if you notice this title over here, this has this gradient tint, right? And these titles over here also has this gradient tint, right? Along with this background and everything. So this is something that we will use throughout of our app, right? This is the style that we'll use throughout of our app, right? So for this, I'm going to be creating a custom class name. So I'll show you. So first of all, if I just say h1 and inside of it, I'll just say the smartest way to split expenses with friends. And let's give this some class name of mx auto, that it will be in the very middle. Max width will be 4XL so that it's restricted in the space that it's going to be. That is, it will be maximum of this much width. Text will be 4XL. Font bold. In the bigger screens, text will be 7XL. So let's see. Yes, something like this. Well, let's add that gradient to it. So the custom class that I'll be creating, let's call it gradient title, right? Let's create this. So we need to go to globals.css to create this. Now earlier there was another way to create these custom classes, but after Tailwind CSS version 4 it has been changed. So we have to basically use utility over here and also define the name. So let's create a common gradient class which will be just be for background. So all we have to say over here is @apply and then define the styles of Tailwind. So background gradient to right, that is from left to right. So it will start from green 600 to teal 500, right? And we can use this in another class, let's say gradient title. So if I just paste it over here, gradient dash title, and instead of this, first of all, we will need the gradient class from over here. Then I'm gonna say font to be extra bold, tracking tighter so that texts are closer to each other, text to be transparent for the background, and we will clip the text to have this background color. Padding bottom to be 2 so that the text does not get cut off, and some padding right to be 2. So let's see. Yes, something like this. right? If you want, we can remove this font bold from over here and it will take the extra bold, right? But I think in this case, I just chose font bold because it looked good. All right, cool. Below this, we're going to have a paragraph tag. You can add whatever text over here, like I'll say track shared expenses, split bills effortlessly, and settle up quickly. And then simply, we can provide it some class names like margin horizontal to be auto. We're going to provide it some max width. So if you want to provide some custom pixels over here, you have to use this square brackets. Text gray to be 500. In the medium screens, text will be XL with relax. So basically relax allows you to have some line height. So some gap between both of these, right? Cool. Then after it, we're going to have a div, which will contain both of our CTAs. So inside of it, I'm going to have a button from Shadcn UI. And then I'm going to have a link tag, which will say get started. And let's also have an icon over here. Oops, it should be get started. Yes, let's have an icon called arrow right. Make sure to import it from Lucid React. And let's give this some class name of margin left to be 2, height and width to be 4. Let's see. Link is not defined. Okay, let's import the link. And also let's just provide it the href of /board. Yep, something like this. So you can see it's breaking. So we just need to have as child over here so that these will be in the one single line. Size is going to be, let's say, large for this button, and some class name of background green 600, and here on it, background green will be 700. Yes, something like this. Let's copy it up and I'm gonna duplicate it right below it. This one will simply have variant outline size to be large, same, and instead of background, this time we're giving border 600 and text green to be 600. On hover, it will become background green to be 50. So there we go. Link will simply be hash how it works, because if we want to scroll down, if we click on it, you can see it will scroll down to this how it works, right? Okay, let's provide some gap between them. So I'm going to say class name of display flex to be column in the smaller screens. In the screens bigger than smaller screens, it will have flex row. Items to be center vertically and justify to be center horizontally. Some gap of 4 between them. Let's see. Yes, it looks good. I think we need to change this icon, or you know what, let's just not have any icon over here and let's call it see how it works. Yes, something like this. Looks good. All right, now right below it, we're gonna have that beautiful hero image. So below both of these divs, I'm gonna have another div and I'll have another div which will contain the image, right? So I will be using the image tag from Next.js. And I've already provided you with this image over here in the public folder. So if you go this hero.png, yes, there's the image. If you want, you can, generate any other image using AI. Let me know in the comments below if you want me to create a short video on how I generate these images. So I'm going to say src will be hero.png, some width and height of 720p. Alt tag can be banner. Class name is going to be rounded, margin horizontal to be auto sets in the very middle. And this will have higher priority. So this will load first. Let's provide the class name to be gradient, so that the background will be gradient. We'll provide padding 1 so that we can see the gradient from the side. And aspect ratio will be 16:9. So something like this, you can see. But we need to properly adjust this container over here. So I'll say class name to be container, margin horizontal to be auto sets in the very middle. We'll provide it the max width of 5xl. Overflow will be hidden, rounded XL, and some shadow of XL, that is drop shadow, right? So let's see. Yes, it looks much better. You can see the drop shadow over here as well. Great, we have successfully created our hero section. Now below this section, we will render all of the features of our app, something like this. Now obviously you won't be writing each and every one of these features in a separate tag, so we need to create an object, like array of objects. So that's why in my GitHub repository, I've provided you with this landing.js file inside of this lib folder. So just copy this data inside of it. This is just simple static data of the testimonials and the steps and the features, right? Pretty simple. If you want, you can create your own such data, doesn't really matter. So let me show you. If we go inside this lib folder and create a new file called landing.js and paste this data right here. So you can see it's pretty simple. It has just a title, some icon coming from Lucid React, background, the color of the text, and some description for it. And we have 3, 4, like 5, 6 such objects. For these real-time updates, I couldn't find the appropriate icon, so I used an SVG over here. You can obviously use whatever icon that you want. All right, let's take this features object and we will be using it to render all of our features. So over here, let's get another section. And again, it will be very similar to what we have done above. So first of all, for the class name, we will provide the background gray to be 50. So it looks a little bit different from the section above it. You can see something like this, grayish background and some padding Y of 20. Let's provide this the ID of features so that we can scroll down to it. So if you see, if I click on it, it will scroll down to this section. Now this internal div will have similar class names like the one that I've provided over here. So I'm gonna say class name to be container, margin horizontal auto, some padding horizontal for smaller screens and bigger screens, and text to be center. Right now inside this div, we will have the badge similar to the one above. The only difference is this will say features. So notice features just like the one over here. Then we will have a heading tag just like the one above. In this case, we will have the text to be 3XL instead of that big title with 7XL, right? So in this case, it will have, I guess, 4XL in the bigger screens. So let's see. Yes. And don't worry, this is like pretty simple stuff. You can, customize it according to you. I will include a paragraph as well. Again, similar to the above, our platform provides all the tools you need to handle shared expenses with ease. So something like this. Then now finally we can render all of our features below it. So below this p tag, I'm gonna have a div where we will use that features. Make sure to import it just like this at lib/landing, and I'm gonna say features.map. Inside of this map, we will have a callback function where we will be rendering everything, right? So let's destructure whatever we want. We want the title, icon, background, color, and description. And right here, we will be using the card component from Shadcn UI. So if I go over here, you can see there's the card component. So let's copy it from over here and paste it. Let's see what we'll be using. Actually, we won't be using anything. So let's just get rid of all of these things. We just need the card tag and let's import it from /UI/card. Inside this, first of all, inside of a div, I'm going to be rendering the icon. So I'll say icon and some class name of, let's actually keep it inside of a backtick, height of 6, width of 6, and we'll provide the color. Then simply below it, we're going to render the title and the description just like this. And for this icon, I'm going to say class name rounded full padding to be 3 and background color that we have defined right here. Let's see how it looks. Okay, so it's currently taking the whole width. We need to render it in a grid. And I think it must be saying us, yes, we need to use key prop since we're using map, right? So I'll say key to be title. And let's give it some class name of display flex, flex to be column, items to be center, space Y to be 4, and padding 6 with text to be center so that they have some gap between them and some padding around it, right? So yes, something like this. And you can see the icon is now properly being rendered. Let's render them in a grid. So I'll say class name to be MX auto, margin top to be 12, some display grid, max width to be 5XL, some gap of 6 in the medium screens. We will render the 2 columns, right? We will render 2 columns, and in the bigger screens we'll render 3 columns. So I'll say grid calls 2, and in the larger screens we'll have grid calls 3. So let's see how it looks. Yes, it looks good. Let's go to the smaller screens now. If I go, yes, we have 2 columns, and in the very small screens we have single column. Awesome. Now next we will render how it works. So this section right here. Again, for this as well, we have the data inside this landing.js. So if I close it, yes, we have this steps for how it works with label, title, and description. So it is exactly the same as this features section. So I'm just gonna copy this whole section up and paste it right here. The only difference is we won't be needing this background color. So let's see. Yes, so below it, we have this exact same section, but obviously we need to change a few things. Like for example, instead of features, I'm gonna say how it works. The ID instead of features, we're gonna say how it works. For H2, let's say splitting expenses has never been easier. And for the paragraph, I'm gonna say, follow these simple steps to start tracking and splitting expenses. So let's see. Yes, it looks good. Let's change these. Let's get rid of everything that we have over here and over here as well. So we need to import steps object, and inside of it we will need the description, label, and the title. Let's have a div over here which will have another div where we will be rendering the label, and below it some title and description, just like we have taken over here and just like we rendered it previously. Let's see. Yes, something like this. For this label we need to style it a little bit. So for this I'm gonna bring in the class name of displayFlex. Height and width is going to be 12. For this we need to create a circle, right? So items is going to be center, justify is going to be center, so that this number is in the very middle. Rounded full for the whole circle. Background green to be 100. Text Excel font bold, and some text is going to be 600, like green 600. You can see something like this. Let's keep this in the very middle. So I'm going to say class name of displayFlex, flex, column. Items is going to be center, and space y to be 4. So let's see. Yes, looks good. Let's fix this as well. So margin top to 12, yeah, that's fine. Let's put some more gap between them, gap to be 8. And let's remove this grid columns to be 2. In the smaller screens, we'll just show from top to bottom. Yep, that looks good. What about next? So we will render the testimonials and then we'll render the CTA. Okay, let's build both of them together. So again, we will just copy this section up and paste it below it. We won't need this ID over here, but we will add background gray of 50. We can say testimonials over here. And the H2, we can say what our users are saying. Now, if you want, you can, write something in the paragraph, but I'll just remove it for now. Let's see. Inside of our testimonials, we'll just have 3 cards here, right? So I think this should work. Or rather, we can bring in this like grid columns too in the medium screens, and gap to be 6. And instead of this div, I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm gonna use the card component over here. By the way, you can see this is how it looks currently. So this time we'll properly use this card component. So I'll paste it right here. Let's get rid of the card header and card footer. We will use this card content. So first of all, we will be rendering the quote for that particular person. So let's just take the testimonials over here. Let's import it. And instead of these, I'll have the quote, name, role, and the image of that person. So let's render the quote. Class name is going to be textgray500 and the quote. Let's see how it looks currently. Make sure to import this card component. Yep, it looks something like this. Now below it, we want to render the image of the user, right? So we will be using avatar component that we installed earlier for from Shadcn UI. So this avatar component. So let me just copy it up, and instead of inside of a div, I'm going to paste this avatar. Div can have the class name of displayFlex, items to be center, and space x to be 3, because we'll be rendering the name as well over here, right? So the fallback over here will be name.char@, to be 0, and the src will be this image along with the alt tag of the name. Right, so instead of this, I'm going to say src image and alt to be name, and make sure to import all of this. Avatar fallback, yep, something like this. Let's provide some gap between both of these. So I'll say class name to be space y4 and padding to be 6. Now let's render the name and the role for these people. So below this avatar, I'm just going to have a simple div with 2 paragraphs of name and role with text small and font medium. And in this case, text muted foreground so that it's a little bit lighter. So something like this. Yeah, it looks good. Let's create this CTA below this section. So below this section, I'm going to say section right here. Let's give this a class name of padding y to be 20 and gradient background, right? It will have the greenish background. So if you remember over here, we have this greenish background. Okay, so we have some issue. Okay, so we have not properly provided these keys. Let's just say key is going to be name. Let's see, for our testimonials, we have done it. And for the steps as well, yes, let's provide the key to be, let's say, title. No, it should not give us the error. Okay, so coming back to our CTA, you can see it's starting to show up over here. Let's have another div to which we will give the class name of container, margin horizontal to be auto, padding horizontal to be 4, and the bigger screens, padding horizontal is going to be 6. Text is going to be center, space y to be 6 between them. All right. Now inside of it, we will have an H2 and a paragraph. So H2 will be simple, like ready to simplify expense sharing. We just have some tech, 3XL in the smaller screens, for bigger screens 4XL, font extra bold, tracking tight, text to be white, right? Simple enough. Similar to this, we will have a paragraph tag, which will say join thousands of users who have made splitting expenses stress-free. With margin horizontal auto sets in the very middle, some defined max width text green to be 100, and some relaxed text XL, right? So something like this, and we will just need to show a button below it. So just like we have created the button previously, we will have a button right here which will simply say get started. So I've copied it from above. Background green to be 800, on hover opacity will be 90, and this will take us to the dashboard page, something like this. Now below the section we can have a footer, like it's optional. If you want, you can do it. So I just simply like to render made with love by roadside coder, right? So let's see. Yes, something like this. Awesome. So we have successfully created our landing page. Congratulations. Now next, we need to create the internal pages of our application, right? And before that, we need to understand how routing works in Next.js. So I've opened Next.js documentation over here. And as I've already explained you, if we want to create a new route in Next.js, we have to just create a folder inside of this app folder that we have, right? Now earlier there was a pages router convention. We don't need to worry about it. We are using brand new Next.js. And notice we have similar files that we can create, like layout, as I told you, page, right? But there are other types of files as well, like a loading file. Like for example, when the page is loading, you can show a UI. So you can create loading.js similar to this, right? You can create a not found page. Like if you go to a route which does not exist, it will show you this page right here. So if I just copy it up, and let's say if I create this not-found.jsx over here, you know what, let's just customize it a little bit. So instead of this, I'm going to say 404 page not found, and we will show this in the gradient title style. So if I go back to my app and try to go to some random page which does not exist and press enter, you can see page not found, return home, and 404 is hidden behind it. So I've provided some class name over here, display flex, and some, some minimum height. So you can see 404 page not found, something like this. I mean, if you want to create a custom 404 page, you can customize it according to you. I don't want it, so I'm going to delete it. I'm just going to use the default 404 page from Next.js, right? But if you want, you can use a custom page as well. Similar to this, you can create an error page, etc. Right? Now, let's come back to the routing. You can see if you create a folder, it will create a new route. If you create another folder inside of a folder, it will create a nested route, like for example, /dashboard/ whatever, right? As I explained you earlier, we have dynamic routes over here as well. Like if I show you, if I create a dynamic route inside this app folder, I'm going to create a new folder. Let's say groups, right? And inside this, I want to create a folder which is a dynamic route. So I'll say ID and press enter. So we don't know what ID is going to be, right? So this is going to be a placeholder for that. Let's create a new file called page.jsx. I'll say RAFCE group page. And now how do we access that ID? So you can just simply take it from params over here, and you can just say await params const ID equals await params. And since we're using await over here, let's make this asynchronous. Let's take this ID and render it right here in the curly braces. So if I try to go to this page, so I'll say groups and some random ID and press enter. We are not logged in, so we are redirected to sign in page. Let's try to sign in and do it again. So now if I tried going to that page, sorry, I think I need to destructure it from this params. Now you'll see it is hidden behind there. Let's give the class name of padding top to be 20 or margin top to be 20. You can see group page, and it has fetched this ID from over here. Now we can use this ID to probably fetch the data or whatever, right? We can do whatever we want with it. So this is a dynamic route. Similar to this, we have the catch-all route, just like I explained you earlier, right? I've already explained both of these things. Now we have these folder conventions to group files or folders. So I've already showed you how we grouped the auth folder. Similar to this, we will group all of our main folders as well. Let me just delete this group route, and over here I'm going to create a new folder called main inside of the parenthesis, just like this, right? And inside this is where we will be creating all of our routes. Now we have a underscore folder as well. Now when you create this type of folder, right, in normal parenthesis folder, it will consider everything inside of it as a route. But in this type of folder convention, it will not consider it at all. So it's good for, probably storing the components where we don't have anything to do with the pages, right? We will just simply import them in the pages. So it opts folder and all the child segments out of routing. So inside this main, I'm going to create a layout.jsx file. Just like I showed you earlier, this is the file where we can write the code which will be common throughout the routes. Like if I create a new folder over here for dashboard, it's one of our protected routes, right? And I'm gonna have a page.jsx, RAFCE, let's say dashboard page, right? Now you will notice that this dashboard is going to be hidden behind our, wait, let me just go to the dashboard. This dashboard text is hidden behind this header, right? So what we want to do, we're not going to go to every single page and, apply the padding top styles or whatever, right? So instead, let's just have some common styles in layout.js. So here I'll say RAFCE main layout, and we will take the children from the params and we will render them right here. And also we only want to show this page when the user is authenticated. So authenticated, let's wrap this with this authenticated, and this will only be used in a use client, like client component. Now let's provide the common styles, that is class name container, margin horizontal to be auto, margin top to be 24, and margin bottom to be 20. So now what's going on? Yeah, now you can see dashboard page. Why is this semicolon being rendered? Oh yeah, let's remove this. Yes, you can see it has proper spacing and everything over here for all of the pages. Now if I go inside this dashboard page, whatever I write inside of it will have that custom styling applied to this whole page. All right. So now that we have the basic information about how routing and all works in Next.js, let's start building the core functionalities of our app. So if I go to the deployed app, if you go to the dashboard page, you can see we have this dashboard. If we click on view all, we have this /contacts page where we are rendering all of the people and the groups. And I think this will be a very easy place to get started if I want to explain you how Convex queries works, or basically mutations, how to perform CRUD operations using Convex. If I were to show you directly how to create expenses and all, that might be a little bit too complex for now. So let's just start with this page, right? So what I'll do, I'll create a new folder inside this main called contacts. Let's have a page.jsx over here, RAFCE, let's call it contacts page. And this will be a client component as well. So if I try to go to this contacts page inside of our app, there it is. But there's a problem right now. So if we go to our database, we don't have any information like what are all the contacts or groups related to this particular user, right? We don't have any data inside of our database to be rendered over here. So to make things simpler for you, let's just add some dummy data inside of it. Let's just seed some data inside of our database, right? And for doing this, I have written a script for you. So if you just go on over here, inside of my GitHub repository, inside of the Convex folder, we have this seed.js file, and you can just copy this script. Now I know some of you will say that why are you asking us to copy and paste this script? Trust me, it will be too complex for you right now to understand this code right here. So it's better if you copy this script. This is just performing the seeding inside of our database, right? The only purpose of this script is to add some dummy data inside of our database. Later on, obviously, we will be understanding how we can add custom expenses, create groups, create settlements, every single thing, right? This is just to help you get started and render some contacts or other types of details, like for example, in dashboard, etc. So I'm just going to copy this file up and I'll go to the Convex folder and I'll create a new file called seed.js. And let's paste it right here, right? And you can see this is a huge file. And if I give you an overview over here, all we are doing is we are creating some dummy groups with some dummy users, with some dummy expenses and settlements, like everything that we need to test our application, right? And then we are returning this from this seed database function. So you can see we are creating some groups over here, create one-on-one expenses, create group expenses, etc. Right? Again, this is too complex for you right now. I will build you from absolute scratch, from zero, after I show you how you can build your contacts page, and then later on dashboard page, then expenses, etc, etc. Cool then. So how do we use this file to seed the data? So just simply go to your terminal, open an empty terminal, just say npx convex run seed. So seed is the name of our file, and inside of it, I'm going to say seed database. So this is the function that we want to run, right? And press enter. Now it will perform its thing. It will run this function, the logic that is written inside of it. It says not enough users. Oh yeah. So to make sure that this script runs, we need at least 3 users inside of our database. So you know what? Let's just go on and create some users. So I'm going to go to localhost. I'm going to sign in with my other Google account. All right, there we go. I have signed in as roadside coder now. Let's log out and sign in as another user. Let's just use email address to sign in now. Let's just say piyush@example.com, or let's just say jack@example.com. Continue. Oh, sorry. We should be using sign up right now. All right, now I've created another account using this jack@example.com. Right, cool then. So now we have 3 users. Let's try doing it again. Okay, there we go. Looks like it is done. Let's go to our database now. And there we go. We have some expenses data, some dummy groups between our users, some settlement data, and all of those 3 users that we have created earlier. Cool then. Now we don't need this c.js file anymore. Let's close it. And let's go on and build our contacts page now. Now, first thing first, if you want to get some data from our backend, we have to create the APIs for them as well, right? So let's create the APIs and I'll show you how you can query the data from our backend. So over here in the Convex folder, we will create a new file for all the contacts APIs. So I'll say contacts.js. And here, first of all, let's create the get all contacts for that particular user. So I'll say export const get all contacts equals query. So this query will be coming from this /generated/server that Convex has already created. So inside of this, we'll have an object, and this will take a few things. First of all, it will be a handler, right? So this is basically a callback function where we'll be writing all of our logic. Now, if we were providing something to this query, we would have used args over here, right? This is used for providing it, and I'll show you when we write the API for creating the group. So the role of this function is basically to fetch all of our contacts, whether it's one-on-one contacts or the groups, right? So this should be an asynchronous function since we're going to make an API call over here. Now, first of all, we need to check if the user is logged in right now or not. And for that, to avoid writing the logic again, let's just write a common function over here. So in this users.js file that we have previously created, I'm going to create a query for getting the current user. So I'll say export const get current user equals query. Inside of it, I'm going to have the object just like before and the handler, right? So it will be an asynchronous handler. And now, how do you get the current user's identity? So you have to say something like this: await CTX. So CTX will be coming from over here, and this is what responsible for querying all of our tables or mutation as well. So ctx.auth, this is coming internally from Convex. So ctx.auth.get user identity, and this will provide us with the current logged in user, just like I showed you in the above function, this one, right? And below it, I'm going to say if identity is not present, then throw new error, not authenticated. Now let's write our very first query to get the users from the database. So I'll say const user equals await ctx.db.query. So which table are we trying to query? We're trying to use query the users table, right? And I'm gonna be querying it with the index of by token. So if you remember over here in the schema, we have written this index by token, right? I'm gonna say by token, and we'll provide a callback function over here, inside of which we will get the queue for query, and I'll say queue dot equals, that is we need to equals the token identifier with whatever JWT token that is coming from this identity. So identity object. So identity dot token identifier, right? And we'll take the first object that we get dot first. That's all. If we don't get anything, so I'm going to say if user is not present, throw new error. If user is present, then simply return the user, right? Simple enough. Now we can just take this function right here and go to this get all contacts. And the first step that we want to do is I'm going to say const current user equals await ctx dot run query. So we want to run an internal query. That's why we are using, so it will be ctx. It will be coming from over here, ctx. If you want to run an internal query, so I'm going to say ctx dot run query, and I want to take something called as internal, and it will be coming from /generated/API. So internal dot users dot get current user, right? This will allow us to get the current user and will save us the headache of checking it again and again. Just make sure to check this Convex terminal that we have opened right here for any errors. So yeah, you can see we have some errors in users.js. So it says query is not defined. So we need to import the query from over here, like from /generated/server. Let's see if it's fine or not. Yes, looks like it's fine. Convex functions ready. Great. Now, first of all, we need to find all of the personal one-on-one expenses with other users, right? And for this will be very useful. So if you go back to the schema.js in the expenses table right here, right? You can see we have some indexes like by group, by user and group. So if we use this by user and group, we can get all of the expenses for this particular user, and group ID in this case will be undefined, right? Because we're not trying to find any group expenses. So let's go back. And I would recommend you can try writing these queries first, just to see if you have understood anything up until this point. Else I'm just going to show you. So I'll say const expenses you paid, right? I'll say await.db dot, and we're going to query the expenses table. And you can see it gives us suggestions over here as well. So we're going to query the expenses table. We're going to use the index. So I'll say with index. It will show you all of the index for that particular, expenses table. So it will be by user and group. Okay, then comma, we will have the callback over here. Inside this callback, we're going to say we need to take q over here first. And then I'm going to say q dot equals to, and we'll use paid by user ID and the group ID. So paid by user ID is going to be current user dot underscore ID dot equals to, and again, we're going to use the group ID. Group ID is going to be simply undefined because we're trying to find the one-on-one expenses. Then after this, simply say collect. So you can collect all of the responses that we have gotten over here. Now, next thing, we want all of the expenses which are of the user, but user has not paid for them, right? So I'm just going to copy it up and paste it over here again. Let's call it expenses not paid by you. And in this case, we're going to remove this thing. That's all. Or rather, instead of this, we could have used this by group index, right? By group index, and inside of this, we're going to simply put the group ID to be undefined. Now next, we only want to, we are going to be using both of them, and we will filter to keep only those expenses where current user is not the pair. I mean, in this one, right? They're not the pair, but they just appear. That means they owe some money to some other person. So after this, or actually, I'm just going to wrap this whole thing up in a parenthesis. After this, I'm going to say filter. I'll have a callback over here. I'll say e dot paid by user ID is not equals to the current user dot underscore ID, right? Because we have already gotten this data right here. And e dot splits. So each and every expense has this splits array, right? We want to check that we are part of those splits, because there can be some one-on-one expenses with group ID undefined where user is not present at all. So this will help us eliminate that. So e.splits.sum. So basically sum is used for checking if a particular value is present inside of an array or not. And I've explained all of these things in my front-end interview preparation course. If you have checked it, it's a very important interview question for the front-end interviews or even full stack interviews as well. So I'll say s.user ID is equals to current user dot underscore ID. And yeah, this will filter them as well. So now we have gotten all of the expenses where user is present. So simply we can combine both of these expenses. So after this, I'm going to simply say const personal expenses equals, and I'm going to spread both of them right here. Great. All right, now next steps. Now that we have all of these expenses, we need to extract the user IDs of all of the users who appear in these expenses. So, and also to prevent the duplicates, we will be using a set data structure, right? So I'll say contact IDs equals new set. And notice, I'm going to say personal expenses dot for each. And I'll take each and every expense over here. Inside this function, first of all, I'm going to say if expenses dot paid by user ID is not equals to the current user ID, then we will add them inside of this set over here. Now, apart from paid by user, we need to check the splits array as well, right? So I'm going to say for this particular expense dot splits dot for each, it's an array, right? That's why we need to run a loop on that as well. But don't worry, in the one-on-one expenses, there only are going to be 2 users, right? So I'll pick all of the users apart from the current user, right? And I'll add it right here. All right. And this should do give us all of the user IDs in this contact IDs. Now, after it, we need to get the information for each and every ID as well, like for each and every user. So I'm going to say const contact users equals await, and I'll use promise dot all because we're going to be performing multiple operations over here, right? So first of all, I'll take all of the contact IDs here, and I'm going to say dot map. I'll map through each and every one of them. So async and take the ID, and for each and every ID, I'll say const I'll say await ctx.db.get for this particular ID. And then we will get the data inside of u for each and every user. I'll say return u and return this in the following format: ID, name, email, image URL, type user, right? It will be type user so that we can distinguish from the groups that we will be performing next, right? Else we will just say null. So we have gotten all of the contact users right here, right? After it, let's try to get all of the groups. So it will be very straightforward, just like I've shown you above, like we were getting all the users over here, right? So similar to this, I'm going to say user groups equals await ctx.db.query. We're going to query the groups table, right? We will get all of the groups, but let's filter the groups where user is present, right? So I'm going to say dot filter now. Again, you can over here use an index over here as well, right? So I just wanted to show you the two different ways that we can do this. And I would recommend you to use the index so that you can only get the groups where user is present directly. But I'll show you how, if you don't want to do that, how you can do it the other way as well. So I'm going to use the filter for each and every group. I'm going to say group dot members dot sum. So inside of this, we are trying to find where the user is present. So I'm going to say member for m. I'll take each and every member. Let me just close it up. So m dot user ID is equals to current user's ID, right? That's all. Now that we have the response, let's go on and map through each and every response. And I'm going to structure it in the ID, name, description, member count, and type, because that is all the information that we need, right? Now, next step, like this is optional if you want to do it or not. So I want to, arrange them alphabetically by name. And to do that, simply I'm going to say contact user dot sort. And for each and every one of them, I'm going to use the local compare function to sort them alphabetically. So this is completely optional. If you want, you can remove this as well. This won't affect our logic. I'm doing the same thing for user groups as well, right? And in the end, we're going to simply return it, right? So contact user dot filter boolean. So whatever, if it's null, so you can see we have added null condition over here as well, right? So if it's null, we're going to not include it over here, and the groups, right? Awesome. So we have gotten the complete info, like all of the contacts for that particular user. Now, there's one more functionality inside of this page. So, but first of all, let me just see if the Convex functions are properly running. Yes, they are running. So one more thing, in this page, if you go to the deployed app, we have this create group as well, right? If you click on it, we have the group name, some description over here. And if you want to add some member, if I click on add member, we can search it, like let's say Jack. You can see I've added Jack over here, and we can create a group here, right? So we will add this functionality as well. So let me just close this. So I'm going to say export const create group. And this, by the way, is what we call as mutation. Earlier, oops, let me just say const. So earlier we did a query over here, right? Now we are going to be doing mutation. So I'll say mutation. And we will take arguments this time, not just the handler. We will take the arguments, and then we will have the handler so that we can add the logic. And make sure to import this mutation right here from the /generated/server. Right, so what are all the arguments that we will be taking? We will be taking the name, the description, and the array of the members, all of the users' IDs that we will be creating this group with, right? So I've added the type over here, just like earlier I showed you. Make sure to import this v from this convex/values, right? So it looks something like this. Inside the handler, or rather not inside the handler, this will be a callback function with the asynchronous keyword. Inside this, we will do the same thing. First of all, we will check if the user is logged in or not, right? So I'm just going to say const current user equals this thing. And over here, we will take two things. First of all, the ctx and the args, that is these args or the arguments. Then after this, we're going to have some checks over here, right? First check will be to validate if the group name is not empty, right? So I'm just going to say throw new error, group name cannot be empty if the args.name is empty, so not args.name. Okay, after this, we need to make sure that all of these members are unique, right? No repeated IDs. So again, we will be using the set over here. So I'm going to say const unique members equals new set args dot members. And let's add the current user as the one of the members as well. If it's already present, then it will get filtered out because since we're using set over here, right? So not to worry. After this, we need to make sure that all of these IDs that are provided to us are legit users, right? These are not fake users, so that our app does not crash later on. So I'm gonna loop through them. So I'll say for const ID of unique members, and inside this, I'm gonna say if I'm gonna fetch it. So I'll say context.db.get this particular ID. If this does not present for that particular user, I'm gonna throw new error user with ID this is not found, right? So notice how robust our app is turning out to be. We are making sure like we are covering every single use case, and then in the end we will return this data. So I'll say we will create it. So return await ctx.db.insert. You want to insert it in the groups table, and the data is going to be inside this curly braces. First of all, the name is going to be args.name.trim. Then we will insert the description. Now description is optional, so I'm going to say args.description.trim. If it's not present, then we're going to have the empty string. So created by, since we are creating it, the current logged in user, I'm going to say current user dot underscore ID. And then we will provide the members. So members will be obviously this unique members that we have over here, the set. I'll say dot map, and we'll store the information like user ID, what the role of that user is, and when they joined our group. So I'll say ID. Inside of it, I'm gonna return an object with user ID of ID. Role can be like admin or member. So I'm gonna say if the current logged in user's ID is same as this, then they are admin, else they are members. And when did they join it? So joined at is going to be date.now, where we are creating this group, like when we are creating this group. Right, and yeah, I think that should be it. Let's just have a look again in our terminal, make sure that everything is working. Yes, looks like everything is working fine. And if you want to double check, you can go to over here in the Convex dashboard in the functions. You will see we have all of the functions that we have written over here, and all the statistics related to our functions as well, how much they were invoked. Great then. So we're going to be making use of both of these like query and mutation functions. And we're going to be building our contacts page now. Okay, so now the one big question is, how do you fetch the data from the query? And to do that, we have something called as use query. This is very similar to TanStack query if you've used, like I've created a tutorial on my channel as well on that. So use query from convex/react. Inside this, we can take the API, which will be coming from convex/generated/API. I'll say dot. We want to take, where is the contacts.js? So it looks like that we're getting some error over here. Let's see. I think it's because we have added this semicolon over here. Oh no, I think I need to remove these curly braces from over here and this semicolon. And in the context.js, I need to remove these from over here as well, along with this semicolon. And now it should be fine. Okay, so we have another error, g.members.sum. Okay, it's not a function. Let's see. Oh, my bad. I have included this map inside of this filter. It should be outside of this filter. So when this is closing, yep, over here. Now it should be fine. Yes, looks like now it is fine. So now let's try out this query. So api.context.get all contacts. Let's get the data from it and let's see what do we get. I'm just gonna simply console log it right here and go to my browser. Go to inspect. Inside of the console, yes, we have something. So we have the groups that user is part of, and we have all of the users that the user has one-on-one expenses with, right? Awesome. So we have the data right here. But there's one issue over here that generally when we want to, fetch an API, we would do loading, we would handle the errors and stuff, right? So we would have to create the states again and again every time we use this query or mutation, etc. Right? So it's better if we create some sort of wrapper around this, which will help us to, abstract that logic. So what we'll do, we already have this hooks folder right here. Inside this, we can create a new file for use convex query.jsx. And here we will create a custom hook, which let's say we will call use convex query, and it will provide us data, loading, and bunch of different things, like which this does not provide us out of the box. And custom hooks is also a very important interview question. So I would highly recommend you to practice more of this in my front-end interview preparation course. Link is in the description down below. So I'll say export const use convex query equals, I'll take the query, and if there's any argument, so I'll say args, and inside of it, just like what we are doing over here, I'm just gonna, let's say, copy it and paste it. Instead of this, we will get the query. So I'll take the query and paste it right here. And then we will create the 3 states that we want to handle, right? So first one is for our data, loading, and the error. So data set data, loading set is loading, and error set error. So again, use state is basically like a normal variable in React.js for storing the values and stuff. So let's import the use state. Instead of this data, let's call it result, right? All right. So when this hook will be running for the very first time, so we'll be using use effect, right? So use effect runs when the component runs for the very first time if the dependency array is empty right here. If there is something inside of this dependency array, like in our case, I'm going to put result. Every time result changes, this column will be invoked. First of all, I'll check if result is equals to undefined, then set loading to true. This will be the start of our loading. If that is not the case, I'm going to say else, then try set data to result, set error to null, right? If there's any error, then set error to error, and I'm going to display a toast. Now we need to set up this toast as well in just a moment. And in the end, we will set the loading to false. Now, how do you set the toast? First of all, import this toast from Sonar, right? This will be coming from Shadcn UI. So if I show you, we have this Sonar that we installed earlier. This component right here, if you click on show toast, it will show toast something like this. But to set it up, all we have to do is we have to take this toaster over here, toaster component, and we have to put it in our layout.js. So over here in the main, inside of this, I'm going to put it right here. Make sure to import it from Sonar and say rich color. So it will show different colors like for error, red, warning, yellow, etc. Right. So now this toast will work when throw the error when the error occurs. And in the end, we will return the data is loading and the error. Now, similar to this, we will be creating another hook for our mutations as well. So this was for the querying, and I'm just going to copy and paste it right here. And the other one will be called use convex mutation. Now in this case, the only difference will be we'll be using use mutation over here. We will take the mutation, mutation. And also, by the way, these args, I have not provided them over here, I believe, yes. So comma args that we are getting from there. Yeah, so in this case, this will be just be mutation. We don't need the args over here because this thing returns us with a function over here instead of result. So I'll say mutation function, and let's remove this use effect with return and all. We will have these 3 states right here. I'll say const mutate equals async, and we will be taking the args right here, right? Now, first of all, we will set the loading to true and error to null. And after this, we will be making the API call just like before. So I'm going to say try, and I'll say await mutation function that we have gotten from over here for this mutation, and we'll provide the arguments inside of it. We'll take the response and set data to the response, right? And return it. If we have any error, we will set it to the error and also show the toast. Finally, we will set is loading to false. If you want, you can just remove this throw error as well, since we're already showing it. Then in the end, we will simply return all of these things. So mutate, data is loading, error, right? Simple enough. So we have both of these things. Now we can use them to efficiently, query and mutate the data. So notice, instead of this use query, now I can say use convex query, and I can provide it right here. And instead of just the data, I will get the data is loading, error, etc. Right? In this case, I just need is loading. Let's remove this from over here. Right. So now that we have is loading over here, we can simply say if is loading is true, then we can return the bar loader. And I have already showed you what bar loader is. We have used this in our header component, right? So simply that is exactly what we are doing. If I go back, see, we are loading here. Use query is not defined. Okay, so I think inside of this, I have not imported use query. Now that should be fine. Yep, we can see this loading indicator right here. And there we go. Okay, so now that with like this is done, we can take the data out of this data object. So I'm going to say const users and groups. So just like what we were returning from this API, if none of the data is present, we can just simply return the empty arrays for users and groups. Great. Let's go inside of this dev and start building it. First of all, I'm going to have a dev which will contain the h1 and the button for creating the group, right? So the h1 will say contacts, and for this h1 we're gonna give the similar heading of gradient title just like we made before. And after this we're gonna have a button coming from Shadcn UI which will say create group, and we will use a plus icon over here which will be imported from Lucid React. So let's see, yes, something like this. And when we click on the button, we want to open a modal, right? So for that we will create a state over here. So I'll say use state from React. I'll say const, let's call it is create group modal open, and set is create group modal open for changing it, right? By default, let's keep it to be false, right? And over here in this button, I'm going to add an on click, which will say set is create group modal open to be true, right? Now, obviously we are not using it right now. Later on, when we go on to create the modal for the group creation, we will be using it. Below this div, we will be rendering our individual contacts and the group contacts. So I'll have a div over here, which will contain both of them. And inside this div, we will have another div which will contain the individual contacts. And below this, the other div will contain the group contacts, right? So first of all, let's work on this div. We will have an h2 over here with user icon coming from Lucid React, which will simply say people. So let's see, yes, something like this. And also, by the way, let me just style this div. First of all, let's give this the class name of container, margin horizontal to be auto, and padding horizontal to be 6. And for this div, I'm going to say display flex, items to be center, justify between, and margin bottom to be 6. Yep, something like this. You know, we want them to be in the separate corners. That's why we have given justify between. For this one, we're going to have a grid, right? So if we provide the h2 to this one as well, this will be like having a users icon and groups. So we have something like this. We want them to be in the separate corners. I'm going to say class name is going to be grid. Grid columns 1 in the smaller screens, in the bigger screens, grid columns 2, and gap to be 6. So something like this, right? Now after this h2 is where I'm going to be rendering all of my users. So I'll say users dot length is equals to 0. That is, if it's empty, then I'm just going to simply show a card component over here, which will say no contacts yet, add an expense with someone to see them over here, right? So, and this will have class name of some padding, like vertical, text center, text muted foreground, just like we've done earlier. Let's import both of these things. Else, if this is present, then I'm going to be rendering a div over here. So let's have a tag. Let's see. Yep, it didn't make any change because we have users over here, right? So inside this div is where we will be rendering those users. So first of all, this div can have class name of display flex, flex column, and some gap of 4 between them. Here, I'm going to say users dot map. Let's take the callback. Inside this, for each and every user, I'm going to wrap them inside of a link tag, because later on, like if you want to click on it, we want to, route them to a separate users page where we can see the expenses with them, which we will be building later on, right? So I'll say key equals user dot id, and the href will be inside of the backtick. I'm going to say slash person slash whatever the id is, right? So I'll say user dot id. Inside this link, I'm going to have a card component. So let's just copy this card component and I'll paste it right here instead of this. And also I'm going to get rid of these class names. I'll just have padding vertical to be 4. For each and every card, we can give it some styles, like when we hover on it, background muted will be 30. We will add some transition on the colors, that is this thing right here, and cursor pointer. So I don't think we will see anything inside of it. Let's just render something inside of this div. I'm going to have another div, which this one will be for the avatar. So we have seen how we can render the avatar earlier. So make sure to get this component from Shadcn UI, and we will use this avatar image. Let's import all of these things. Avatar fallback. So in simply over here, I'm saying user.image URL, and here the fallback will be user's name, character at 0. Our link is not defined. So let's just import the link. And also we need to take the user, like individual user over here, so that we can render them. There we go. We can see. And when we hover on it, we can see some hover effect over here as well, along with their profile pictures. And this should be user.id, not users.id. Okay. Now below this avatar, we're going to be rendering the name and the email of the user. So simply inside of a paragraph, I'm going to say user.name and user.email. Now you might think that I'm copy and pasting these things, but this is very simple, honestly. If you are not able to do this until this point in the tutorial, then there's something wrong, right? You need to go back and visit the other things first, like that I've explained already in this tutorial, right? So this is very simple. And again, as I, suggest all of my students, try to, understand what I'm trying to do over here first, then try to do it on your own, right? Instead of just blindly copying and pasting like whatever I'm doing. So the only reason that I'm bringing this simple code by copy and pasting it over here is because so that you guys can focus on understanding instead of just doing like code along with me, right? Try to understand this first, then try to build it on your own. So let's see. Yes, we can see it right here. Let's give this some style for this div. So I'll say class name to be display flex so that they are in one single line. Items is going to be center and justify is going to be between, so that they are on the far ends. All right. And actually, let's just give this class name to over here. And for this one, flex item center. And I'm just going to give gap of 3 between them so that they are not on far ends and look something like this. Okay. Let's do the same thing for the groups as well. So let's take this whole thing over here and I'll render it below this H2. Let's see what do we need to change. Instead of users, it's going to be groups. So make sure to change it over here and here as well. For the error, I'm going to say no groups yet, create a group to start tracking shared expenses. Here, instead of user, I'm going to say group. Here as well, group. Instead of person, I'm going to say groups page. And here, inside of this first div, so this is fine. This is where we'll be rendering our group name, group.name, and we can render the group member count, right? So instead of this, I'm going to say group member count members. We're not going to be rendering this avatar, so let me remove it. Instead of this, we will simply have a div which will contain this users icon, which will be coming from Lucid React. So let's see. Yes, something like this. It shows us how many members do we have along with the group name, right? And again, simple class names over here, background primary to be 10, some padding, some rounded, medium, and rest of the classes I already explained earlier, right? Cool then. So we have successfully rendered everything and we have created our contacts page. But one thing that is remaining, if we click on it, we should pop up a modal over here for creating the groups, right? So this is where we will be creating it. So instead of this contacts, I'm going to create a new folder with underscore components. So again, we're using underscore over here as I explained you so that it does not consider this as a route or anything inside of it as a route. For this, I'm going to create a new file called create group modal.jsx, RAFCE, create group modal. Now over here, we will be using the dialog from Shadcn UI. So if I go back to Shadcn UI's documentation, here it is, here's the dialog. So if I click on it, you can see there's a pop-up right here, like a modal right here, right? So this is what we need. So let's just copy this up and paste it right here after the return. We won't be needing dialog trigger. Let's just import all of these things, dialog content, header, title, and description. We also going to have a dialog footer over here. So let's just say footer for now. And let me just import it. And from the params, we will be taking things like is open, is close, and on success. What happens when we create the group, right? So this is open, we'll provide it to this dialog right here. I'm going to say is open, we'll provide it to this open, right? So this comes by default from this dialog component, right? So let's take this and render it inside of over here. So right at the very bottom over here, we'll be rendering create group modal. Let's import it and I'm going to say is open. And if you remember, we have this state for our modal, right? Is create group modal open, and we are changing it over here in the create group button, right? Using the create group button. So we'll provide it over here. We will also provide the on close, which will simply be making this is create group modal false. So I'll say set is create group modal to be false, right? And the third thing is going to be on success. So on success will trigger something over here. Like for example, when we have created the group, we want to push the user to that group page, right? So to push the user dynamically, we're going to be using a hook called use router. So I'll say const router equals use router. And let's import it from next/navigation. Now I'm going to take it, go back over here. After the group has been created, we will get the group ID, right? So I'll say group ID. And inside of it, I'm just simply going to say router.push. We want to push it to /groups. Make sure to use backticks over here since we will be using this template string. And I'll say group ID, right? This is the page that we want to send it. And yeah, I think that should do it. Let's go and check it out. If I click on create group, yes, you can see we have this modal. If I click on X, nothing happens. I guess we have to create a function. That is why. So I'm going to use this isClose over here, and let's create a function called handle close. And inside of it, I'm going to run this isClose, or let's say on close. I think that would be a better naming convention. Yeah, on close I've written over here. So let's use this. Before closing this, we would perform some actions like let's say reset the form, and we will also have like a array of selected members, right? So we will perform those things over here. So let's just take this handle close, and here we will have one more prop on open change, and this will trigger this handle close. So let's see. If I click outside, yes, it's being closed, or if on over here, like on the X button over here. Cool, then let's start building it. So let's see, for the dialog title, I'm gonna simply say create new group. Let's get rid of this dialog description over here. And before this header, like below this header, I'm gonna be having a form. Now, when it comes to forms inside of our app, we will be using React hook form with Zod, right? This is the most robust way nowadays to create forms in React or Next.js, whatever, right? Because libraries like Zod provide you very good form validation out of the box, right? And React hook form is very good for managing our forms. And to connect both of these, we would need a resolver like hook form resolver. So let me show you. I'm going to say npm install React hook form, and I'm going to be installing Zod validation library and at hook form / resolvers, and press enter. So if you don't know anything about it, don't worry, I'll be explaining everything in this video, but I have created a completely separate video on React hook form and Zod, so you can check that out from the link in description down below. And you can see it's failed, so I have to say -- legacy - peer - deps. I keep forgetting it. Alright, so now that it has been installed, what do we have to do? We have to import something called as use form from React hook form, right? So this is something that we will be using to manage our form. And it will provide us a couple of things, a bunch of things actually, like register. So register will help us to connect with each and every input field, right? We will get handle submit, used for submitting our form. We will get something called form state, which will provide us a bunch of things inside of it, like disabled, errors, is loading, blah, blah, blah. What we will need is errors, so that we can spot if there's any errors inside of our form, and is submitting, right? Just to show the loading while our form is being submitted, and also reset for resetting our form values. And actually I'll be calling this right here, reset. Okay. Now inside this use form is where we will be, defining what our form is going to be looking like. So inside of our form, I'm going to say resolver. And since we need to connect Zod with React hook form, I'm going to use Zod resolver from that third library that we installed. So import it like this. Import Zod resolver from at hook form / resolver / Zod. So use Zod resolver here, and we will be writing our schema inside of it. Now, what is a schema? So schema is basically which we will be using Zod to create like schema, right? So I'll say const group schema equals, and I'll say z dot object, and z will be imported from Zod. Inside of it, it will take an object. I'm going to say name, first the name of our group, and also the description of our group, right? So I'm going to first say z dot, it will be a string type, and then I'll add some validation. That is, it should minimum have one character. If that is not present, I'm going to give the error. Group name is required. Similarly, we will be adding the description as well, but that will be optional, right? So I'm going to add dot optional over here, and let's take this group schema and provide it right here. Cool. Now after this, we can also give some default values if we like for example, for name, I'm going to keep it empty, and description is going to be empty as well, right? Something like this. All right, so let's start building our form now. Over here in the form tag, I'm going to give this some class name of space y to be 4, so that there's some gap between all of the elements. Now first, we're going to have the input for the group name. So I'm going to use the label, which will come from Shadcn UI, which will say group name, and I'll say HTML for, this will be for the name field. So after this, I'm going to have an input with the ID of name and placeholder of enter group name. Now, how do we connect this to this use form over here? I told you we will use this register, right? So I'm going to take this, and I'll say in the square, like in the curly braces, dot register and the name of this field. So it will give us the name, like description and name. So I'll say name over here. Now after this, if there's any error, we will also display those errors over here. So I'll say error dot name. If this is true, then I'm gonna render a p tag over here, which will simply render errors. Sorry, over here as well, it will be errors, not error. So errors.name.message. And the class name will simply be text small and text red to be 500. Let's see how it looks currently. If I click on it, yes, we have group name and enter group name. So let's just style this a little bit over here. Say space y2 2. So there's some gap between both of these. Yes, something like this. Now similar to this, we're gonna have another div, but that will be for the description. So just like we've done earlier, but since this is optional, we will say optional over here, and also we will be using text area instead of input. So we have already installed this text area. Make sure to import it from Shadcn UI. Now after this, the most important thing, we will have a drop down for the members. So first of all, let's see. Yes, it looks good. So if I see in the deployed app, if I go to this contacts page, if I click on over here, you will see members, right? So we will be pre-selected, but if we want to select anyone else, we have to click on this add members. It will show us this pop-up, which again we'll be using from Shadcn UI, and we can search them over here, right? So let's do that. Let's have another div with the label members, and let's just give it the same class name, just like this. Below this, we will have another div, which will basically render all of the the selected users, right? Now, first of all, we need to render the current user, right? Whatever the current user that is logged in. So for that, we already have a query inside of our DB, get current user, right? So if I see, sorry, not inside of our DB, inside of this Convex folder right here, let me close this folder. Yeah, so we have this get current user. So we will make use of it. So right here, I'm gonna say const equals use convex query. So the hook that we made, and I'm gonna import the API dot users dot get current user, right? And we will take out the data from it. Now, we will just rename it according to us, right? So let's say current user by using this colon right here. So this allows us to rename it to this. So we'll take this and I'm gonna go on over here. I'll say if current user is there, then I'm gonna show a badge and like with the name and the avatar of that user. So we have already done that before, right? We have already showed you how you can create the badge, the avatar, and then the name after it. So this is what I'll do. I'm quickly brought in the code. Variant will be secondary, class name will be padding horizontal, and some padding vertical. This avatar component from Shadcn UI, again, I've already explained it, so no need to explain it twice. And a span tag, which will just render current user dot name. Let me just import all of these real quick. Make sure to import from @/components folder only, not from the Radix UI. Okay, so I've imported them. Let's see. There we go. We are pre-selected and I've added you over here so that if this is the current user, we can show you. Cool then. So below this div, we will be rendering the other users, right? But first, let me just, let's just give this div some class name of display flex wrap, so that if there are a lot of users, it gets wrapped to the second line, gap of 2 between them, and margin bottom of 2. Okay, so below this, we will be rendering the selected members, and I'm just gonna comment it out for now since we don't have them. And for the selected members, actually, we will be having a state over here. So I'm gonna be using use state. Let's keep it empty array by default. I'll say cons, and inside of this array, I'll say selected members and set selected members to change this variable. Cool. We will also have a couple of more states. First one will be for the search query, that is what user's name that we are searching. So we will maintain a separate state for that. And also we will display that pop-up over here, right? So for that, we will have another state, command open or command is not open, right? So true or false. So I've kept false over here by default. Let me just move it right here below these so that it's better to see. Okay. Now, apart from this, we will need to get the users, right? We need to search the user inside of our database. So if you remember, if I go over here in the schema.js file, we have this index, like search index added, right? For searching the users through their name or email, right? This is what we will be using over here. So inside of this, first of all, let me just duplicate this use convex. And over here, I'm going to saying api.users.search users. So we have not created it yet. So we would need to create this query, and we will get the search results from over here and is loading, which we can rename it to is searching, right? So before moving forward, let's just go on and create this API And it'll be very straightforward. Inside of the users.js is where we will be creating it. So right here, I'm going to say export const search users, and over here inside of the query, I'll first take the args, right? So args will simply contain the query, right? That we are trying to search, the users that we are trying to search. So query equals v dot string. Let's see if the v is imported. Let's import it. Yes, it'll be a string. And then in the handler, this will obviously be a asynchronous callback right here, or asynchronous function. We're going to be taking the ctx and the args. Okay. So first of all, again, just like what we've done earlier, we will check if the user is logged in or not. So I'll say current user equals await ctx.run query internal.users.get current users. That is this one. So let's import the internal as well. Okay. After this, if the query is less than 2 characters, we will not search it. So I'll say if args.query.length is less than 2, return empty array. After it, we will be using the search index. So how do we do that? Let me show you. So I'll say ctx.db.query users table. Like simple enough till here, just like what I've showed you. Then after it, to use the search index, I'm going to say with search index, then provide the name of the search index, which was this search name. And I'm going to be taking the query. I'll say q.search in the name field inside of our table, and I'll say args.query that we are getting right here, right? And we'll take that. Similarly, we will do this for email as well. So after this, I'm gonna do exactly the same thing, just with the search email. Okay, then obviously we are going to be combining the results so that we can remove the duplicates. So something like this, const users, and inside of the array, we will spread both of them, and we will filter out the redundant results that we have gotten from both of these right here, right? And then in the end, we will return the final result to our front end. So I'll say return whatever the users we have, users.filter, and we'll filter out the current user from over here. And for all of the other users, we will populate them in the following format, like the ID, name, email, image URL. That is all the information that we need, right? So that's all, right? So this is what we will be needing inside of over here. All right, now in this query, we need to provide the args as well, right? That is the search queries. So you can see it's giving us this error. So after this, I'll simply say inside of an object, I'll say query will be search query, right? Now it should not give us error. Yep, there we go. Now it's fine. So cool then. Let's take this search results and I'll go down right here. And before rendering this, I want to add the popover over here, right? So I'll say add user to selected members. So let's build this first. So below this, I'll add a popover. So let's go to Shadcn UI's documentation to this popover right here. So if notice, if I click on it, it shows me something like this. So this is what we want. So let's see. Yes, we will copy it up and paste it right here. Now, first of all, inside this popover, we will have a button, right? Simple enough. Type button, variant outline, size small, and class name will be height 8, gap 1, and text to be extra small. Let's import this user plus icon. So you will see, where is it? Popover is not defined, so I have not imported it. Make sure to import it. Popover content. Let's see. If I click on add member, yes, we can see the popover. Awesome. Okay, it says that button cannot be a descendant of button, hydration error. So to fix that, simply I'm going to say as child, and there we go. It's fixed now. This generally happens in Shadcn UI's component, and this is what the documentation suggests. Now, inside of this popover content is where we will be adding that search bar with all of the results and everything, right? So for this, we have a pre-built component from Shadcn UI. So this command, right? I'll just go to this command over here. You can see we can type something here and like it will be able to search it. So it makes things super convenient. So let's just copy this whole code up and paste it right here. Let's see. We don't need this command separator and this second command group. Let's move it. Make sure to import all of these things from at component/UI. Okay, so I've imported them. Let's see how this looks now. If I click on add member, yes, something like this, right? This is exactly what we wanted. Let's customize it according to us. First of all, for this popover content, I'm going to say class name is going to be padding equals 0. We don't want any padding around it. Align start and side to be bottom. And also, if you remember, we have this state right here, command open or set command open, so that we can manually open or close it. So for that, I'm going to be having open, command open, and on open change is set command open, just like our dialog. Now over here for this input, let's add a placeholder and the states. So placeholder will simply be searched by name or email, and state will be this search query that we have created right here, right? So value will be search query and on value change will be set search query. Now when the command is empty, we can give some error over here. So I'm gonna use that search query. I'll say search query dot length is less than 2. Then I'm gonna say a paragraph, type at least 2 characters to search. Else we're gonna perform some other operation, right? Now, if the is searching is happening, like if you see right here, we have this is searching, right? When this is happening, we will show something else. We will add another condition over here that if it is searching, then I'm gonna show searching. Else we will have no users found condition. Yeah, something like this, right? And I've given just simple classes over here like padding vertical, padding horizontal, text small, text center, text muted foreground, right? So they're very subtle. Now for command group, let's say heading will be users, and over here we will be rendering all of the users that we get, after searching from our like this search results right here. So we will get these search results, right? So we will be rendering them over there. So I'll say search results dot map. I'll take each and every user, and let me just add conditional chaining over here. I'll take each and every user and I'll render the command item over here. Now for command item, let's just provide a key user.id for the map, right? Value will be user.id, and on select we will trigger a function called add member. So add member will simply add them to a selected members array that we have created right here, right? So let's just create that function. So I'll say const add member, and it will take the user, and inside of this I'm going to say if selected members does not have this user ID, then I'm going to add it to the selected members array, and then we will close that command, right? So let's go on over here again, and now we can render our user, right? So instead of this, I'm going to have a div. Again, it's going to be very simple code, just the name and email of the user. If you want, you can just render the email or name, whatever, right? So I'm going to say avatar, just like I rendered above and previously in this tutorial. And then after this, I'm going to enter username and user email, right? So let's check it out. And also, instead of this ID, you can just say user.name plus .email, or you can say or user.email. So this should work. If I click on add member and say Jack, yes, we can search it, we can select it, and it will be added to the array. But we are not rendering the array yet, so let's render it right here. So it will be pretty straightforward, just like we have rendered it right here. So I'm just gonna copy and paste the code. So let me show you what I've done. I simply added a badge just like before with the key of member.id, variant secondary, and some class name. The avatar, just like above, name of the member, and then a button X. So let's import this X from Lucid React. So it will just remove the member, right, with member.id. So let's create this remove member function, and this will be very simple. We are just going to filter it out. So right here, I'm going to say remove member, and we will take the user ID, and I'm going to say set selected members, and we will just filter out that particular member, right? That is all. So let's try it out. You can see Jack is selected. If I click on X over here, yes, it is removed as well. Great. So below this command or below this div, I'm going to say if selected members.length, if is equal to 0, then we'll say select at least one other person to the group, right? You can see it will give us this prompt right here if we have not added any other person except for us. And then in the end, in the dialog footer, we will just say cancel button, which will just trigger this handle close that we have created, right? And actually inside of this handle close, we will say set selected members to empty if I close this, right? So it does not retain the state. And then we will have a button for submitting our form, right? If it is submitting, you can see it's coming from over here. Then it will disable our button. And also if there are no selected members inside this array, it will be disabled, right? But if it is submitting, then we will say creating and create group. Now let's add the logic of this creating group, right? Let's use this information that we'll get inside this handle submit. So right above, or actually below it, I'm going to create a function called on submit. This will be an asynchronous function, and inside of it, we will get the data of our form, right? So let's just simply console log this data for now, and we'll take this on submit and we'll go to this form right here, and we're going to say on submit equals handle submit, which will come from React hook form, and we'll provide the on submit function that we have just now created. Right now, let's go on and try it out. So if I just open the console, let's enter some random name, some group, and let's select the member and click on create group. Okay, nothing's happening. And that is because we have added this dialog footer outside of this form. So make sure to keep it inside of over here so that we can trigger the submit properly. So let's try it again. And now you can see we get the name Piyush and description, whatever the description that we have entered over here. Great then. Let's go back over here and I'm gonna say a try catch block to make the call. Now first of all, I'll get all of the member IDs over here for the selected members, right? So I'll selected members dot map and I'll take each and every member ID because that is what we need to send to the backend, right? Not the name and all as well. Now let's create the group. So I'll say const, and actually to create the group, we would need the mutation that we have created over here inside of the context.js, this create groups function that we have created, right? So this is what we will be using. So right below this, I'm going to say use convex mutation. Now we're going to be using this. And I'll say API dot contacts dot create group, right? And this will give us the function create group. That's all. Now we will be using this function. So over here, I'll say const group ID equals await. So we will get the group ID returned after we have created the group, right? So I'll say create group dot mutate. And inside this, we will provide the information like name with data dot name from over here. Then we will provide the description and all of the member IDs. Okay, we'll take the group ID and we will trigger this, where is it, on success that we have created, right? So I'll say if on success is there, then trigger on success with the group ID. But before that, let's trigger some success messages over here as well, like toast.success group created successfully. It's imported from Sonar, and also we would trigger this handle close. So I'm gonna say handle. Okay, and if there's any error in the catch, I'm gonna say toast.error failed to create group with the error message. Let's try it out. So I'm gonna go back. It says cannot read properties of undefined reading map. So let's see, what do we have? Is it because of this? Let's just provide some optional chaining and let's see if it's fixed. No, I think it's because of something else. And it's because of this search results.map that we are rendering, because search results are not being populated yet, right? So, okay, let's try to create the group. I'm gonna say, let's say roadside coder team, and description, let's say for our trips, like whatever, right? And let's add the members. I'm gonna add both of them over here. So Jack, and I'll add roadside coder as well. And let's click on create the group. It's creating, and there we go. It's super real time, right? So instantly it was created, and let's check our database. Inside of the groups table, you can see we have this roadside coder team created. Awesome. And you can see it has routed us to this /groups and /id. This looks good. So, okay, let's go back to our dashboard page now, since we have created our contacts page and dashboard page is currently empty. If I see in my deployed app right here, our dashboard displays our total balance that we are owed, along with how much we owe, individual balances, and our group balances over here as well, right? So why don't we go on and build this next? Because this requires a lot of calculations and stuff, right? So let's go and understand how we can build this. So first of all, we will go on and build the APIs for it. So I'll go to Convex, I'll create a new file called dashboard.js. So we will create a few APIs over here. One of them will be to get user balances. So if I show you, you can see we have our user balances over here. Then we would need the total spend that we did this year. Then we would need the monthly spend as well. And also balances for our groups, right? So for getting the user groups. Okay, so let's start with getting the user balances query. I'm going to call it export const get user balances. I'll import query from Convex. Inside of it, I'll have the handler where we will be writing the callback or the function of the logic, right? So I'll say it will be asynchronous. I'll take ctx. Now, first of all, just like we've done over here in the other functions, we will check if the user is logged in or not, right? So I'm going to add this line. Let's import the internal to get this get current user. And now notice, first of all, we want to get the user balances, that is these balances, right? So over here, let me add some comments as well. We need to filter the expenses to only include one-on-one expenses here, right? So now one way that I've already showed you before this is either we can do it using the indexes, which is generally the better approach. Or in this case, I have used this, right? I've just gotten all the expenses over here, and then I'm filtering out the expenses with no group ID and the expenses where user is the pair or user has been the part of the split, right? So exact same thing I've already showed you over here in the get all contacts. So you could have done this as well. I mean, obviously with a little bit of tweaking. So you are aware that both of these things are possible. All right, now this is very important. We will initialize the tallies for tracking our balances, how much we owe, how much we are owed, and balance per user. So now let's loop through all of these expenses. So I'm going to say for const e of expenses. For each and every expense, we will get two details. If the current user is the payer, and what is the balance of the current user in the splits. Now, so we will check if the user is payer. Then inside of it, I'm going to loop through these splits over here. Right, so I'm going to say const s of e dot splits. Inside of it, we will skip users splits or the cases where user has paid, right? So I'm going to say skip user's own split or already paid splits. Then what we get will be added to what user is owed, right? So I'm going to say you are owed, and I'm going to add the amount over here. And then in the end, we will initialize each user's balance in an object, right? So you can see we have this balance by user object, right? So we will maintain it right here. Inside this object, I'm going to say s.user ID, whatever that user is. If it does not have any value, we will initialize it to 0, 0. And then for the owed value, I'm going to be adding this amount that particular user owes us, right? Then else, for this one, else, if it is my split or I have not paid in that particular split, then we will owe it to that person, right? So I'm going to say you owe plus equals, we will add it my split dot amount. We have to pay someone else. And then again, we will similarly update our balances in the end. But this one is for the current user. So I'll say balance by user and e dot paid by user ID, and then add my split dot amount. But wait, this is not enough. We are over here just calculating the expenses, right? But if you remember, inside of our schema, we have this settlements table as well, right? There can be the cases where we have already paid that user some, right? Like some amount. Like for example, let's say that user has to give us $400, right? But they have also added a settlement that they have paid us $100. So we need to reduce those $100 from this $400, and then the net amount will be $300, right? So we need to calculate, like we need to consider these settlements as well. So after this thing right here, I'm going to say get settlements that directly involves the current user. So we will get all of these settlements right here. And again, these are for one-on-one settlements and not for the groups. And one more thing, you can use the same previous way that I've showed you in the context.js. So I would highly recommend you guys to, optimize these queries using that. And some cases, if you're not able to do this, then try to make a habit of using ChatGPT to ask these things. Try to ask ChatGPT to optimize the code and all as well. Even if you're learning from me or someone else, always try to question things, right? What are all the better ways that we can do, or we can write this code better? So simply, we are getting where the group ID is undefined and paid by user ID or received by user ID is us or the logged in user. All right. Then after this, we need to, adjust these balances with the expense balances. So let's run a for loop over here. Simple for loop const s of settlements. And I'm going to say, if we are the one who have paid someone else, then we will reduce what we owe to someone else, right? That means that is all already accounted for. So you can see s dot paid by user ID is equals to user dot underscore ID. So this is for us. And then we are reducing the amount that we have already paid to that particular user. And then we are updating this ledger right over here, right? This balance. Otherwise, we will reduce it from the you are owed variable, right? So I'm going to say if someone paid the user, reduce what they owe the user. So you are owed. We will reduce the amount. And again, update this object right here. Cool. Then now that we have all of the data, let's build the final object or, arrays where that we will be sending to our front end to be displayed, right? So I'm going to say you owe list will contain all the list of the people who owes money, user owes money to, and you are owed list is the list of people who owe the user. Okay. So we will be using this balance by user, right? That we have been building up until this point. So I'll say for const, and we will be taking out a bunch of things. So I'll say of, and since this is an object, let's convert it into an array. So I'll say object dot entries. I will provide this balance by user inside of it. And we need to take out a bunch of things, like for example, this owed and owing. So over here, we will take out the owed, comma, owing, and also the user ID of that particular user, right? So since this will be, converted like a key value pair. So if you remember, if we have an object like this, right? A and I don't know, 2. If this is converted to an array, this gets converted into the key value pair inside of that array of object, right? So we will take out the UID as well for that user. All right, so finally we can calculate the net balances. I'm going to say const net equals owed minus owing. Oops, sorry, I think I misspelled it. Then I'm going to say if net is equals to 0, then continue, don't check, further. We'll continue the loop. All right, let's get that user details now. So I'm going to say const counterpart equals await ctx.db dot get UID for that particular user, and we will form basically the details of that user. So I'll say const base equals user ID, the name, whatever the name is. If it's not present, I'm going to say unknown, the image URL, and the final net amount. Then in the end, we will add it to the appropriate list. So I'll say if net is more than 0, then we will add it to UR owed by list. That is this list over here, right? So we'll push it, else we will add them to UO list. Now next step is optional, but it's good to do. That is, we can sort them according to the amount of highest first. So I'm going to say UO list.sort. I'll take each and every amount and we will sort them according to it, right? So this is completely optional. If you don't want to do it, then you can skip this. Then in the end, we will return all of the balance information like you owe, you are owed, total balance for me, and the user-wise detailed. All right, now next, let's write the API for calculating the total spent in the current year. So I'm going to say const get total spent, and inside of the query, I'm going to write the handler. Let's have the callback over here. Let's make it asynchronous. Now this will be comparatively simpler. First of all, obviously we need to check if user is logged in or not, right? So I'm going to say const user equals await ctx.run query, right? Then after it, we need to get the time of the complete year, right? Get the timestamp for the January 1st of the current year, right? So I'm going to say const current year equals get full year, and then we'll calculate the start of the year. When did this year start? And then now over here is where we will be using this by date index, right? We will be, filtering them out using date. Also const expenses equals await ctx.db.query, and then inside of it we will choose the expenses table, and I'll say dot with index. Index will be by underscore date. Oh, sorry, I haven't taken the ctx over here. That's why it was not giving me suggestions. I was wondering. Yes, now it is giving me suggestions. So date, comma, we will have the callback for each and every query. I'll say q dot greater than or equals to. So you can see it will give you the description along the way as well. So greater than or equals to for this date field, and I'm going to provide this start of the year. So after all of the expenses after this. Okay, so now that we have all of the expenses, we can filter out only those expenses where the user is involved, right? So I'm going to say const user expenses equals expenses.filter. We'll take each and every expenses and we will check if it's paid by user ID or if user is involved in the splits array. Okay, now that we have all of those expenses, let's calculate the total spend. So I'm going to say const total spend equals 0 by default, and then after it, I'll take the user expenses and let's loop through it. So I'll say for each, and I'll take each and every expense, and I'm going to say, first of all, you will find the user's, expense or user split in all of these splits that we have got. So I'm going to say const user split is equal to expense.split.find, and we will find the user split. If we found something over here, then simply we will add it. So I'll say total spend, we'll add user split dot amount, and then in the end, we will return total spend. Yeah, I think that should do it. Let's see if there's any error in the Convex. Looks like there is. So total spend, I have made this as const. It should be let over here. All right, great. Then we have created get total spend over here as well. So after this, we will calculate the monthly spending. So I'm going to say const get monthly spending. Inside of it, we will take the handler, make it asynchronous. Did I make the previous one asynchronous? Yes, I did. And I'm going to say ctx, we'll take the context, and inside of it, again, first of all, we'll check if the user is logged in or not, and also the timestamp of the current year, just like previously. Let's get all of the expenses for the current year. And one more thing, you might have noticed, since this code is similar to this one, right? But why am I writing it, separately over here? We could have saved some queries, right? And the only reason is that I wanted to break this down into separate modules so that I can explain you But in the real world, when you will go on to write this code, I would highly encourage you to, fetch these queries like one time and then return all of the objects together, right? Because all of this is just for one single page, right? So I would highly encourage you to optimize this by merging both of these APIs into one API and then returning the result like total spend and then monthly spend as well. You will see how, as I write this code over here, because similar to previous code, now we will get all of the user expenses over here. So something like this. So generally I'm doing this because I want to make sure that you guys understand it better. All right, now that we have all of this information, I'm going to take an object over here, an empty object for monthly totals, where I'm going to be calculating this. All right, let's run a for loop from 0 to 12 for every single month. And over here, I'm going to initialize a new date with the current year, this year, what the month is, and the first of that particular month, right? So we'll get the month date. And then inside of this monthly totals, I'm going to initialize it to with 0. So that later on we can, populate it. Okay, then let's take this user expenses and I'm going to say for each, I'm going to take each and every expense over here. And then inside of it, let's get the expense date, get the first day of the expense month so that we can add the user's share to the month's total, right? So after it, I'm going to say const user split equals expense dot splits dot find. Let's find the user's share. So I'll take each and every splits and split.user ID if the current logged in user ID. And then after it, if it is found, then I'm going to say monthly totals and month's start will have whatever the value that it already did. So we initialized 0 by default, right? And we will add it over here. Like if we will add the user's split that we took out over here. All right, then in the end, we will just convert this object into an array format, right? So after it, I'm going to say const result equals object.entries. We'll first convert it into an array and then map through it for the month and total, then properly format this array of object with the month and total. And then after it, let's sort the month in the chronological order from 1 to 12. And then we will return the result over here, right? Okay, so we have written 3 major logic. The only thing remaining over here is the expenses per groups. So I'm going to say export const get user groups. I'll take the handler asynchronous. I'll take the ctx. Again, first of all, let's check if user is logged in or not. Then we will get all of the groups in the database where user is a member. Then we will get all of the groups from our database and filter out only those groups where user is a member. We could have, also continued this from over here, the dot filter, but I separated it so that you guys can understand it better, right? Okay, after it, let's enhance each and every group to include the balance information, right? So I'll say const enhanced groups equals await promise dot all, because we'll be making multiple calls over here. And I'm gonna say groups dot map. I'll take each and every group. So I'll say async group, because we'll be making API call over here, right? That's why we're taking async. And then inside of it, for each group, let's get the expenses, right? So first of all, I'm gonna get all the expenses. So we'll be using the index by group, using the group ID, and let's start with the 0 balance, right? And now from further on, we will calculate the user's balance for each and every group. And then also we will, consider the settlements as well, just like we did previously for individual users. So you know what, let me just bring in the code, because this is very, very similar to what we have done previously. And don't worry, I will explain you everything. Right, so I have brought in this code. Let me just put it over here. So you can see we're doing expenses dot for each, right? We're looping through the expenses, simple enough. If expense dot paid by user ID, if equals user ID, that is if it's our expense, we have paid for it, then we will loop through the splits for that particular expense. Okay, let's see. And then inside of it, we will only add those amounts where user has not paid, right? User has not paid, but user is still the member of those splits, right? But if this is not the case, then in the else, if someone else has paid, then user will obviously owe them, right? So we will take out all of the splits, take out the user's split inside of it, and subtract the amounts the user owes to others. So this is like the very final balance. It's not like user specific for that group, but it's very final balance that user owes to someone else in that particular group. Like it can be to multiple people or to single people as well, like single person as well. Okay. Then after it, we will consider the settlements, right? So Let me just add the comment here. Apply settlements to adjust the balance. So first of all, we need to query all of the settlements and try to understand it, what we are doing over here. So I'm saying await ctx.db.query settlements table. Then we are filtering it out. Now this is another way of filtering before fetching the data. So I'm taking the query and I'm saying q.and. That is, this also is going to be true and this is also going to be true. First of all, the group ID will be group._id, right? And inside of it, either of these is going to be true. Either it has to be paid by user ID or received by user ID. If either of it this is true, we will return it inside of this settlements object or array, you can say. Okay. After it, then let's take this settlements and I'm going to loop through it. So I'll say for each. I'll take out each and every settlement and then I'm going to say if user has paid it to someone, then it will increase the settlement amount. If user has received it from someone from the group, then it will decrease the amount of balance, right? So this will give us the final net balance over here and then we can return it to our front end. So after this, I'm going to say return. We will take all of the group's info, the ID of the group and the final balance. Okay. Then finally, after this, we will return the enhanced groups, right? This is what we were populating over here. All right, then it was quite a lot of logic that we understood over here. But again, if you got any doubt in any of these, let me know in the comments down below, or you can, just rewind the video and try to understand, because this is a very important part of the video. And this is something that you will be using in your real world as well when you'll be working on similar logic, right? So cool, then let's go on and work on the front end. So we're here in the page.jsx. Let's make sure to fetch all of our data first, right? So I'm going to use the use Convex query hook that we have created. I'm going to say API, make sure to import API dot dashboard dot, and we will get all of our functions right here. So first of all, get user balances. I'll say const, and let's take out the data and the loading from is loading from in there. And actually, let's rename both of them, data to balances and is loading to balances loading. Similarly, let's get our get user groups function with data renamed to groups and is loading renamed to group loading. Then I'm going to take the get total spend and get monthly spending, right? All of these functions that we have just now created, we are importing them right here. All right, now these have 4 different types of loading, right? So let's do one thing. I'm going to say const is loading and I'll combine both, all 4 of them. Either of them, if it's loading, then we will show the global loading indicator for that particular page. Okay, now inside this div, I'm going to say if this is loading is true, then we can show a div with the loading indicator, right? Else we will show another fragment with all of the other code, right, of our dashboard. Inside of this, I'm going to be adding the bar loader that we have used earlier in this video. Width will be 100% and color will be same green color. Let's give the class name for this div width to be full. Padding Y is going to be 12. Display flex and justify to be center. Inside of this fragment over here, we're going to have a div where I'll put the H1 first, which will say dashboard. Let's just give this some class name of text 5 Excel and gradient title. Right, let's see how it looks. Okay, so it's saying that since we're using hooks over here, this should be a client component. So let's add use client on the top and let's check it out again. You can see we have some loading indicator for the dashboard, and okay, so it's saying that reading some. Okay, if I go to the dashboard.js, here we have used somewhere. Okay, I guess it's this saying cannot read properties of undefined. What did we do wrong over here? I believe the expenses would not have been populated, probably. How about we do this? Let's add a conditional chaining. Okay, I get it. I think it's because we have to write collect over here. We didn't write this, and now I think it should be fine. Yeah, there we go. We can see this dashboard heading over here. Let's continue. So here, first of all, for this div, let's just give this some class name, display flex, item center, and justify to be between. Because apart from this H1, we will have a button over here which will allow us to add the expenses. So I'll say button. Let's have a link tag over here because it will take us to the /expenses/new page. So I'll say add expense. I'll say href will be, let's see if I have imported it. Let's import it from next/link. Import this button over here from Shadcn UI. Href will be /expenses/new. Button will be as child since we want to be applied display flex over here, or you can just manually apply display flex. Let's add an icon along with this plus icon. So I'll say plus circle. Let's import it from Lucid React and let's see how it looks. Yep, there we go. Looks good. Now below it, we will render some cards, right? So let's see, below this div right here, I'm going to have another div which will render the cards. So let's get them from Shadcn UI. I'm going to go on over here to the card page and I'm just going to copy it up and paste it right here. We won't be needing card footer. So let's remove it. Let's import all of these one by one. Card header, card title. We won't be needing the card description, card content. Yep, we have all of them. And this is how it looks currently. All right. Since we are going to be having multiple cards over here, we'll show it something like a grid, right? So I'm going to say class name, display grid column 1 in the smaller screens. In the bigger screen, we'll have 3 columns and gap of 4 between them. So currently you can see, we will just see one card right here. All right. So the first card will be for total balance. Let's make some customizations over here. I'm going to give the class name of padding bottom to 2. For this card title over here, I'm going to give the class name of text small, font to be medium, and text muted foreground. So it looks a little subtle, something like this. Now finally in the card content, we can render the content. So let's have a div over here. Inside this, I'm going to say balances and I'll render the total balance over here. So I'll say total balance. If it's more than 0, then we will render plus along with it, right? So I'll say plus balances.totalbalance.toFixed. Otherwise, we will render minus or 0, right? So I'm going to say or. If it's less than 0, I'm going to say minus and we'll take out the absolute value over here. Balances.totalbalance.toFixed 2. Otherwise, we will just render 0, right? So if you see, yes, something like this. Let's style it a little bit. I'm going to give the class name text to Excel and font to be bold. Yes, something like this. Now after this, we will make it clear to the user what, like if they owe money or they are settled up or they are owed money, right? So I'm gonna render it in a paragraph. I'm gonna say balances.totalbalance is more than 0, then you are owed money. Otherwise, if it's less than 0, then you owe money, else all settled up, right? If it's 0. So yes, you are owed money in this case. So people will give us money. Okay, let's take this card and I'm gonna duplicate it right below this. This will be for how much user is owed. So you are owed. And this will be very straightforward inside the card content right here. I'm going to be saying balances.you are owed to fixed 2 and balance.owe details you are owed dot length. That is from how many peoples are we owed. So this is going to be an array if you remember. If you see, we are owed $1,087 from 2 people. All right. So for the third card, this will be for you owe. And again, let me just bring in the code real quick. This is very straightforward. We are just rendering the backend information in our front end. So I'm going to say balance.odetails.uo.length. If it's more than 0, that is if we owe someone money, if there are more than 1 people that we owe money, then first of all, we will display the balance over here, how much we owe. And then again, balance.odetails.uo.length. And how many people do we owe money to? If not, we will just simply say you don't owe anyone, which obviously we don't. Okay, cool. Now below it, for the main dashboard content, we will display the expense summary, balance details, our groups. So let's just create components for each of these. So below this div right here, I'm going to be creating another div with the class name of grid, right? We will be displaying a grid over here. If you notice, there will be this one section and then there will be another section over here. So grid in the smaller screens, the grid column will be 1 and in the larger screens, grid columns will be 3 and some gap of 6 between them. Inside of this will be for, let me just comment it out, left column. So we'll have a left column and we will have a right column, right? First of all, let's work on the left column. So we will have a div which will display our expense summary, right? Let me comment this out actually. For now, let's just first create the structure of our dashboard. This will have the class name in the larger screens. We will show column span to be 2. That is, in the larger screens, it will take 2 spacing for this grid and this will take 1 spacing, right? But in the smaller screens, we want to take the complete spacing, right? So if I show you, you can see it's taking the complete spacing now in the smaller screens. I'm going to say space Y to be 6, whatever will keep inside of it. For the right column as well, I'm going to have a div with space Y to be 6. Inside this, we will render the balance details and the groups that we have, right? So yeah, this is what our bottom section is going to look like. Let's first create the components for each of these. So over here, I'm going to say new folder, components. First one will be balance dash summary.jsx, RAFCE, balance summary. Second one will be for expense summary.jsx, RAFCE, expense summary. And the third component will be our group list, right? So RAFCE group list. Let's render all of them over here. Then we can start building them. So yeah, over here, first of all, I'll render the expense summary component. Now what all the things that this will need. So let's see. For the expense summary, we need to send the monthly expenses and the total spending, right? This year. So we will get, let's see, we'll get monthly spending and total spend. Okay. So here I'm going to be sending both of these as a prop. Let's see how it looks currently. Yes, we just see this over here. That's fine. Let's render both of them over here. So simply here, I'm going to be rendering the card component. So let's just take this card component from up here, any of the card component. And first of all, I'm going to render it for this one. This title will just say balance details. And I'll remove all of these class names from here. Let's remove everything from inside of card content. For the card title, apart from this, I'm going to have a button over here as well with the link to view all, and it will take us to /contacts page that we created, right? So if we see, oh yeah, we have this icon over here as well. Let's import it. Let's go on and see. Okay, so it looks weird. So you know what, for card header, let's give display flex. Let's give padding bottom to be 3. Does it make it any better, or do I have to use another div? I think I might have to use another div. Or let's just try to add the items to be center and justify between. Yeah, let's see if this does it. Yeah, I think it aligns it properly. Inside the card content, simply we can render the balance summary component, and this will just take our balances. So balances equals balances, which will be coming from right over here. Okay, let's copy it up and render like for our groups. For the title, this will simply say my groups. Button will remain the same. Card content will be group list component, and this will take all of the groups data, right? So groups equals groups. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I think we would need a footer over here as well, right? For this create new group button, yes. So below this, I'll say card footer, make sure to import it. And this will simply be a button just like above, which will say create new group, and it will take us to /contacts, and it will add this flag over here, create group equals to true. So we have not worked on it yet. We'll work on it in just a moment. First, let me see how it looks. Okay, so if I click on this create new group over here, it should take me to the contacts page with create group equals to true. So if this is true, then this should pop up automatically. Let's add this logic before we continue over here, else I'll forget. So over here in this contacts, in the page.jsx, we just have to add a use effect. So first of all, we're supposed to read the search params, right? So I'll say use search params hook. I'll say const search params. So it will allow us to get these params from our URL. And then right over here, I'm going to have a use effect hook. And this will only run if the search params changes or the router changes. Okay, first of all, let's get it from our search param. So I'm going to say const create group param equals search param.get, and this is the variable that we are supposed to get from our URL. And I'm going to say if create group param is equals to true, if it has a value true, then I'm going to open the modal, right? So I'm going to open set is create group modal to be true. And then also we are supposed to remove it from our URL, right? So that it does not get open again and again. So I'm going to say const URL, and I'll get the URL, and I'll delete this search param called create group from our URL. And then finally, we will make use of this router and replace the final URL. So I'll say router.replace url.pathname plus url.search. Just in case if we have some other search params, we will just add it over here, but we don't actually in this case. So this is optional. If you want, you can remove it, but this is for the good practice, right? So you can see it automatically popped up. If you go back to the dashboard, if I click on create new group again, you can see it popped up over here. Awesome. So we have added this logic. So let's go on and continue. Dashboard page, actually, where is it? Yep, right here. So we have created this page. Let's go on and build all of these different components right here. First of all, let's build the balance summary component. That is this right here. So first of all, we will check, like we will get the balances. So balances, and I'm gonna check. If balances is not there, then return null. We won't render anything. Then we will destructure the O details over here. And then we will render all of the people who we owe or who owe us, right? So I'm gonna say const has owed equals O details dot you are owed by length is more than equals to 0. And so we are basically taking both of these as a flag over here so that we can check if both of these are false, then yeah, we are all settled up, right? So that is what we will be rendering over here. First of all, I'm going to say if both of these are false, nobody owes us or we owe to nobody, right? We don't have to give money to anyone or nobody has to give money to us basically, right? It's super confusing. Then we will just render you are all settled up. Let's give this the class name of space y to be 4. You won't see anything because obviously we have outstanding balances. So below this, I'm going to say has owed. First, let's render all of the people that owe to us, right? So I'm going to say has owed, and let's render a div over here. So inside this div, I'm going to have an h3 tag, which will say owed to you. Let's have an arrow over here for demonstrating it. I'm going to say arrow up circle. That is, this is the money that we will get, right? So I'm going to be displaying this with green colors, something like this. Below this, we will have a div where we will be rendering that array, right? So details dot you are owed by dot map. Inside this, we will take each and every item and render it right here. Like we will render a link tag that will take us to that individual expense page, like individual contact page actually. So I'll say href. Inside of backticks, I'll say person / the ID of that person. So I'll say item dot user ID that we were returning from the backend, right? So inside this link, I'm gonna render a div which will render the avatar and the name of the user, just like we have done like a lot of times up until now. Avatar with the avatar image, avatar fallback, and the name of the person, right? Let's import all of this avatar image, avatar fallback. Let's see. Okay, so both of these people owe to us. Then below this div, I'm gonna have a span tag which will tell us the exact amount for that particular person. Let's give this some styling. So for this div, I'm gonna say text small, font to be medium, display flex so that we can see it one single line, items to be center, margin bottom to be 3. Let's see. Actually, this will be inside of our h3 tag, not div. My bad. So yeah, now it looks better so that this is in one single line. For this div right here, let's provide it some class name of space y3 so that we have some gapping between them. And for each and every user in this link tag, I'm gonna say display flex item center, justify between, so it's in the very center. On hover, we'll just show background muted, some padding, and some transition to the colors with rounded edges. And also let's give it the key since we are mapping. So I'll say item dot user ID. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Let's make it look even better. Let's bring the name in front of the avatar. So over here, I'm going to say class name display flex, item center and gap to be 2. So something like this. Yes, this looks much better now. Similarly, we can show the person who we owe to, which in this case is no person according to our data, right? So let's just copy this whole thing up and paste it right here. Instead of has owed, it will be owing. It will be you owe over here, and arrow down circle. So down circle. Let's import it from Lucid React. Text red 500 instead of green. Instead of o details.you are owed by, we'll say you. And yeah, I think everything else should remain the same. So again, you can see there's no change over here since we don't owe to anyone. Also, we can see there's no gap over here in between this. So let's see in our page over here. I actually forgot to give this the styling. So I'll say class name container, margin horizontal to auto, padding vertical to 6, and some space y to be 6 between all of them. So you can see, yeah, now it's proper spacing between all of these. Great. Let's get back to balance summary, which I guess is completed. Now let's work on the expense summary. That is the place where we will be rendering this chart. So for this, we will be installing something called as recharts. So if you just go on and search on Google, this is the library recharts, and we will be using the bar chart over here, right? So if I go to examples and just click on over here in this simple bar chart button, it will give us this example code over here. So let's see, I think it comes pre-installed with Shadcn UI. No, it doesn't actually, we have to install it. I think it's some specific component that uses it. Anyways, let's npm install recharts and press enter. Sorry, I forgot to do -- legacy pair -deps and press enter. There we go, it is installed. So over here, first of all, we would need the access of our chart, right? So you can see they have created this data over here with all of these things. We won't need all of these things. First of all, for one access, we would need the month names, right? Jan, Feb, March. So I'll create this month names array with Jan all the way to December. And for this expense summary, we will just get the monthly spending and total spending, right? Total spend will be for rendering the cards and all of these will be for the charts. So let's prepare the chart data below first. So I'll say const chart data equals monthly spending dot map. Let's just add a question mark over here just in case it does not have the code data. Inside of this, I'll take the date of that item and then return the name along with the amount. So I'll say return name, whatever the name of the month is along with the amount, right? So this will populate us the chart data right here, just like they have done over there. If there's no data present, I'm going to say or empty array. Okay, cool. Then let's get the current year and the month. So I'll say const current year equals new date, get full year. And for current month, we'll say dot get month. Okay, so we have all of these things. Let's go on and render them over here. First of all, let's render our chart. So let's see how do we render it. So let's copy this thing up actually. I'm going to copy this whole thing up. And I think we would render this inside of a card component, right? So let's just first get the card component from Shadcn UI. So let's copy this up and paste it right here. And we don't need the div to wrap it. We will just keep the card component. And now let's get our chart. So copy, and here in the card content, I will paste it over here, right? Let's make sure to import bar chart. Make sure to import all of these from recharts. Instead of all of these things, we will just have the data of chart data. Width and height are correct. We will have a Cartesian grid, that's fine, but not the vertical. So I'll say vertical to be false. Make sure to import this as well from recharts. X-axis, Y-axis. X-axis can be called name. Yeah, that's fine. We are also calling it name. Let's import tooltip from recharts. And tooltip will basically show if we hover on any of these chart like bars over here, you can see it shows us spending with the amount. So simply inside of it, it will take something called as formatter. I'll take the value, which is amount. So value dot to fixed, and the label will be spending, right? So let's see. Okay, card is not defined. So we have to import card header, card title, no need for the description, card content, and we won't need the card footer. Let's make sure we have imported. Yeah, let's import. We actually don't need legend over here, and bar will just be 1, and data key will be the amount. Amount will be how much we will be rendering it, and let's render that green color that we've been using up until now. And let's also import this bar from recharts. And also we need to wrap this whole thing in a div so that we can give it some height and width. Let's give this some class name of height to be 64 and margin top to be 6. Let's see how this looks. Okay, it looks something like this. Great. Let's add those cards on the top. So card title will be expense summary, and rendering the cards will be pretty straightforward, right? So I'm going to simply bring in the div. Don't worry, we are just saying over here is monthly spending dot current month. We're taking the current month's value and just rendering it over here. And then we're rendering the whole like total spend that we were getting from right here from our props, right? So you can like structure it according to you, whatever UI that you want to make. This is just like a simple grayish card over here. Then after this div, I'm going to have a PDAC, which will simply say monthly spending for whatever the current year is, right? And yeah, I think we are done. You can see monthly spending for 2025 over here in our app as well, right? Awesome. Now let's work on this group list component. So this will take all of the groups. So I'm going to render the groups here. I'm going to check if user is not the part of any group or the group length is equals to 0. Then I'm going to say no groups yet. So let's just try to make it true, and you will see that, yeah, something like this. Let's invert it. Now after this, we will render all the groups over here. So let's just first give the class name of space y to be 3, some gap between them. Inside this div, I'm going to say groups dot map, and I'll take each and every group. Inside of it, I'll first of all take the balance of that group, right, that we calculated earlier. So I'll take const balance equals group.balance, and if that group has any balance or not, right, we will have a flag over here as well. So below this, I'm going to say return, and again we will render a link tag over here because we want to take them to that groups page when we click on them. So UI will be very similar to this right here. So I'm just going to take all of those things. So I'm just going to simply say href will be /groups/group.id key, since we are doing map over here, and some class names, just what I've explained to you already, right? Then we will have a div over here. Inside of this, we will have another div which will render the users icon for each and every group. Class name can be height to be 5, width to be 5, and text primary. Oops, prime. Then below it, simply we can render the group name and group.members.length, right? So let's see. Yep, it looks something like this. Let's give this some styling. Actually, let's render the balances as well. So I'm gonna say below it, I'll say if this has any balance, then I'm gonna simply render a span tag here. If the balance is positive, show positive icon, else nothing. And I'm gonna say balance dot to fixed, right? If balance is more than 0, obviously it will be green, else red. So let's see. You can see it looks something like this. Let's give this some styling. So for this div, I'm gonna say class name display flex item center and gap of 3 between them. For this inner div, for the icon, I'm going to say background primary, padding to be 2, and rounded to be medium. So you can see something like this. So great, we have successfully created our dashboard page. Now let's move on to creating these individual contact pages, right? Like if I click on over here, it will take me to /person/the ID, and you can see this page does not exist. So if we see inside of our deployed app, if we, let's say, go to any single expense, or sorry, any single contact, you will see all of the expenses for that particular contact, and also the settlements. If you want to add an expense, we can use this button. And if you want to add a settlement, we can use this button. But before adding both of these, we need to work on this particular page. And that is what we will be working on next. Along with this, we will be working on our group page, which like both of them are very similar. So you can see our group page also has the exact same UI, just some minor differences like members section and this section right here. Right? Cool then. So let's first go on and work on our APIs. So I'll go to this Convex folder right here, and I'm going to create a new file for expenses.js. And now I will show you how you can write more optimized queries by using indexes. Earlier, when we were creating dashboard pages, I showed you the other way around, right? How you can get the whole, like all of the data, and then you can get the data. But now I will write the, optimized code for you guys. So I'm going to say export const get expenses between users, and it will be a query. Inside this object, we will first take the args, and the args will simply be the user ID. What is the user with which we want to get our expenses, right? Between, like these are one-on-one expenses. So I'll say v.id, and I'll say it will be from the users table. Okay, then I'll say handler. Again, we will have a callback over here with ctx and our args, and we can just destructure the user ID from our args directly. All right, so first of all, we're going to check if the user is logged in or not, right? And also we need to check if this user ID that we are providing is not us itself, like us ourselves, because we want to provide user ID with someone else. So we're going to check that. I'll say if me.id is equals to user ID, then I'm going to throw the error cannot query yourself. Okay. Now first step over here would be we want to get one-on-one expenses with either of these user is a pair, right? And if you remember, we have written this something like this over here in the contacts.js page. But this was like more complex because this had like filter for checking the other expenses where there is some other pair. But in this case, this will be very simple. So if I just copy it up and paste it right here, group ID will be undefined because we just want one-on-one expense. Instead of this, I'll say me. Instead of expenses you paid, I'll say my paid, right? This will be easier to understand. And then I'll copy and paste it right here. I'll say their paid. Instead of me.id, I'm going to say the user ID that we are getting from the args right here. Okay, now that we have all of these expenses where both of us are involved in a one-on-one expense, we can merge both of them in candidate expenses. All right. Now next, whatever expenses that we've gotten over here, we want to make sure that we keep only those expenses where this user and this user, both of them are involved, right? Only those expenses, because there can be some other user who is in expense with this person and this person as well, right? So I'm gonna say keep only rows where both user are involved, right? So I'll say const expenses equals candidate expenses dot filter. I'll take each and every expense over here and check the splits object inside of our expenses object, right? You can see this splits right over here, right? We will check inside of it wherever both of the user are involved. So I'm going to say me in split, and I'll say e.splits.sum s.user id is me._id, and same with them in splits, right? We will get all of the data whenever user or them are involved in the splits. Then I'm going to check if for that particular expense I am the payer and I'm also in the splits, right? Same for the other user as well. If paid by user ID is them and also they are in the splits, then in the end we will keep only those expenses where both of these conditions are true, right? So I'll say return me involved and them involved. Now finally we will get all of the expenses where both of the users are involved. Okay, then after this, again this step is optional. We are sorting them with respect to the date. So I'll say expenses.sort and we will sort them accordingly in the descending order. Now third step, obviously we need to get the settlements as well because we will be rendering the settlements. So I'll say settlements between two of us where group ID is undefined, right? So again, this will be very similar to what we have already written like while fetching the settlements. So let me show you. So I'll say settlements equals await ctx.db.query, and we will obviously take the settlements table and I'll say dot filter. All right, so we will take each and every query, and inside this I'll say q dot and. Now we need to make sure both of these things are true. What are all the things? First thing is that q dot field group ID is going to be undefined, right? So let me just put it on the next line like this so that it's easier to understand. And then for the next step, I'll say q dot or. Now in this step, there can be either one of these things that is undefined. So inside of it, I'm gonna go and I'll add this thing right here. So what does this mean? We're basically checking that in this particular settlements, paid by user ID is me and received by user ID is them. And there can be another case where paid by user ID is them and received by user ID is me, right? So these both, if either of these is true and inside this, both of these conditions are true, then we will return it, right? And on the outside, this and this needs to be true, right? So that we will get our final settlements. And then after filter, I'm going to say collect, right? Simple enough. So now we have all of the settlements over here. Let's just say settlements.sort and we will sort them in the descending order. Now after this, I'm going to calculate the running balances or the balance, right? So you can see over here, if I go to a particular person, we are displaying it over here, right? So this is what we're supposed to calculate. So first of all, I'm going to initialize the balance to 0 before starting the calculation. Then I'm going to run a for loop const e of expenses. And over here, this will again be very straightforward. First of all, I'm going to check how much they owe me, how much they will give me. And then I'll check how much I need to give them money, right? So first of all, I'll check if in the case I have paid, that means they owe me, right? So we will take out their share from this splits array inside the expense and I'll add it to the balance, right? But if they have paid, that means I need to give them money. Then I'm gonna reduce my amount from this balance right here. Same is what we're gonna be doing with the settlements as well. If I'm the one who made the settlement, that means I paid them back, so I will add it to the balance. But if they paid, then I will reduce it from the balance. Okay, after this, we will calculate the final payload, right? So I'll say step 5 will be returned payload. Let's get the user information. So I'll say const other equals x.db.get user ID. If it's not found, I'll say user not found. And then in the end, I'll return an object with expenses, settlements, other users information, and the final balance, right? This is all we are going to be needing over here. And there's going to be a very similar logic that we will be writing for the groups as well for getting the group expenses. So let's just write that over here as well. So I'm going to create a new file for the groups.js. Function will be called export const get group expenses. Let's get this query. First of all, in the args, I'll get the group ID, right? So also group ID will be v.id groups. Let's import this. And then I'll have the handler right here, right? It will be an asynchronous handler. And first of all, let me just check if the logic that we've written in that function, does this have any error? I don't think so. Yeah, cool then. So here I'll get the CTX and the group ID from the args. And inside of it, we will check if user is logged in or not. we would also need to check if this group ID is legit, right? So I'll say const group equals await ctx.db.get group ID, and I'll check if group ID is not present, then I'll throw the error group not found. We also need to check if user is the member of this group, right? So I'll say if not group.members.sum, we are finding the user using this sum, that means this will return as true or false, right? I'm going to say if m.userid equals to current user dot underscore id. So let me just show you the schema first before writing this. So for groups, we have this members array over here, right? So inside of this is where we are searching. If user not found, then I'm going to say you are not a member of this group. All right. Now we need to get all of the expenses and the settlements related to this group. So again, simple enough, just like before, we're going to be using this index by group, right? In this case, it will be easier because we have the group ID. So we'll get all of the expenses for that particular group. And exactly the same is what we will be doing for the settlements, right? So I'll say const settlements, and for the settlements table, I'm going to say field group ID, this group ID, using this right here, right? This index right here. All right. So we have all of the details that we need to proceed. Now, first thing first, we need to create a member map over here so that we can assign different things to different members. So I'll say const member details, and we will fetch all of the details for that particular member as well. So I'll say await promise.all. Since we'll be making the multiple API calls over here, that's why we're using promise.all, and I'll say group.members.map. We will map through each and every member that we will be getting right over here in this group, right? So I'll say async. I'll take each and every member. I'll say inside this curly braces, I'm going to say const u for user equals await ctx.db.get, and for each and every member ID, I will get the information. So m.user ID, and then in the end, I will return all the data related to that particular member, right? So I'll say return ID, name, image URL, and role. So this will help us to render all of the data inside of our front end. Apart from member details, let's just take out all of the IDs separately as well. So I'll say const IDs equals member details.map, and I will take out the member ID. Right, cool then. Now, after this is going to be the most important logic of this video and probably the most complex logic of this video. So, you know, to give your full attention to understand this part, right? If you don't understand it in one go, try to rewind the video and try to understand it again. We will be creating the ledgers over here for each and every user by accounting their expenses and also their settlements, right? So let's just say balance calculation step. I'll write in-depth comments over here so that you guys can understand along the way. This is what we are going to be creating in the end, right? For each and every user so that we can render it in the end. So let's create this total object from this IDs array right here, right? So I'm going to say totals, and you can see we are using object.from entries, which is used to convert array into a object, right? So if you see in the final, we will get this following, format. So we're saying take the IDs, and I'm going to do IDs.map. I'll take each and every ID and initialize it with 0 by default, right? So in the end, like we will get something like this: user ID 1, like 0 balance, user ID 2, 0 balance, like whatever the actual ID is over here, right? Now we are going to create a 2D ledger to track who owns how much money to whom. Like if I show you using the comment, this is how a ledger is going to be looking like, right? How much A owes to the B person, right? So if I show you, let me just create it first. So I'll say const ledger equals empty object by default. I'll say IDs dot for each. I'm going to loop through this, through each and every ID, right? So I'll take A for the user A, and I'll say ledger of A is empty by default. Then I'll say IDs dot for each. I'll take B user. I'll say if A is not equals to B, it should not be the same user ID. So I'll say ledger A of B equals 0. So it would actually look something like this, right? Like if we have 3 users over here and we're creating a ledger. So for user 1, for just user 1, we will have an object, right? How much user 2 is going to pay him, how much user 3 is going to pay him, something like this, right? So this is the 2D ledger that we will be creating over here. So first of all, you can see I'm initializing for the first user it to be empty. And then for each and every other user apart from A, so I'm saying if A is not equals to B, I'm assigning the value to be 0, right? Again, until now we are just initializing the value. The actual calculation will happen next. So after it, I'm going to say apply expenses to balances, right? We have initialized our totals over here and our ledger. So let's take an example over here. So if user 1 paid $60 and it got split equally amongst all 3 users in the group, right? So $20 each. What will be the totals? User 1 will only pay his share, that is $20, right? So he will receive $40 like from both of them. So both of them will be minus 20 and minus 20. So this will be our final totals objects. And keep in mind, this is just for one expense. We will be accounting a lot of expenses while writing this logic, right? So this is how the totals will look like, and how the ledger will look like is something like this. For user 1, he needs to pay 0 to both of them, right? User 2 needs to pay 20 to user 1 and 0 to user 3. User 3, 20 to user 1, 0 to user 2. That means user 2 owes $20 and user 3 owes $20 to user 1, right? Cool, then let's write this in code. So I'll say for expense of expenses for each and every expense. First of all, I'll get what the pair, like who the pair is in this particular expense, right? So I'll say const pair equals expense dot paid by user ID. Now that we have the user ID, now we can calculate both of these things using the split array. That is this array. This array contains all the final information, right? So I'm gonna loop through it. I'll say for const split of expense dot splits, right? We are looping through this array, and then inside of it, I'm gonna skip the split if it belongs to this pair, that is us, or the whatever the user is, not us, whoever the user for which we are calculating it, right? So I'm gonna say if split.userid if equals pair and they have paid, then continue, right? Then we don't need to move forward. We will continue with the loop. Then for the next user ID inside this expense.splits, we will get their user ID and the amount they need to pay the other user, right? Then we can finally update this totals object, or this totals right here, right? So I'm gonna say totals of pair, that is this user. For this user is what we are calculating right now, right? So totals of this user, I'm gonna add this amount, and for the debitor, that is this particular user who will give this particular pair, we will deduct it from their ledger, right? So I'll say totals debitor and we will remove this amount. Okay, then finally we will update our ledger, this thing right here, this over here. So I'm gonna say ledger for this debitor and pair, I'll say amount. So we are updating it in that 2D array. Okay, so this will populate our expenses. But what about our settlements, right? We also have settlements. So let's see an example of that. So apply settlements to balances. Let's say if user 2 has settled user 1 with $10. After the settlement, how much change will happen? Let's see. We are continuing after this particular example over here. If they have paid $10, then final ledger, they will not pay $20, right? Now they will only pay $10 and this user will receive $30. But this user remains the same, right? They will still pay user 1 $20. So according to this, we will make the change inside of our ledger, and this is the final summary. Now I think you guys might be able to understand what I'm trying to do over here and why this is such an important logic. Let me bring in the code for this real quick and let me explain you. So we are looping through the settlements, and in the totals, that is this, we are just like, we have gotten this object now. Now we are just updating it, right? So I'll say totals and I'll dot paid by user ID. We will increase the pair's balance and decrease the receiver's balance, right? So I'll say add the amount for the pair and decrease the amount for the receiver. Similarly, we will update the ledger as well, right? To reduce what pair owes to the receiver. So just like this, I'm gonna say s.paid by user ID, s.received by user ID, and we will receive the, reduce this amount for both of them. Now after this, the only thing remaining is to format our data, right? So I'm just gonna say format the response data and create the object for each and every member. So const balances equals member details dot map. I'll take each and every member and I'll return an object from over here. So I'll get whatever the detail that we have fetched earlier. So I'm gonna spread this M right here. And then we will add the additional information that we have calculated in this totals and ledger. So first of all, for total balance, I'll take the totals for that particular ID. The list of people this user owes money to. So I'm gonna say owes object dot entries. I'll take the ledger for this particular user. So m.id. This will create an array out of it. And I'm gonna say dot filter. I'll have a callback over here. So in this callback, we'll be getting the array, right? Since we are using object.entry, so we will get something like this, key value pairs. So we don't need the key, we just need the value. So I'm gonna say underscore for the key, or rather you cannot take anything. And for this second thing, we will take the value, and you only take it if it's more than 0. Only include the positive debts, right? Then we will map through it. So let me just bring in on the second line. I'm gonna say dot map, and let's initialize the to and amount values. So again, I'll take a callback right here, and I'll say to and amount. And here I'm gonna be returning an object of to and amount. So this will give me the list of the people this user needs to give money to, right? Similarly, I will calculate the list of people who owe money to this user, right? So it will be very similar to this. So I'll take the IDs array and I'll filter through it. So I'll take each and every other user. I'll say other of m.id. If it's more than 0, just like over here, that means they need to pay this particular user, right? M. And then simply I'm going to map through it, and I'll say from, and just provide the info of that user and the amount that they need to pay, right? And I completely understand this might be hard to understand for some people, but this is what the real engineering problems looks like, right? Not creating a landing page, not creating a simple landing page, right? This is how you will get out of your comfort zone and become a senior developer when you implement such logics. And again, I know it'll be hard to understand in first go, but try to keep up with me. And if you're having more issues, I would highly recommend you to just take that code block and give it to ChatGPT to explain it step by step, so that you can get even better explanation on top of what I am already explaining over here, right? Cool then. Now finally, let's create a map, a lookup map for the user, right? So I'll say const user lookup map with respect to their IDs. So I'm going to take the member details. So I'll say member details dot for each and every member. I'll say member ID, and I'll assign the details of that particular member, right? So this will be helpful for us for quickly looking up the user details when we need it inside of our front end. And then finally, in the end, we will return all of this information that we have calculated. This was such a complex part of this video, and I was wondering how I will be explaining you guys, but hopefully you guys did understood what I explained you over here. If not, comment down below and let me know. I'll try to help you out in the comments, right? So simply we will provide the group details, member details, expenses, settlements, balances, and the final user lookup map to quickly look up for user details, right? Great then. So we have both of these major functions that we need to fetch the expenses along with the settlements, right? Now there's one more function that I need to write over here, and that is for deleting our expenses, right? So let me just minimize it. And since we are manipulating the data, this will be a mutation. So I'll say delete expense and mutation. Let's import this mutation. Inside this, first of all, I'll take the arguments, and that will get the expense ID that we are supposed to delete. Then we will take the handler, right? Asynchronous, and we will take the CTX and the args right here. Let's just check to see if we are getting any error in our Convex dashboard. Yeah, I don't think we are, because it says Convex functions ready. Cool then. Inside of this function, first of all, we'll check to see if user is logged in or not. And also we need to get the expense and check if this expense is legit or not. So I'll say const expense await ctx.db.get this expense ID. If it does not exist, expense not found. Okay. Now next we need to check to see if user is the one who created this expense, right? Because that user is the only one who can delete it. So I'm going to say if expense dot created by is not equals to user ID, and expense dot paid by user ID is not equals to this user ID, right? Then we'll throw the error that you don't have the permission to delete this expense. Okay. And then after this, finally, we're going to say await ctx dot db dot delete, and we're going to delete args dot expense ID, and we will return success to be true. That's all. This was a pretty simple, logic. And also I have not included this logic to delete the contacts or the groups, like not the contacts, I mean for the groups, right? If you are an admin, you would want to delete, like you would want to have the ability to delete a group, right? And all the expenses inside of it. So I would highly recommend you guys to go and write the same logic inside of the contacts page as well. Like similar logic. If you get stuck somewhere, obviously you can let me know in the comments below, or you can ask ChatGPT as well. So cool then, we are done with all of these functions. let's go on and work on our UI now. First of all, we will work on the one-on-one user UIs. So over here in the app folder, in the main, I'm going to create a new folder for person. And inside of this, we're going to have the folder like the dynamic route for that particular person. Let's say page.jsx. And similarly, we are going to be having for our group as well. So I'll create a new folder. Inside this groups, I'll have the dynamic ID route and page.jsx. RAFCE group page, RAFCE. This will be person page, or you can also say person expenses, whatever. Now, when it comes to this person page, you've already seen we will have tabs interface over here, something like this, right? Expenses and settlements. Before that, we will have this card along with this heading and these buttons right here. Let's create a state for our tab, right? So active tab and set active tab, by default, it will be expenses. So let me import this. And also, since we're using hooks over here, it will be a client component. So use client. Now let's fetch all of the expenses before moving forward. So I'll say use convex query. We're going to use our hook and I'm going to say API dot, API dot, let's import the API. I'll say expenses dot get expenses between users. We will take out the data and the loading. So const data and is loading. We would need to provide the user's param, like which user we want to get it. So if you see, we're in this person page, right? So person / this ID. So we need to get this ID over here. So we're going to be using the use param hook. So I'll say const params equals use params. And we're going to provide it with the args of user ID, which will be params dot ID. Now, just like how we showed the loading in the dashboard and header, we're going to say if it's loading, then I'll show this bar loader from React Spinner. So let's import it as well. And now let's take out all of these things that we're going to be needing from this particular function. So if you see, what are we returning? Returning expenses, settlements, other user, and balance, right? So all of these 4 things, I'm going to be taking them right here, right? Other users, expenses, settlements, and the balance. Also, let's just take one more hook over here, use router. Make sure to import it from next/navigation. And also this use params, right? So router will help us to obviously go to some other page if we want. Like for example, if we want to go to create expense page or create a new settlements page, etc. Okay, let's go down over here inside this div. First of all, let's create the div which will contain the back button, the title, that is the username, and the email along with the buttons. Right, so first of all, for this div, I'm going to say class name of margin bottom to 6. So there's some gap over here. And then first of all, I'm just simply going to have a button to go back, right? So I'll have a button with variant outline, size small, class name margin bottom to 4. And on click, it'll trigger router.back. Like whatever page that we came from, we will go back to that page, right? Let's import arrow left icon over here and let's see. And there we go. It looks something like this, right? A back button over here. All right. Now below this button, we're going to have another div where we will be rendering the user's avatar and the email. So inside this div, and actually let's just first give this some class name of display flex items to be center and justify to be between, because we're going to have the buttons as well, right, on the other end. So inside this div, very straightforward UI, just like we have been, creating up until now. Simply, we're going to have the avatar and the name and the email of the user, right? Let's just import avatar image, avatar fallback, and let's see. There we go. It looks something like this. Then after this div right here, I'm going to be having the buttons for routing the user to the settle page and the expenses page. So over here, I'm going to say a button with the link inside of it, which will say settle up, and an arrow left, right. You can use whatever icon over here, right? And also plus icon for adding the expenses, right? So this will take us to /settlements /user and the ID of that user. If it was a group, then we would have said /settlements /groups and then the ID. For expenses, it will be /expenses /new, right? Again, we have done this multiple times up until now. That's why I'm just copying and pasting this code. There we go. This is how it looks like. Great. Let's render the balance and the expenses along with the settlements below it. So after this div right here is where we're going to have a card component, right? So let's go and take the card component from Shadcn UI. Let's get rid of the card footer. We're not going to be needing this. Let's get rid of card description. For card title, I'm going to say balance. Let's import this card header, card title, and card content. Let's see. This is how it looks like. Now inside of this, simply we are supposed to render that, let's say if it's roadside coder, so roadside coder owes you and this much money, right? If they owe me, if I owe them, then I'm gonna say you owe roadside coder and this much money, right? So pretty straightforward code again. Let me just bring it over here. So I'm gonna say if balance is equals to 0, and by the way, this balance is coming from over here. So if balance is equals to 0, then we are all settled up, right? But if balance is more than 0, then obviously roadside coder owes you. Otherwise, you owe roadside coder. And then in the end, we will just simply render the balance, right? And we're using maths.absolute to get the absolute value till 2 decimal places by using 2 fixed, right? And again, over here, you can see for the classes, I'm saying if balance is more than 0, then show the text in green color, else red colors, otherwise none. You can see something like this. And by the way, I think we need to provide it some containers and stuff for the parent div. So this div, I'm going to say class name, it's going to be container, margin horizontal auto, padding vertical to be 6, and max width is going to be 4xl, so that's not more than that. Yeah, something like this. Let's give some margin bottom to this card so that we can render the expenses and the settlements. And for the card header, let's give the class name of some padding bottom of 2. Yeah, let's see. That's fine. Okay, now below this card component is where we will be rendering our tabs. So let's get the tabs component from Shadcn UI. So this right here, this is what we'll be needing. So we click on over here. Yes, this is working. Let's copy it and paste it right here. Let's import all of these real quick. Tab list, tabs trigger, tabs content, and see, this is how it looks like. Account and password, their default example. All right, so we have created already a state for this one, right? So active tab and set active tab. So we will use it to store the current state of the tab. So I'm gonna say value is going to be active tab, on value change is set active tab. Class name, we're gonna say space y to be 4, and default values is going to be expenses. So it will have 2 tabs. In this case, it's account and password, but we will have the expenses and settlements. So I'll say expenses and settlements. Expenses, we can show how much expenses do we have. So expenses, and then in the bracket, we're going to show expenses.length. And over here, same for the settlements as well. So settlements.length. So again, you can see this is coming from right here. Let's give it some grid-like styling. So I'll say class name to be display grid, width full, and grid columns to be 2. Let's see how this looks now. Okay, expenses and settlements. That's fine. Yeah, over here as well, we need to give the value of that particular tab. So for this one, it will be expenses, and for the other one, it will be settlement or settlements actually. So I'll put settlements over here. Let's give both of these class name of space y to be 4. Whatever we will keep inside of it, they should have space y of 4 between them, right? So yeah, this looks good. Now we will create 2 components over here. First one for the expenses list, and the other one will be for the settlement list. So let's do that. And you know, these components will be common between groups and person page. So we can create this inside of this components folder, the global components folder. So I'm going to say new file, expense list.jsx, RAFCE, expense list. Similarly, we will have one more component, settlements-list.jsx, RAFCE, settlements list. Cool, this looks good. Let's import it right here. First of all, for the expenses list, what are all the things is this going to take? So let's import expense list. This will obviously take the expenses, right? So expenses equals expenses. We will have a prop called show other person. So it's basically not needed in case of one-on-one. It's basically for our, group expenses, because let's say we have, let me just show you directly. So over here, we are just in one-on-one expense, right? So obviously, if it's not me, it's going to be the other person. But in a group, there are going to be multiple people, right? Like 3-4 people. So we need to explicitly tell over here if we, like, you paid or someone else paid, right? Something like this. So you can see over here in the group page, we have this, you paid or roadside coder paid, etc., etc. Okay, so this will be false, and I'll take the other person's ID as well and their details as well. Right, so user lookup map is going to be other user ID is going to be the details of that other user. Okay, when it comes to settlement list, let's import this settlement list. We're just going to be having 2 things, settlements and the user lookup map for the other user. Let's go and build the expense list first. Let's first see if this is, yes, it's being rendered properly. So for this expense list component, we will have some props right here, right? like expenses, show other person ID, user lookup map, and is this a group expense or not, right? So in this case, it's not. So obviously it is by default, it will be false. We can supply it, and we will supply it in the groups page that when we will create that. So we already have the details of the other user. Let's get details of the current user. So I'm gonna say use Convex query and import the API, and we'll take the get current user. We also need the delete expense mutation that we created. So use Convex mutation and this delete expense mutation so that we can delete the expense. Okay. Now, if the expense not present, I mean, all of the expenses are not present, there are 0 expenses over here, then simply we're going to be rendering a card with no expenses found. That's it. Then after this, we can start rendering them right here. So inside of it, I'm going to render all of the expenses dot map. And also let's just give this div some class name before rendering it. I'm going to give display flex column because we want to render it from top to bottom, and some gap of 4. Okay. Now we need to structure our data a little bit, right? Like for example, the pair. If it's us, then we will just refer to us as you, right? That you paid. If it's someone else, we're gonna refer to them by using their name, right? So I'll say const pair equals, and we can create a function called get user details, right? So let's create this function. Obviously it does not exist. So right here, I'm gonna say const get user details, and this will simply take the user ID, and inside of it, I'm gonna return the name, image URL, and the ID, right? So image URL, let's just say now. ID can be user ID. For the name, I'm gonna say if user ID is equals to the current user ID, then it will be you. Otherwise, the name of the user. If we don't have the name, then we're just simply gonna say other user. Okay. So I'm gonna take the current expense and provide the expense dot paid by user ID. And actually, we're not even gonna be needing this image URL. We're gonna take a flag if the current user is pair. So I'll say expense.paid by user ID if it's equals to current user.id. We're gonna be needing all of these things while rendering it, so you'll get an idea why I'm taking these over here. We'll take the like category by ID. So we're gonna provide it the expense category, and this will return us the final category. And let's create this function right here in the lib. We will create a new file called expense categories.jsx, and actually all of our categories will be in our front end, right? So if you go to my GitHub repository, inside of the lib folder, there's this expense categories file. Just get all of these categories that I've written over here. So these are like static categories that I've written that we can use inside of our app, like almost all types of categories, right? Like food, drink, coffee, groceries, etc., etc. And then we have some, functions over here, helper function that I've written that will help us to get the categories accordingly. Like for example, get categories by ID. So we will use this expense categories, and we'll provide the ID, and simply it will return the whole object to us, right? Else we will return the other if this does not exist. If we want to get all the categories, then we'll return that over here. If we want to get the icon for a particular category, then we can return it over here, right? So this is what we will be using. So let's import it. Let's get the category icon for that particular expense. So let's import this as well. And also let's make sure if the current user can delete a particular expense, right? So I'm going to create a function over here called can delete expense. It will take the expense and it will check if this expense is created by the user, right? If current user is not there, then we're going to return the false, that is user is not logged in. Else I'm going to return expense.created by is equals to the current user or paid by current user, right? If either of this is true, then user can delete the expense. So this will help us to render the delete button over here, right? So show delete option equals this. Okay. Let's go on and create it. So I'll say return over here. I'll have the card component. So let's get the card component again from Shadcn UI right here. So I'm going to copy and paste it. We're not going to be needing the footer. We're not going to be needing the description, and actually not even the card header as well. We're just going to be rendering everything inside of right here. Since we're doing map over here, let's just give this some key of expense dot underscore ID. Card content is going to have some padding of vertical 4, and inside of it, we can render the category icon, the expense description, etc., etc. So first of all, let's take our div over here, which will say class name of display flex. Items is going to be center and justify is going to be between, so that this is on the far ends. Like whatever that we will writing, the two divs will be in the far ends. Right. So first div will contain the category icon and these things. So let me show you. It will contain the category icon and the description and the date. So this div will also have display flex, item center, and some gap of between them. First of all, we're going to render the category icon from over here, right? So I'll say category icon, class name, height and width 5, text primary, and it will have some background primary, some padding to be 2, and rounded to be full. So let's see, make sure to import all of these things. There we go. We can see this category icon right here. Then below this, we're going to have another div where first we will render the expense description, and then in another div, we will render the span tag, and along with it, we will render that like this one is for the groups, right? Like we took this thing over here, right? Show other person. So that is what we will be using over here. So also if show other person is true, then we will render who paid over here. So I'm going to say a dot, and if it's current user pair, then I'll say you paid, otherwise whoever the pair is, right? So in this div, I'm going to give a class name, display flex, items to be center, text small, text muted foreground, so it's little subtle, and some gap of 2. And by the way, this format will be imported from date-fns library, which is already pre-installed from Shadcn UI. This function basically is formatting this date in this format right here, like month, date, year. So you can see something like this. Okay. Next, we need to render the amount and who paid, along with this right over here. All the different shares for different users. Okay. So right below this div over here, I'm going to have another div, inside of which we can also show the delete option as well, right? So first we will have a div which will contain the amount and who paid. So the amount will be rendered something like this, like expense.amount to fixed, font medium. For this parent div, I'm going to say class name, display flex, item center, and gap to be 2. Let's keep the alignment to the right side. So I'll say class name text to be right. And below it, notice, if it's a group expense, we are just going to render group expense over here. But in the one-on-one expenses, I'm going to say roadside coder paid, or like you paid, whoever the one was the pair. So over here, I'm going to say if this is a group expense, then I'm going to say group expense, right? Along with a badge over here, like inside a badge over here. Otherwise, I'm going to have a div, and I'll say if it's the current user pair, that if it's us, then I'll say you paid, otherwise the name of the pair. So let's see, yes, something like this. Let's render all of the splits, different splits for different users below it. But we also need to show the delete option. So you can see in that deployed app, you can see we have this delete button over here, right? So we need to render this now. So below this div right here, I'm going to say if show delete option is true, then we'll have simply a button. On click, we will trigger this handle delete expense. So obviously this does not exist. We will create it in just a moment. We will render this trash icon right here along with delete expense. Okay, let's go on top. I'll say const handle delete expense equals, I'll take the expense over here that we are providing from the bottom, and I'll show an alert. So I'll say window.confirm, are you sure you want to delete this expense? This action cannot be undone, right? If it's not confirmed, then we will return it. So I'll say if confirm is false, we will return. Otherwise, we will take this delete expense function and we will call it over here. So I'll say try, and make sure to keep it an asynchronous function. So I'll say await delete expense dot mutate, and it'll provide the expense ID and render expense delete successfully if it succeeded. Otherwise, fail to delete expense, and make sure to import this toast right here. Let's go back and see. Okay, there we go, something like this. If we click on it, yes, we can see this pop up right here. Great, then let's render all of the splits info right here. So below this div over here, I'm gonna have another div which will say class name of margin top to be 3, and text is going to be small. Display flex gap to be 2, and some flex wrap so that they can wrap to other line if there are a lot of people over here. Then instead of it, I'll say expense dot split dot map. Right, we will map through the whole thing. We will take the split and the current index so that we can render 1, 2, 3, right? Let's get the details of the current split user. So we are going to say const split user equals get user details, the function that we created earlier. We are going to check if this is the current logged in user. So I'll say is current user equals split dot user ID equals to current user underscore ID. Now below it, I'm going to say return. Inside this, we're going to be rendering a badge from Shadcn UI. And inside this, we're going to simply render the user avatar along with their name and the amount, just like we've been doing up until now for the avatars. So let's import avatar, avatar image, avatar fallback. And since we have, removed this image URL null from over there, I think we can remove this line here as well, so that we can just show the initials. And also this will be splits, not split. There we go, something like this. So let's add the key of index. If you want, you can use the index to render like 1, 2, 3 over here as well. Variant, if it's paid, then outline, else secondary, right? So the paid user will be outlined so that we can differentiate them from others. The class name will be displayFlex, item center, and gap to be 1. So yeah, something like this. This looks good. And I think with this, we have created this page, this component. Let's go on and work on the settlements tab now. So I'll go to the settlements list right here. And this will take 3 props. One is going to be settlements, user lookup map, just like we provided, and is group settlement, which will not be relevant for the current page, but will be helpful for the group page. So let's get the current user for our help so that we can check and render accordingly. So use convex query and let's import the API. Again, just like previously, if settlements is not there, so if settlements is not there, settlement.length is equals to 0, then we will render the card component no settlements found. Let's import it. Just like previously, we will have component like get user details. Now the UI for this is again going to be exactly the same, just like we've made for this expense list over here. So I'm not gonna go on and write every single line over here. Let me bring in real quick and explain to you guys. So I'm gonna paste it right here. So let me show you what it is. Like, it's exactly the same, trust me. We're just taking the pair and the receiver using this get user details. We have 2 flags over here if the current user is pair and or is current user receiver, right? To check, and we will render things accordingly. Then we have a card over here, and obviously we are looping through the settlements array. We have a card over here. Inside of, first of all, we are rendering the settlements icon, arrow left, right. Then we are checking. If the current user is pair, then we will say you paid whoever the receiver is. If the current user receiver, then we'll say the name of the receiver paid you. Otherwise, the name of the pair and the receiver right here, right? Then we will render the date, just like before. If there's any note, we will render the settlement note. Then if it is a good group settlement, on the right side, we will render a badge with the group settlement. Just like we've already seen this in the expense list component, right? So no point of explaining this again. If you want this code, you can probably get this from my GitHub repo if you don't want to write each and every line over here. But yeah, it's exactly the same, just like previously. So let's see. You can see for UI as well, it looks exactly the same. Cool then. So this completes our person expenses page, right? Now we need to work on our groups page. So if I go back, let's go back to dashboard. Let's go to any group right here and we'll come to this group page. Now this group page, as you already know, the UI is very similar. So let me show you. It will be very easy to build. So over here in the app, main group page.jsx. Let me see what are all the things that will be common between both of these. So inside of person page.jsx. First of all, let's see, we will need, this active tab, data is loading and all of these things. And then we can, tweak them accordingly. So right here, let's paste them and let's see what do we need to change. First of all, instead of this get expenses between user, we need to say get group expenses. And so API.groups.get group expenses. Let's import the API. Make sure to import use state, use route, and use params. Make sure to import these from next/navigations only, not next/router. Okay. Then if it is loading, then obviously we will show the bar loader. Then let's take out the things from over here. So instead of these, I'm going to be taking out the group, members, expenses, settlements, balances, and user lookup map. Just like all of the things that we are sending from over here. So you can see, these things. All of these that we are sending, we will receive them right here. Then inside of this div, we will obviously first of all render the back button along with the group name, description, and the members, right? So let's see what's the difference between both of them. And also, by the way, we need to make this a client component. So use client. Okay, now we should not get any error. Okay, it says that object is missing require field group ID. Oh, my bad. It's because this needs to get the group ID, not the user ID, right? So it should be group ID and params.id remains the same from params. Right, so let's see. Okay, we don't see anything because we are not rendering anything. At least we are not getting any error, right? So what's the difference between both of these pages? So this is the individual page and this is the group page. So over here, we will render the group balances and the members. And here it's just one single card, but bottom section remains the same, right? So bottom sections will at least be the same. But for this top section, this is mostly similar. The only thing is we are entering icon over here, some expenses for a weekly getaway, 3 members. Okay, so I guess this is also be same. So let's just do one thing. So inside of this, we have this div right here, right? Up until this point. I think we will take the whole div from over here and paste this right here. First of all, let's just give this parent div some class name of container, margin horizontal auto, padding vertical 6, and margin like max width to be 4xl. Okay, so let's see. So back will be just the same. Let's import button along with the arrow left. Then after this, we will, instead of this rendering the avatar of user, we will just render an icon over here. So instead of this avatar, I'm going to say users icon, height and width to be 8, text primary. Let's wrap this inside of a div with the primary color, primary background. So this primary is actually grayish background. If you see, it's defined in under our globals CSS file. Then instead of this user's name, I'm going to render the group name. Instead of this, I'm going to render the group dot description. And then below it, we can render the number of group members, something like this, members dot length, right? And these buttons would remain the same, I guess. Let's see. Link is not defined. Let's see. Yeah, link over here. Also arrow left, right, plus circle. Make sure to import all of these things and see. Yep, this looks good. Let's move forward and render the cards below it. So below this div, below it is where we will be rendering the grid layout for the group details. So we're gonna be needing the card component for it. Let me just copy it up. And over here, we're gonna have a div first. Inside of it, let's give this div the class name of grid. In the small screens, grid columns will be 1. In the larger screens, grid columns will be 3. Some gap of 6 and margin bottom to be 6. So basically taking 3 grids over here because this will take 2 grid worth of spaces, right? And I'll show you because after this we will create another div inside of which will have class name of, in the larger screens, column span to be 2. It will take 2 portions of this grid. And inside this is where we will be rendering our card. Let's get rid of card footer and the card description. Let's import the header along with the title. Title will simply say group balances. Let's create some gap between header and the content. So padding bottom to be 2. And inside this is where we'll be rendering our group balances, right? So we will have another component for this. And below this div, so let me just copy and paste it below it. So this is where we will be rendering our members. So I'm gonna say members, let's say members, and this won't have any class name over here, so that this will take the remaining space. So let's see. There we go, group balances and members right here. Now before going on and working on this, let's just render this part right here because this part is already developed, right? So right below this div, let's go back to our page.jsx, and we have already written this code right here, right? From tabs, like this whole tabs thing right here, and we will paste it over here and we will make the changes accordingly. So all of these things will be exactly the same. The only thing changing is this expense list. Instead of the other person ID or user lookup map, we already have a user lookup map. So user lookup map that we have been sending from the backend from over here as well. We won't be needing show the person will be true actually. So true, we will have a prop to say is group settlement true, and sorry, is group settlement will be true over here, and this one will have is group expense to be true. Let's see. Make sure to import both of these along with the tabs as well. There we go. We can see all of these things, and you can see we can see this you paid over here as well. Awesome. So I guess 80% of the work is done. The only thing remaining is group balances and the members components. So inside of this components right here, I'm going to create first for the group balances dot JSX and group dash members dot JSX, RAFCE, group members for group balances, RAFCE, group balances. All right, so let's go on and render both of these components over here first. So in the card content, we'll render the group balances, and obviously this will only take the balances object, right? So import it. And similarly for the group members component, this will take the members prop. So let's go on over here, and I'm gonna take balances and also the current users info. So I'm gonna import it, use convex query, Let's make this a client component. Since we're using hook, use client. Then we're gonna check if there's any balance information available. So I'm gonna say if balances.length is not available or current user is not logged in, then I'm gonna say no balance information available. Let's find the user balance for this group. So I'm gonna say const me equals balances.find b.id equals current user dot underscore id. If we can't find our object, then obviously user is not the part of the group. So I'm going to say you're not part of this group. Okay. Now over here, you might have noticed if we go back, group members is not defined. I guess we have not imported this. Yes. So if we go back, you can see over here in the groups in our deployed app, you can see we have this ode to you and UO, right? So if you remember inside of our dashboard, we had this UI over here, right? Ode to you, like if I show you in my deployed app, in the dashboard where we have both of these things, something like this. So we can create a component which is similar to this one, right? So that is what we can render over here as well, right? So inside of our local, first of all, I'll create the map for the balances of all of the users. So I'll say const user map object.from entries. So we will take the balances arrays and we will create the object out of it. I'll take each and every ID and the balance. Okay. Now we can calculate and create an array to check who are the members who owe me and who are the members whom I owe, right? So first of all, who owes me? So I'm going to take me.owed by, and just to be clear, we can see in the functions that we wrote this logic over here, right? Owes and owed by. So this is what we are using currently. This will have the IDs along with the amount over here, right? So this is what we're using. I'm saying me.owed by, and I'm doing a map over here. We're taking out the from and amount from inside of it. And then we have this user map over here, right? For all the users, different user balances. So we're taking that information from over here, that is the ID and balance, and we are putting it right here along with the amount. And then we are sorting it in the descending order. Same thing will be for whom do I owe. Again, same thing. In this case, it will be 2. If you remember right here, 2 and amount. Okay. We will check if all is settled up or not. So I'm going to say const is all settled up. If the total balance is 0, owed 0, and owing to members length is equals to 0 as well. Okay, now inside the return, first of all, we're gonna be rendering the total balance, and we have taken space y to be 4 so that we have some gap between them. So let's have a div over here with the paragraph which says your balance and text small, text muted foreground, and margin bottom to be 1. For this div, I'm gonna give the class name of text center, padding bottom to be 4, and some border bottom. So you can see something like this, right? Let's render the balance now. So let's take another paragraph tag and notice what I'm doing over here. I'm saying me.total balance. If it's more than 0, then obviously we'll use the plus icon over here along with the $sign. And we are rendering me.total balance.toFixed this. If it's less than 0, then obviously we will use minus me.total balance to fix 2, and we are using mat.absolute so that we can render everything in positive. Otherwise, we will just render 0 if it's settled up. And according to these conditions, we will be rendering if we'll be rendering it in green or red, right? So I'll say class name, text to Excel, font bold. And if it's positive, green, negative, red, else nothing. Okay, let's see. Yes, something like this. Now, below this div, here we'll be rendering that UI that we have already created in the dashboard page. So if you go to the dashboard page, this is the UI that we'll be creating. So I'm going to be going a little bit fast in this section, but I will keep on explaining you what I'm doing. So first of all, if you see, this is the balance summary component that we have already created in the past. So first of all, we are checking if we are all settled up or not. So that is what we will do over here. I'm going to say is all settled up. Then we will render something else. We will have a div over here. If all is settled up, then we will simply have a div which will say everyone is settled up. That's all. Otherwise, in this div, I'm going to take the class name of space y to be 4. And then we will be using this UI over here. So you can see over here has owed, and we are rendering arrow up circle. We are rendering the link and the avatar and the amount right over, right? The only change will be we will not be using this link tag over here. Other things will remain the same. So instead of it, I'm going to say if owed by members.length is more than 0, then heading will be owed to you along with the arrow up circle icon, just like before. Then inside this, we will map through those members. We are rendering the avatar, the name, and the amount, just like before. No other change over here, right? So again, I would highly encourage you guys to try to build these things that we've already built in this project on your own, because that will help you get more practice in this. And you can see this is exactly the same UI. And similar to this, for owing to members, like the people the current user owes, below this right over here, I'm gonna render them. Owing to members dot length more than 0. Everything remains the same. The only thing is arrow down circle and text red 500. You can see something like this, but there's some issue over here. Okay, so Jack owes me this much and you owe, I think there's some circular debt issue going on over here, and I think we need to resolve this because it's considering both of them separately and rendering them over here. So what's happening over here is there's a case where Jack has to give me money, right? But there's another case where I'm supposed to give Jack some money as well, right? So it is considering both of the situations over here, and it has created this value in two different arrays, right? So this is not what we should be doing. We should be subtracting this value from this value, right? So that we get net balances between users, not the multiple repeated balances, right? So what I'll do right here after, getting the ledgers, and actually this is a very real world stuff, right? There's something that a very less tutorials teach you, right? Because there's a very complex engineering stuff and, involves maths and stuff. So people generally try to avoid this, but don't worry, I will explain you everything. So let's take an example over here. We want to simplify the ledger. If user 1 is supposed to give money to user 2, and user 2 is supposed to give money to user 3, and then user 3 is supposed to give money to user 1 as well. So why can't we simplify some money logic over here? Like for example, if user 1 is supposed to give user 2, if user 1 directly gives to user 3, it will reduce the balance to $5, and then their debt will be solved to $10, like $0, right? So yeah, this is how we will be simplifying this. So I'm gonna take the IDs map that we've taken, and I'll do for each, and I'll take each and every ID, and for each and every user, I'm gonna check for each and every other user, right? So I'll say IDs dot for each, and I'm gonna take another loop over here. So we're taking a user ID and comparing it with all other user IDs and checking if this is correct or not. And also we are supposed to, process unique pairs once, right? Like for example, if one user has been calculated with another user, like user 1 and user 2 has been calculated, we won't recalculate them with user 2 first and user 1 later, right? So I'll say if A is more than B, then return. Now let's calculate the net debt between them. So first of all, just like you can see over here, right? We have two different values. So we are reducing them. So I'll say ledger A of B minus ledger B of A. And if the difference is more than 0, that means in the end, user A owes user B, right? So I'll say ledger A of B is equals to this difference right here, and ledger B of A will become 0. But if that is not the case, else if difference is less than 0, then user B owes user A, right? So it will be minus the difference, and ledger A of B will become 0. Otherwise, they're even, right? So I'm gonna say ledger A of B is equals to ledger B of A equals 0. Now you will see, if I go back, yes, that is been reduced from this right over here, right? So yeah, these are very important things that you have to take care while building an app like this. Otherwise, user experience can be damaged. And yeah, with that, our group balances component is done. Next, we are supposed to create this group members component. And first of all, I would recommend you guys to go and create this yourself first before seeing my solution, how I am doing it. Because this is again very straightforward. We are just rendering all of the users with the avatar and the name over here, right? So let's go and see. I'll go to group members.jsx. We're going to take all of the members right here. Again, I'm going to take the current user, and also I'm going to check if there's no members, members.length equals 0, then no members in this group. Let's import this use Convex query, the API, and also make this component as use client. After this, straightforward, we are just supposed to render all of them. So over here, I'm going to say members.map. And I'll take a callback right here. For parent div, I'm going to give this the class name of space y to be 3 so that there is some gap between these. Inside this, I'll have a div. I'll return over here. And actually, before returning the div, I'll check if this is admin and if this is the current user. So I'll say is current user. Then I'll say member ID equals current user.id. And if it's admin, then member.role will be admin. So if you are going to add the delete functionality, make sure to consider that user who is admin is the only one who can delete the group, right? The whole group. Okay, now let me quickly bring in this div because I have done this a million times up until this point, right? We just doing loop over here. I'm gonna say display flex, item center, justify center, and then we're taking the avatar over here, avatar image, avatar fallback, and then we are rendering. If it's current user, then I'll say you. Otherwise, the name of the member. Or rather, I think we can just say name of the member over here. We are already saying you over here, right? If this is the user, and if it is admin, then I'm gonna add the admin tag. So let's see. Member is not defined because member should be from over here. And there we go. We are rendering all of the members right here. And with this, we have successfully created our groups page as well. Amazing. So we have made a significant progress inside of our app. All right then. So now we are going to be creating our cron jobs for first reminding the user of the payment, and second, sending them the monthly insights about their expenditure. Right? Like for example, if I show you, this is what they will get as an example for monthly insights, right? You can see it's so much in depth. So cool then. Before we create the actual cron jobs using Inngest, let's go on and create the logic for generating the monthly insights or reminder of the user. So inside of the Convex folder right here, I'm going to create a new file called ingest.js, and we have already set up Inngest. If you remember, here we will just create the APIs for generating the data. And then after that, we will set up our cron job. So first of all, we want to write the function so that we can send the reminder emails to the user, right? So this will basically provide us users along with their debts. So I'm going to say get users with outstanding debts. Let's import this query function and have an handler over here. First of all, let's fetch all of the users right here. So also this should be an asynchronous function. So I'm going to say await ctx-db.query users table, and I'll get all of the users right here because we're going to be sending email to all of the users, right? Now we need to get all of the one-on-one expenses when it comes to users. That is when group ID will be undefined. So I'm going to say query expenses, and we're going to filter it out when the group ID is undefined, or you could have also used index over here just like before. And I'm going to say collect. We also need the settlements to make the final calculation along with the expenses. And you know what? Let's just create a cache over here, like a map, so that we don't, hit DB again and again every time for every name, right? So I'm going to say const user cache equals new map, and then I'm going to add to this cache. So I'm going to say const get user. This is the function that we'll be creating, and we'll provide the particular user ID. For each user ID, I'm going to check if it is already inside of our cache. If not, we will set our cache along with the details of that particular user, right? And then if we want this ID, if it's already inside of our cache, we will simply return it, right? And no need to fetch it again. So this cache will help us to optimize this function. All right, now let's work on each and every user and calculate their outstanding debts, right? So I'll say for off loop. So I'll say const user of users. Now over here, again, we're going to be creating sort of a ledger, which will look something like this. The ID of that user along with the amount and the date, right? Since when. If it's positive amount, user owes the counterparty. If it's a negative amount, then counterparty owes the user, right? Or the other user owes the user, right? That's what counterparty means over here. So, okay, let's map through all of the expenses now. So I'll say for exp of expenses. Now there can be multiple cases over here. So let me show you. The first case can be when somebody else has paid and user appears in the splits, right? That means user has to return them money. So user owes them money. So I'm going to say if paid by user ID is not equal to the current user's ID and the user is present in this splits array of that particular expense. If the user is not present, then we're going to continue our loop, right? But if user is present, then we're going to do this. We will create the entry inside of our ledger. Now, first of all, we need to check if this entry already exists, if the details for that user already exist, just like I showed you over here, right? So let's say there are two users, user 1 and user 2. So user 1 has to give user 2 some money, right? User 1, let's say, is supposed the current user. So user 2 will be added inside of this object, right? Just like I showed you, the ID of the user along with the amount. And in this case, somebody else has paid, right? So user appears in their split. So user is supposed to pay, user 1 is supposed to pay user 2. So in this case, I'm saying entry.amount and I'm adding this split amount that we're supposed to pay, right? So user owes the other user. And we will add the expense date over here by doing entry.since, right? And adding the expense date. And then we will update the ledger by saying ledger.set paid by user ID and this entry, right? So for that particular user ID, we have added the object. Okay, so this would be the first case. what would be the another case? So I'm gonna say else, and case B will be user has paid. That means other people appear in the splits. So we're gonna simply loop through the splits, right? And we are not going to check the current user. So I'll say s.userid if it's equal to user ID, or we are the one who have paid, then I'm gonna continue the loop, right? We don't want them. But for the other users, we're gonna do the same things that we have done up there, right? But in this case, the other people will owe user, right? So in this case, I'm gonna deduct the amount. In this case, we are adding the amount, right? So yeah, this is for, I guess, the expenses, right? Now after this, we are going to be working on the settlements. So I'm gonna run a for loop for the settlements. So I'll say const st of settlements. And now again, there's going to be two cases over here. First case, when user has paid someone, right? User has given, like, settled something. Then we need to reduce the amount that we owe to that user. So I'm going to say if the settlements, for each settlement, I'm going to say if paid by user ID if is equals to the current user's ID, then again, we will get the entry for that particular user, whoever received the amount. And I'm going to reduce from the amount right here, right? Just like previously, but only for the settlements. But for the other case, else, if someone has paid the user, right, then we will reduce the negative balance that they owed us or the current user, right? So again, we'll get the ledger, and in this case, we will add it, right? So it reduces the negative balance. And if the entry amount is equals to 0 in the end, then we will simply delete that particular ledger entry for that user. Otherwise, set it right here. Cool then. Now we have all of the information. So in the end, we will build the array which we will be returning, right? Only positive balances that user is supposed to pay. So after this, let's see, settlements array, I'm gonna say const debts, and I'm gonna keep an empty array over here, and I will keep only those values, and we will build this list with only the positive balances, right? So I'm gonna loop through this ledger. I'll take each and every user ID, and I'll take the amount and since when they owe us. So if amount is more than 0, then we get the user from, if you remember, this is the cache that we created earlier, and I'm gonna push this information inside the debt, right? The user ID, the name of the user, the amount that they owe, and since when that they owe to that particular user. Now after this, after this, I'm gonna check if user owes something to someone, right? So I'll check if this debt has been populated, right? So I'll say if debts.length has anything, then just push it inside of this results array that we took at the beginning, right? So this will populate the information for that particular user that we are trying to calculate the debt for, and this will populate for all of the other users as well. So now in the end, we will simply return the result, right? And I think that should do it. Let's take this function right here. First of all, let me check if there's been any error in Convex. Yeah, there's no error. That's fine. Okay, so now we will go to lib, ingest, and functions.js, right? This is where we will be writing the function for sending the reminders to the user. So just remove it over here, this example function that we created, and also inside of an app, an API, route.js, we had added this hello world. Let's remove it from here as well. We will create our functions right here, like fresh functions. And actually, let's just create separate files for both of these functions. First of all, for payment reminder, so I'm gonna rename this file to payment-reminders.js. So before writing that function, let's understand how do we write ingest functions, right? So I've given you a brief example earlier, right? That when we create an ingest function, we would create the ID, something like this, right? Like whatever you want to call it, it takes the ID and the name as well. And it takes the event that it's trying to perform. In our case, we won't be needing this. Instead, we would need the cron, right? On how frequent that function is going to run. I'll get to the cron in just a moment. But when we go inside of this function right here, this is the asynchronous function that we'll be creating. So inside of this, we take this step variable. And the step variable is very important to tell us on which step we currently on inside of this function, right? So just to create a step, we do something like this, step.run, we give the ID to that step. It can be whatever ID that you want, right? And then we write the logic inside of it. If you want to input any data, then you would do event.data.whatever, right? So we don't need this in our case. So let's see, if you scroll down, you can see they've given more examples over here. And I would highly recommend you guys to go to Inngest documentation to this leveraging steps over here and try to read more about it so that you will get much better knowledge. But let me show you. So if you do want to do something like step.sleep, create some timeout over here, just like I showed you earlier for the hello world function, you can do that as well. So they have multiple different functions, right? wait for event if you want to wait for a particular event, step.invoke, step.send event, etc. etc. Right, let's see how we can run a cron now. So here we go. Over here in the event and triggers, we have crons. So what are crons? So crons are basically scheduled jobs, right? And there's a particular expression that you're supposed to write, like something like this, which tells us what we are supposed to do, like when we are supposed to invoke it. And I think the best way to write cron is not to go on and learn every single thing about it. Let me show you. If you just go to ChatGPT and just ask, what is cron job? See, it tells you. It contains 5 expressions right here, right? This one is for day of the week. This one for month, day of the month, or minute. If you want to write it yourself, good thing. I would say, try to deep dive into it. And for each and every expression, you can write that particular value, right? But let's say if I want to remind the user daily at 10 a.m. UTC, right? So I can just say give cron expression for daily at 10 a.m. UTC, right? And it will simply give you something like this. And it will break it down for you as well, right? This is for the minutes at the 0th minute at 10 a.m. and every day, right? Every day, every month, every weekday, right? Star means everything for that particular value. So cool, then we will take this and why don't we go on and write it? So right here, let's create our function. I'm going to say export const payment reminders equals, I'll take the ingest import, ingest dot create function, just like I showed you. This is how we create it. Now inside of this create function, first of all, it will take the ID. So I'll provide it with the ID. Let's say send payment reminders. Then we're going to write the cron. So I'll say cron. You can see it gives us this recommended suggestions as well, right? So inside of this, I'm going to write that cron that we copied. And like if you go on over here, say comma, you will see, you'll get a bunch of things right here. And I've covered a lot of these things in my previous videos as well, where I've talked about ingest or used ingest like in, finance app, like my AI career clone as well, right? So a lot of apps that I've created using ingest contains different features about it, right? You can also add rate limiting and stuff as well. Well then, after this, I'm going to write the asynchronous function. So I'll say async, and we will take the step over here, just like I showed you, and this will be a callback. All right. Now, first step is to fetch all of the users who are in debt, right? Basically. So over here in ingest function, we just created this function right here, right? So that is what we're going to do. And over here, we need to create a separate, instance of convex. So I'll say const convex equals new convex HTTP client. So this will not be the React client. This will be the HTTP client, since it's going to be working using this API route, right? And here we can simply provide with the API key. All right, now let's just fetch all of the users that still owe money, right? So I'm going to say const users equals await step dot run, and then you can give it some unique ID. And then inside of it, simply I'm going to run the query just like this. Simple enough. Now that we have all of this information, we can go on and start building and sending the mail for each and every user. So I'll say const result equals await step dot run. Let's call it send emails. Inside of it, I'll say async, and I'm going to write this function right here, and I'll say return promise dot all, because we're going to run multiple calls over here. By multiple calls, I mean we're going to be sending emails to multiple users, right? So I'll say users, this users array dot map, and I'm going to create my email over here. Right, and this is going to be simple in HTML. So let me show you. I'll take each and every user right here. Inside of it, for each and every user, we have debts array, right? So if I go on over here, you can see we have this debts array for each and every user. So we're going to use it and create the table. So let me bring it in. It's just very simple HTML. So something like this. I'll say const rows equals u.debts.map. I'll take each and every debt, and I'm going to say d.name and d.amount for that particular user, right? So it will create a tabular format for us for our email, right? And then I'm going to join these tables rows. All right, let's move forward. And we need to check actually, if we don't have anything inside these rows, then I'm going to skip this user. So I'll say return user ID equals u.id skipped to be true. All right. Next, we're going to write some basic email to that user, right? So I'll say const HTML equals, I'll have some h2 over here, splitter, payment reminder, and I'll say hi, whatever the username is, you have the following outstanding balances, and I'll create a table. inside of this, we will be rendering like these rows that we have over here. This one is for the heading, right? To and amount. So this is what we have inside of this rows, right? And then in the end, we'll say, please settle up soon and thanks. Right now, finally, we have everything right here. We have this HTML for the email, but how do we send this email? We'll be using a service called as Resend, right? And I've showed you in my previous project tutorials as well, but don't worry, I'll show you again. I'll say resend.com and just simply click on sign in, and I'm gonna sign in with Google. There we go. We are in. To create our first email, or to basically use it inside of our app, we need to add an API key. Let's click on over here. We have this API key right here, right? You can take it and you need to provide it right here. So what I'll do, I'll just copy it up, go back to my app inside of this environment variables, and I'll say resend underscore API underscore key equals, I'll provide the API key right here. Okay, what's the next step? So we're supposed to install this Resend package. All right, let's do that. I'll go to my terminal, npm install resend. Okay. Then to send it, we just simply have to say resend.emails.send and from to subject HTML. Okay, so you know what? Let's write this logic inside of a convex function. I think that would be much more helpful. And also we need to say -- legacy pair deps, else this will fail. So I'll go to this folder convex. I'll create a new file email.js. And I'll create a very simple function right here, which will be used for sending the emails, right? So let me bring in that function real quick. It's very straightforward. Trust me, I'm not just blindly copy and pasting code right here. See, I'm just saying const send email, and this will be an action which will be imported from convex. I showed you we have query, we have mutation, and then we have this action over here, right? This is the action to send email using resend. So again, in the args, just like we've done up until now, we will take some things. I'll say to subject, HTML, text, and also our API. So we will first initialize resend, just like we've seen in the documentation, just like this. And then we will say const result equals await resend emails.send from, and you have to use it. Like if you are on their free plan, you have to use this email right here, right? This one is for testing or development purposes only. And I'm going to say to subject, HTML, and text. We'll provide all four things right here, just like they have done right here. Then if you want to test, you can just say console log over here. I'll just remove this console log. In the end, you'll just say return success to be true and ID to be result.id. This will be optional step since the email will be sent. So you can just return success true over here. And we will also catch the error, right? Simple enough. Nothing fancy going on over here. So this is the function that we will be using over here to send the email over here, payment reminders. So I'm going to have a try catch block. So try catch block right here. Inside of try, I'm going to say convex dot action. So convex is going to be this thing that we have created, and I'm going to perform the action api.email.send email. So let's import API, and send email is the function that we just now created. This function right here. For this is it will take to subject, HTML, and our API key. And when this is done, we can just return user ID along with success true. In the catch, we need to handle the error. So I'm going to say return user ID, success false, and error. So these are all the things which will be useful for ingest. Right, and let's see. Let's try to send a test email. There we go. We got this email right here. Congrats on sending your first email. Great then. I think most of the things are done. So in the end of this function right here, after this step is done, we have the result, right? We can return the results of our, like basically after sending the email. So I'm going to say return processed. These many emails were processed. Successes, how many emails were succeeded. So I'll say result.filter r.success that we're returning over here, and how many emails failed over here. And actually this will be, I'm gonna copy it up. This will be after the return, right? So after this thing right here. Yep, looks good. Let's go on and try it out. So I'm gonna go to my terminal and let's run the ingest server by doing this npx ingest-client at latest dev. Press enter and it will tell us if there's any error. And by the way, this should be results, not result. All right, our server is running. Let's open it up. If I click on functions right here, okay, we cannot see anything. I think there's some error inside of our app. It's because we have not provided this function inside of our API. So go back to this route.js and paste this right here and import it from this file, right? Let's see now. Yes, one function found. This is the function. Let's click on invoke and click on invoke function. Let's see, finger crossed, if this works or not. Okay, looks like it failed. Some error occurred. CTX is not defined. Okay. So over here in ingest, I believe, yes, we have not taken CTX over here. Let's try it again. So where is it? I'm gonna cancel it. Let's click on rerun. Let's see what else, what happened now. I think it's the same thing. So instead of running from over here, I'll go back to right here and click on invoke function. Yeah, I think now it's successful. Great. Let's go on and check our email. And yes, we have this email right here. You have pending payments on Splitter. Awesome. And we're supposed to pay Piyush Agarwal this much money. Amazing. So we have successfully created our remind payments functionality or remind payments cron job. This will run every morning at 10 a.m. Right. All right. Let's go back to this ingest.js file right here, and let's create the function for generating the insights for the users. So there are actually two functions that we'll be creating over here. First one will be to get all of the users for which we are supposed to generate the monthly insights, and the second one will be used for generating the actual monthly insights. Right. So this one will be to get users with expenses for AI insights. So I'll say handler async. I'll take the CTX. Inside of it, I'm fetching the users right here, and results array will be empty, or the result array will be empty. So we are only supposed to get those users who have the expenses in the previous month, right? Because we are supposed to generate the insights for the previous month that we will be providing in the next month on 1st of that next month, right? So I'm going to say get current month start. So I'll say const now equals new date, and for the previous month, we'll initialize it with this current date, and I'll say set month to be now.getMonth -1. So now we will get the month start of the previous month, right? So over here, we're going to say 1 month ago.getTime. All right, let's loop through all of the users. Say user of users. We need to only get those expenses over here for that user, where user is the pair, right? Because user is spending. So that is how we will be creating the spending insights from the expenses where user is spending. So I'm going to say const paid expenses equals await ctx.db from the expenses table. And I'll say with index date for this month start for this particular user. And I'll say dot collect. Now we need to get all of those expenses where user is in these like splits array, right? So I'm going to say const all recent expenses equals await ctx.db query.expenses from the table. I'll query it from the date and get all of the expenses. And now after this, I'm going to get all the split expenses, right? So I'll say const split expenses equals all recent expenses dot filter out those only where user is part of the splits, right? Finally, that we have this data, we'll combine both of them, right? So I'm going to say const user expenses, and I'll create a set so that there are no duplicate expenses. So we will get the final user expenses right here. And if the user expenses are none for the previous month, then we're not going to do anything. But if they are more than 0, like dot length more than 0, then only I'm going to push the result over here, right? And after this, in the end, I'm going to say return result. All right, so we have this. Now after we will get all the users from over here, let's create another function, and that would be to get user monthly expenses, like for the insights. And the exact role of this function is to, return things like the category user is spending on, date, like description, date, if user is pair or not, if it's part of any group or not, etc., right? So multiple things, not just the ones that we have previously fetched. So first of all, for the args, let's first import this v over here. So I'll say we're gonna import the exact user's ID, and then inside of the handler, I'm gonna take the ctx and the args, and same thing again. We're gonna say for the previous month, I'm gonna get the date of the previous month. I'm gonna get all of the expenses right here. And the reason why I'm doing this again is because there can be users who don't have any expenses, right? So why would we make the queries again and again for those users? So no point of that. Now we need to filter for the users where the expenses is involved. So there's another way of doing this. So I'm getting all of the expenses right here, and then I'm filtering out where user is involved. So if is involved, where user like expense.paid by user ID is equals to args.user ID, or if the user is involved in the splits, right? Then obviously the user is involved. So we will get all of the user expenses. Then in the end, we will format these user expenses and return. So I'm going to say const user split equals expense.splits.find, and we'll find that expense. We'll find the split, and we will get the amount from over here, right? So we will provide it to the amount section. We'll get the description, category, date, if the user is pair or not, and if it's part of a group or not. Now, obviously you could have combined it with this, but to make the explanation easier, I, separated both of these functions right here. All right, then let's create a similar ingest function over here. I'm gonna say new file spending dash insights.js. Now over here, we're gonna be using the AI, right? And to use the AI, we need to get the model as well. So I'll just simply Google Gemini API key, right? Go on over here, and this is where you will get the API key. So click on create API key. You can select any of your projects or create a new project over here. I'll select one of mine and create API key and copy this API key from over here and go to your .env file and paste it. And we're going to call it Gemini API key, right? Simple enough. Let's go back over here and you know what, let me just copy and paste this function over here again so that we can make the changes according to us. I'll just remove everything inside of this step. Yeah, just like this. And now we can work on it. So this one will first of all be called spending insights. Let's give it the ID and name as well this time. So I'll say generate spending insights, and ID can whatever we like, whatever name and ID that you want. Let's initialize our Google AI model over here. So I'm going to say const gen AI equals new Google generative AI. So this needs to be installed. So this function, I'm going to install it. So I'll say npm install at google/generative-AI and press enter. And I think we need to do that -- legacy -peer -deps and press enter. There we go. Now coming back to this, for this cron, this will be executed first of every month, right? So again, you can use ChatGPT to get this cron expression. And inside of this, let's start writing it. Oh, by the way, we have to import it. I forgot. Let's import it. And also we're supposed to get the model, right? So we're going to be using this GenAI object right here. I'll say model equals GenAI dot get generative model, and you can get all of the models right here, right? So I'm going to be using 1.5 Flash because that is something like that is the model that provides us a lot of usage. If you want, you can use 2.0 Flash as well, but this should be good enough for our use case. Now let's get all the users with the expenses this month. So basically using this function. So I'm going to say const users equals await step dot run fetch users with expenses, right? So for this step, I'm just simply going to call this query. And I think, yeah, API is already fetched, imported, and get users with expenses. Okay. After that, after we have all of these users, we're going to iterate through them. And for that, we're going to be creating a results array. After this, I'm going to say for of function, let's say user of users. I'm going to get the expenses for all of these users last month expenses, right? So I'm going to say const expenses equals await step.run. I'll say expenses for that particular user. And again, I'm going to call this function right here with these args of user ID. If there are no expenses for that user, then continue. Now, let's create the data for the prompt that we are going to be providing for Gemini API or to Gemini APIs. Also const expense data equals JSON.stringify. So we're going to be providing an object over here, right? So I'm going to be providing all of the expenses for that user. I'm going to be providing the total spend, which will basically add all of these expenses using reduce function right here. So you can see some e.amount. We will start from 0 and we will add it. And also we will add all the categories right here. So also categories for all of these expenses you've already seen. We have inside of the expenses object, we have categories. So I'm going to say reduce. By default, it will be an empty object. And I'm going to say for each and every category, I'm going to check if there's any category, then we're going to use it. Else we're going to say uncategorized. And inside of this, I'm going to add the total amount for that particular category, right? Okay, so we have this expense data right here. Then after this, we're going to be writing the prompt. So prompt is going to be pretty big. So I would say you can go to my GitHub repository right here. Inside the lib, ingest, and spending insights. This is the prompt that we're going to be using, right? So make sure to copy it up and paste it right here. If you want to create some other prompt, you are free to obviously do that as well. Right, so prompt will simply be as a financial analyst, review this user's spending data, blah, 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 focus on spending patterns, format your response in HTML for the email. And then over here, we're going to be providing this expense data that we have created right here and convert it into the string, right? And we're going to say that provide all of this information for this spending data. All right, so now that we have finally our prompt, we can provide it to Gemini API. So inside of the try catch block, I'm going to say const AI response. Now, typically, if you want to do this, you're going to say generate content, stuff like that. But we're going to be doing that. But for AI related steps, Ingest provides us with a special object. So I'll say step dot AI. You can see AI tooling for running AI models and other AI related tasks. Dot wrap. So this is much more efficient while, instead of running individually. So I'll say wrap, and I'm gonna call it Gemini. Inside of this, I'm gonna say async. I'll say model dot generate content, and I'll provide the prompt right here. So P is for the prompt. So how do we provide this the prompt? So I'll say comma prompt. This is the prompt that we've created right here. All right, so this should return us with the HTML body, right? But we have to, format it a little bit. So I'll say this is the AI response that we'll get. So I'll say AI response dot candidates 0th index. I'll take out the content and the 0th index for part. So you'll be confused over here. So basically this is something that I've taken from Gemini's documentation, and this is how you can get from the response. You can just go on and explore right here in the documentation for the Gemini, right? All right, now that we have it, we need to send the email. So I'll say await step.run. I'm gonna say for email, right? Just like before, for a particular user, I'm gonna have a callback function right here. And just like before, this callback function will simply contain convex.action, that send email function that we created, to whatever the user email is, subject for that email, HTML that we're getting right here, along with the h1 and some PDAG that I've included here, and our API key, right? That's all. And whatever results that we get over here, we're gonna be pushing them over here. So I'll say result.push, user ID is this, and success is to be true. And for this, for error results, I'm gonna push the failure, right? So I'm gonna say success to be false. And in the end, I'm gonna say the number of processed email success and failed, right? Let's see if anything went wrong in the Convex. It doesn't look like it. Yeah, okay, then let's go on and try to run it. So I'm here in ingest and functions. Okay, so we have not added it to our route. So let's take this and go to route.js. I'll paste it right here. Let's import it and go back. There we go. We have another function, generates pending inside. If I click on invoke and invoke function, you're gonna notice for API, like for AI related step, it will specifically show us that it's making the call to Gemini API. If you were not supposed to use this step from ingest, then it would have not shown you the exact information on what it's trying to do over here. So you'll notice. So see, it has this Gemini step with the prompt and everything, and now it's sending the email along with these expenses and all, right? You can see. And also, if you want to see what output Gemini gave us, they have this output tab over here. You can see this is how I took out the data from inside of it, from content, parts, and this text is what we were getting as a response. So yeah, this is super helpful function from ingest, right? So let's see if we have gotten this email. And yes, we did. This is the email that we're getting now. Amazing. So notice these are some things that you don't get to see in all of these tutorials on YouTube, right? These are the complex engineering topics that we discuss on this channel. So make sure to hit that subscribe button right now and also like this video. Now, next, probably something that you guys might have been waiting since the start of the video is the ability to create our expenses. And I had to put it this late in this video so that you guys can have in-depth knowledge about Convex and all of these things that we are working with, right? Now you can easily understand this complex logic. So if I click on add expense, it will take me to /expenses/new, which page does not exist right now, right? And now we're going to be creating this. So first of all, I'm going to go right here in the Convex in the expenses.js file. So first of all, let's go on and see how this form is going to look like, right? So this is the one inside of our deployed app. So you can see we have individual expenses and we have group expenses tab, right? So when it comes to individual expenses, if you click on add person, let's say add roadside coder over here, you can see it has been added, and that add person button is now gone because this is just going to be for one-on-one, right? And over here, you can add whatever description or amount or category or date you like, right? As soon as you enter the amount, let's say $100, you can see this will appear with the breakdown, right? Now, if you want, you can also change this by selecting percentage, right? Amount of percentage, and make sure that it is 100% in the end, right? It should not be more or less than that. Same with exact amount. Like if I say this user will pay 60 and this user will pay 40. So now it's added to the 100% amount, right? Something like this. So this is for the individual, and for the group expenses, we will choose the groups over here, whatever we are part of. Let's say if I selected weekend trip, As soon as I select it, it will show me paid by, and we can select all of the members inside of that group, right? Who paid by, who paid that expense, and then again, it's absolutely the same. You can enter the amount and it will get split along with them. And then you can, among them, so you can create by clicking this create expense button, right? Pretty straightforward. Let's go on and see how we're gonna create the APIs first. I think we're gonna be needing two APIs, one for like create expense API, and the other one is for fetching the groups right here. So over here in the expenses.js, right over here, I'm gonna be creating a mutation, right? Let's import this mutation. I think it's already imported. Yeah, because we have written delete over here. So it's going to be called create expense. And what are all the things that this will be taking? So this will be pretty big. So inside of this args object right here, it will take a description, amount, which will be number, and this will be string, category, which will be optional, but it will be of type string, date, paid by user ID, again, type of ID users, split type, it can be either of these three, and this splits array, which is going to be an array of object containing user ID, amount, and paid. Right, and also group ID. If this is not present, obviously this will be undefined. Like for one-on-one expenses, this will be undefined. That's why we have kept this optional right here. Okay, so after this, I'm gonna say handler, sync handler. So first thing first, we are supposed to check if user is logged in or not. Right, so again, we're gonna do the same thing that we've done. Let's take the CTX over here and args. If user is logged in, we're gonna move forward. Now we're gonna check if this is an individual expense or a group expense, right? And according to that, we will modify our logic. So I'm gonna say if group ID is present, then we're gonna fetch the details of that particular group, right? So I'm gonna say await ctx.db.get, and we're gonna provide the group ID from our args, right? This group ID right here. If group is not found, then I'm gonna say I'm gonna throw the error group not found. Okay, now next verification step would be to check if user is part of that particular group, right? So I'm gonna say is member group.members.sum. I'm gonna check in the members array if user is part of that group. If they are, their ID found, then fine. Else, if they're not the part of that group, then I'm gonna say you are not member of this group. Okay, right? So we have verified this. Now let's move forward. Now we are going to be adding this logic in front end, as I showed you that these. Wait, let me show you. So if I enter this, these should add up. Wait, let me just add another user. These should add up to be 100% of that amount, right? Right now, like for example, it's 114 or it's less than 100%, right? So it should add up to be that particular amount. So we will add this check in front end, but let's add this check in back end as well, right? So I'm going to say verify the splits add up to total amount with the tolerance for floating point issues, right? We're going to ignore that. So I'm going to say dot reduce and I will sum this up, right? For the tolerance, I'm going to add 0.01 tolerance, and then I'm going to check total split amount minus args amount. If it's more than tolerance, then I'm going to say split amount must add up to total expense amount. All right. Now, finally, we're going to go on and create the expense. So I'm going to say const expense ID equals ctx.db.insert expenses. And then we're going to provide all of these things to our database, like description, amount, category, date, blah, 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 all of these things along with the splits as well, right? So we will structure all of this data from our front end and we will provide it to the back end, right? So you will understand as we go on to, create this in our front end. And then in the end, we're going to return the expense ID for which this has been created. Okay, simple enough. Another API, as I mentioned, that we need to create is to inside of this groups.js file. Let me just shrink it a little bit. This is the API, to get the group's information or get group or the members of that group, right? Okay. So I'm going to say export const get group or members. Inside of it, I'm going to get the ID of that group, right? So if group ID is not provided, I'm going to get all of the groups where that particular user is a member. Okay. Now after this, I'm going to say handler. It will be an asynchronous function ctx and args. Let's check if user is logged in or not. And we're going to make two API calls over here. So first of all, get all groups where user is a member. So I'm going to say ctx.db.query groups, and I'm going to get the groups. And then inside of it, I'm going to check for each and every group. I'll check if member array contains the user ID, right? Simple enough. Then if the group ID is present, so I'll say if args.group ID present, I'm going to fetch that particular group. So I'll say const selected group equals user groups dot find these amongst these groups over here. I'm going to find the group with the group ID and return it, right? If selected group does not present, is not available, right? So I'm going to say group not found or you're not a member. Then after we have the details, we're gonna fetch the second API that is going to be for the the details of the members of that group, right? We're gonna populate that. So I'm gonna say const member details equals await promise.all, and we're gonna be making multiple API calls for fetching the users over here, right? So I'm gonna say selected group dot members dot map. For each and every member, I'm gonna say ctx.db.get. I'm gonna enter the user ID, so we will get the information and we will return the information, right? Simple enough. Now inside of it, below it, we're gonna filter out if there's any null values, right? Just in case if a user was deleted. So I'm gonna say const valid members equals member details dot filter if member is not equals to null. Then we're gonna return the selected group, right? So I'll say return selected group and then the information of that particular group. Then all of the groups along with their information, right? Member count and everything. But if that is not the case, if args.group ID is not present, then I'm gonna say else. Just return the list of groups without the member details, right? We just need the group because it has not been selected yet. We have not gotten the group ID, right? So this will help us optimize these queries. All right, then we have created both of these API calls right here. Let's go on in our front end and build this page. So inside of our app main, I'm going to say expenses /new, right? So inside this new folder, I'm going to create page.jsx. I'm going to say RAFCE new expense page. After the expense is created, we need to route the user to other page as well, right? So I'm going to use the router, like use router hook over here, import it from next/navigation, and make sure since we're using hooks over here, it's use client. Okay. Inside this div, I'm going to have two divs, and actually one div which will contain the heading and the paragraph, and the other will be the card which will contain our form, right? So over here inside of this div, first of all, I'm going to have the h1 for add new expense, and then I'm going to have the p tag for recording a new expense to split with others, right? Simple enough. Text muted foreground just like we've done in other pages, and gradient title. For this parent tag, I'm going to say container max width is going to be 3xl, margin horizontal to be auto, and some padding vertical. And let's give this div some margin bottom over here as well, because below this I'm going to have a card component. So I'll say card. Let's import it inside this card content. Both of these things is the only thing that we will be needing over here. And let's have a tabs component right here. Let's first of all see how this looks. Yes, something like this. We're going to take the tabs from Shadcn UI. So this, let's copy it up and paste it inside of it. Make sure to import it. Tabs, tabs list, tabs trigger, tabs content. For the trigger, we're going to have two things, individual and group expenses, just like I showed you. Let's change these values to individual, and the other one will be group. Both of them will have margin top to be 0. We don't want any gap between both of them. And just like we did in that expenses page, I'm going to add class name, grid, width to be full, and grid columns to be 2. We're going to have 2 tabs over here, which will be full. Default value over here, by default, we're going to open the individual, right? So I'm going to say individual, and class name, let's give this some padding bottom to be 3. Let's see. Let's refresh this. Yes, now it is selected, and yes, we can see it properly. Great then. Inside of both of these right here, we're going to have the expense form component, which obviously does not exist. So something like this, expense form, but it will be rendered differently because we're going to supply the props accordingly, right? So it will be of type individual. For this one is going to be of type group, right? So according to that, it will render for us. And on success, that is on expense created, we're going to push it to that particular page, right? So in this case, it will be /person/id, but in this case, it will be /groups/id. Now let's create our components folder right here where we can create this expense form. So I'm going to say expense-form.jsx, RAFCE expense form. We're going to take type over here and on success. Let's see how this looks. Oh yeah, we have not imported it right here. So let's make sure to import it. And now let's see. Okay, yes, both of them have expense form, nothing different. But now we're going to be creating form over here, right? And again, we're going to be making the use of React hook form with Zod validation library. So first of all, let's go on and create the schema for it. I'm going to say const expense schema equals z, import it from Zod, and also let's just make it a client component, use client z.object. Inside this, let's structure our form. So our form will contain first of all the description. So description will be z.string and minimum will be 1 character, else this will give the error description is required. Next, we're gonna have amount, but amount will have a little bit of extra validation. So first of all, it will be a string, at least 1 character, right? Then we will refine it. First of all, we'll convert it into floating point and then check if the value is more than 0. So I'll say parse float value is more than 0. If not, amount must be a positive number. And also we are checking over here if it's not a number as well. Then after that, I'll add more fields like category. It will be a string but optional, date, 0 date, paid by user ID. It will be 0 string, minimum at least 1 character, split type. It's going to be of type enum. That is, it should either be a equal, percentage or exact split. Group ID, that is z.string dot optional. Right, so yeah, this is what our schema is going to look like. Let's just go on inside of it and create our use form hook, which will be helpful for creating our form. So use form inside of this object right here. I'm going to say resolver. It will be Zod resolver, just like we've used earlier, and it will take the expense schema. Let's see. Yes, Zod resolver is imported. We can give them some default values as well, like empty description, amount, category, new date. Paid by user ID will be current user ID by default. Split type will be equal by default, and group ID will be undefined. Let's take the things that we took last time. So const object. Inside this object, I'm gonna take register, handle submit for submitting the form, set value. If you want to, explicitly set any value of any field, so this will be useful. Then watch is going to be for watching any particular field. Like for example, when we select the group, let me show you. We are watching this group field. When we select this group field, then we will show paid by, right? So this is where this will be helpful. Reset for resetting the form, obviously. Form state will contain errors and is submitting of the form state. All right, let's fetch the current user over here. So I'm gonna say use convex query, import it, and also the API. And I'll say get current user. This will be helpful for us because by default, we will show that user is selected in the one-on-one expense, like individual expenses creation. There are going to be a couple of more states that we will be taking over here. Let's see. So when it comes to this, over here in the individual expense, we need to select the participants, right? Like if I selected roadside coder. So we need a state to contain all of these, right? An array. So we will have that state over here. We need a selected date as well. So I'm going to say selected date, use state equals new date. Then the selected group for the group expenses. So I'm going to say selected group by default null. And also to contain the array of the splits, right? So these splits that will be having over here. So it will be an empty array by default. So these 4 states. Apart from that, to create our form, we're gonna be taking the mutation that we have created, right? So I'll use convex mutation over here, and inside of the API expenses, I'll take the create expense function that we have created, and also we will take all of the categories so that we can select the categories over here, right? So we have all of these categories over here in the lib and expense categories.jsx. I think you could have named it just JS since this is not a component. So I'm going to import get all categories from this expense categories. So this thing right here to get all of our categories. Now next, let's make use of this watch right here, right? So I'm going to say amount value because we're going to watch the amount values. As soon as we have updated the amount value over here, this will show up. Notice right now we can't see it, right? If we select a user, still can't see it. As soon as we enter any amount, we will see it, right? So we will watch that, and also paid by user ID. That is when we select this, it will make internal changes right here in this split component, right? So I'll show you as we go on to make that component. All right. So first thing first, let's go on and create our form. But before our form, let me just say, if current user is not there, return null. All right. So inside of this, I'll actually just say form right here. Class name will be space y to be 6. And when we submit this form, we're going to trigger the handle submit from right here, React hook form. And I'm going to call this on submit form, which I have not created yet. So on submit, let me just create a dummy function for now, which will take our data and is asynchronous. Now let's create the fields inside of this form. So just like if you remember, we created this right here, right? Instead of our contacts, we have this create group model, right? So inside of this, we created this form where div looked something like this with label, input, errors, and all, right? So first of all, I would highly encourage you guys to go on and create this form yourself first, because I want you guys to actually learn instead of just, copying what I'm doing over here, right? So try to create this form first by pausing this video, and then let's continue it. And I'm not gonna, write every single line of code because it's going to be exactly the same. Obviously, I'm going to write those parts which are different, but I'm going to show you by bringing in the code step by step, right? So for example, first one will be the description, right? So inside of this form, I'm going to have a div which will contain the description and the amount. So this will have description and amount. So I'm going to have the description right here. And then below it, I'm going to have another div for the amount. Let's understand this code. So you can see we have label description, input, ID description, placeholder this, and register with the ID of description. So if you see over here, it will show you a bunch of different things, just like we have defined in our schema. And obviously the errors as well. This remains the same for everyone except this thing right here. For the amount as well, we just adding how much step we want in between and minimum value for this amount. We are adding register over here so that we can bind it with that React hook form. Let's import input and label from add components, and obviously the errors as well. Let's just style it a little bit. I'm going to give this class name of grid column 1 in smaller screens. In the bigger screens, grid column will be 2 and gap of 4 between them. For this div right here, I'm going to say space y to be 4 so that we have some space between the columns. So let's see how it looks. Yes, something like this. Now for the next div, I'm going to be creating this category and date. Right, so this would be that div. So after this, I'm going to have another div just like this one. You can see I've added this grids and all, right. So I've added the same thing over here. Inside of this div, I'm going to have another div which will first contain the category. So I'll say class name to be space y to be 2. And then I'm going to have a simple label inside of it which will say category, and over here we can render the category selector. So I'll just say category selector. I'm just gonna leave it over here just like this, so something like this, right? And then below this div, because this is going to be a component, right? So category selector component, that's what I'm gonna say. Alongside it, I'm gonna have a div which will contain the pop-up for the date, right? So this date pop-up. We have already created this date pop-up before. Over here, you can see in the create group model, this popover. In this case, it was for selecting the users, right? So let's have a div. I'm going to say class name space y to be 2. Inside of it, I'm going to have the label date, and then below it, let's have the popover. So let's import the popover from Shadcn UI right here. I'll just copy this up and paste it right here. Let's import all of these from at component/popover. Let's see how this looks. Okay, if I click on open, yes, something like this. Let's change the UI a little bit. So inside of this popover trigger, I'm gonna have the button. So this button will look something like this. Let's import it from at components. Variant will be outline. Class name will be, so this CN function is basically for merging both of these classes if you have any conditions. So it's pre-installed. It comes from Shadcn UI, Tailwind CSS. So at lib/utils, make sure to import it. I'm going to say width full, justify start, text left, and font to be normal. If the date has been date is not selected, then I'm going to say text muted foreground. If it is selected right here inside this button, I'm going to show like formatted date in this format right here. So if you see, if I click on format over here, it will show you all different types of format. Like for example, this is the one that we are using, April 19, 1453, that example that they've given over here, right? So this is what we want. You can select your format if you want some other format over here. But if the date is not selected, I'm gonna show pick a date. And also we're gonna render this calendar icon right here. Let's see. There we go, something like this. Inside of this is where we're gonna be rendering our calendar component. So below this, in this popover content, let's take the calendar component from Shadcn UI. So this calendar component, I'm gonna copy it up from over here and paste it right here. It will be mode single, that's fine. Selected will be the date, so I'll say select date, the state that we've taken above. On select, we're gonna change it. So I'll take the date, and instead of it, let's open the curly braces. I'm gonna change two things, this set selected date state and the set value for this date inside of our form, right? So this is where we'll be using set value to explicitly set our date, since this is a third-party component, right? So we cannot use a register over here. So let's go on and see. Yep, something like this. Awesome. Let's actually give it some class names. So I'll say class name to be width auto and some padding to be 0. So yeah, it looks leaner now. Now, both of these things will be common in both of like these tabs right here, right? So if I show you in the deployed app, you can see both of these parts are common, right? But the changes begin below them. So now let's first see how we can render all of the groups in a select tab, and then we're gonna render this, and this will be made possible using that type prop, this type prop that we're getting right here, right? So below this div, I'm going to say if type is, in the curly braces, I'll say type is equals to group. Then I'm going to render that group selector over here. Okay. So inside this, I'm going to say label to be group, and let's give this the class name space y to be 2, just like every time. Now below this level, we're going to have a group selector component, which will be responsible for the drop down and everything. Right, so you know what, along the way, let's just go on and create these components, that category selector component as well, which will look something like this. So category selector, right? So over here, I'm going to create a new file, category selector.jsx or AFCE category selector. Let's import this right here. We will worry about the props and everything later on. Now next, for the group selector, I'm going to create a new file, group selector.jsx RAFCE group selector. Let's make sure to import this one as well. Let's go and see. If we go to the group expenses, there we go. We can see this right here. And if you noticed, we have this selected group state right here, which will contain the currently selected group information. So below this, I'm going to say if none of the group is selected, then I'm going to display please select a group to continue. Similarly, I'm going to go on and duplicate this right here. If the type is individual, label will be participants over here. And we also have this participants array, which will contain all of the selected participants. So over here, I'm going to check if none of the participants are selected, that is length is less than or equal to 1, then we're going to display this message. Now inside of this group selector, it will be participant selector. Let's create a component for this as well. Participant selector.jsx AFCE participant selector, and import this as well. Now you will see this will appear over here, and also you can see the error when the group is not selected. So yeah, something like this. This is unique for both of those forms right here. All right, after this, we're going to have the paid by field, which will be common in both of these. So let me just copy this div right here. It will be paid by, and instead of this, we're going to have a select tag over here. And if it is not selected, then we're going to render our errors, right? Just like before. If a paid by user ID has any error, then we're going to display this error right here. Now to this, we will use the select tag. So the select field will be related to paid by field, right? Or paid by user ID field. So inside of this, I'm going to say register, and this will have paid by user ID. And inside this, we're going to be rendering all of the users so that we can select who paid, right? So whoever participants that are selected right here are going to be rendered over here, right? So I'll say participants dot map. Map. We're going to take each and every participant, and inside of the option tag, first of all, I'm going to give it a key and the value of the participant, that is the ID. And I'm going to say if participant ID equals to current user ID, then just render U over here, otherwise the name of the participant. Also, let's give the select some styles. So they will be width full, rounded to be medium, some border input, which basically means some border color, right, of the variable input. Background, like BG to be background color, padding horizontal to be 3, padding vertical to be 2, and text to be small. Okay, after this div below it, we're gonna have this split type, right? So let me just copy this div again and paste it right here. We won't be having this select right here. This will be split type, and we don't need these errors over here. So now inside of it, it will look something like this. So yeah, this we have paid by over here. And for the split type, if you see in the deployed app, we will have 3 tabs over here to select the type of split, which will be equal, percentage, or exact amounts, right? So obviously we're going to be using the tabs component from Shadcn UI. So I'm going to go over here and let's copy this up and paste it right here. So it will have 3 triggers instead of these 2. I'm going to say equal, percentage, and exact. Now, since this is a third-party component, we would have to use the set value from React hook form to set the value over here. So I'm going to say default value is going to be equal, this one, and on value chain, set value will be split type to be value. So inside of the split type field, if you see, we have all of these fields right here, right? So I'm going to say split type field. Now over here, we will have 3 tabs content, right? First one will be split equally amongst all participants, that is this equal right here. Let me duplicate this 2 more times. Second will be split by percentage, and third will be enter exact amounts. So this one will be percentage, and this one should be exact, right? Let's see. Make sure to import all of these tabs and tabs list components. Just like this, you can see we have 3 tabs. Let's make sure that these are, of full width. So for tabs list right here, I'm going to say class name grid, width to be full, and grid columns to be 3. So they're evenly distributed over here. For this tab content, I'm just going to say padding top to be 4. This one as well, and for this one as well. Let's go on and see. Yes, something like this. This looks good. If I go on over here, yes, the only difference is this thing right here. Now, if you see inside of our deployed app, if we enter any amount, this component will be rendered, right? So this is the component that we also need to make over here in our deployed app. So I'm going to call it split selector, right? Let's render it here and below this one as well. So let's create the component for it. File split selector.jsx, RAFCE split selector. Let's make sure to import it right here, and let's see. Yes, we can see the component right here. Now finally below it we need this create expense button. So pretty simple right here. I'm going to say button type submit, and it'll be disabled if the participant's length is less than or equals to 1, or the form is submitting, right? And we will show this loading over here while the form is being submitted. Let's see inside of our app. Yes, something like this. Great, then let's go on and work on all of these placeholder components right here, right? So first of all, let's work on category selector. So I'll go to this category selector component, and this will take all of the categories and on change what happens, right? So if I go back to this page.jsx again, where is it? Sorry, not here, in the expense form.jsx, here in the category selector component. I'm going to be sending over here first the categories props with all of the categories, else the empty array. And since this is a custom component, we're going to be making the use of set value function. So I'm going to say on change, we're going to take the category ID, which is supposed to be selected, and I'll say category for the category field, add this category ID value, right? Let's go back inside of this component. Let's have a local state over here for the selected category. And we're going to also have a function on what happens when the category is selected, right? So handle category change, it will take the category ID and first set this particular category, and if on change is present and category is not selected to the pre-selected category, then we'll trigger this on change function. If there are no categories sent to this component, then I'm going to say if no categories or categories.length equals 0, then no categories available. And if there are no categories selected and categories.length is more than 0, that is categories are present, then we're just going to choose a default category, right? Which is the first one. And I'm going to set the selected category to this ID, right? And I'm going to call the onChange function right here. And I'm going to put it inside of a use effect hook. So this use effect hook will run for the very first time. So I'll just take this and paste it right here. Sorry, not this one. This will be outside there, but I'll take this and put it inside of over here. Let's make sure to import use effect and make this component as client component. So I'll say use client. All right. Now inside this, simply it's going to be a simple select component, right? So I'm going to go to the Shadcn UI docs and take this select component right here that we have already installed. So I'll just copy it, and right here, instead of this div, I'm going to paste it. Let's make sure to import select trigger, select value, and select content along with select items. All right, so select trigger will basically be the function where we're going to be selecting it or clicking on it. So it will be class name width full, and placeholder will be select a category. Simple. And inside this select content, we're going to be rendering all of the categories. So I'm going to say categories.map, and I'll take each and every category inside the select item. We're going to first provide the key because we're doing the map over here, and the value, which is going to be the category ID. And simply inside this, we will be rendering category.name. Let's update our use state. So over here, I'm going to say value to be selected category on value change will be handle category change. That is this function over here. Okay, let's see. Yes, something like this. Awesome. Let's work on the participant selector. So let's go back to the page first. Sorry, over here in the expense form, I think we should work on group selector first. Over here, simply we're just going to add the logic. What happens when the group is selected? So on change logic. Right, so over here I'm gonna have callback. Inside this callback, I will take the group that is selected, and notice I'm gonna say only update if the group has changed, right? So we're comparing over here. First of all, I'm checking if there's no group present, like no selected group, or the current selected group is different from the previously selected group, right? Only then we will set selected group to be this, and set the custom value of group ID to be group.id. And then whatever information that we will get over here. So from this members field inside this group object, I'm going to say if this is an array, then I'm going to set the participants so that they can be rendered right over here, right? So let's go inside of this group selector component. Now this group selector component will be very similar to what we have already built over here in the category selector. So let me just bring in the code one by one. First of all, obviously we're going to have the state for selecting the group, right? Use state, and let's just make this component a client component. So I'll say use client. We need to get the data for this particular group, right? Whenever the group is selected. So first of all, I'll just take the change over here, and right here, I'm going to say use convex query. Make sure to import it and this API object. And inside of this, you make use of this get groups or member function that we just created. And I'll say if selected group ID is present, then provide it to it and fetch it. All right. And whenever the group data changes, that is, if this data changes, or remove the on change from here, if this changes, that is data.select group has anything and on change is present, then I'm going to say on change and provide it with this group data, and we will process it right here in the expense form as such. Okay. We will have a function for changing the group. So it is just simply, updating the state with this group ID. And if this loading is going on, right, while this is fetching, I'm just going to return a bar loader over here. Let's import bar loaders just like before. Everything is the same. And if we don't get anything inside of this data right here, so I'll say if data.groups is not present and data.groups.length is equals to 0, then I'm going to say you need to create a group first before adding a group expense, right? Because user in that case will not be part of any group. All right, let me simply bring in this div real quick. It's going to be very simple, just like before. So it's a simple select tag. We are just doing data.group.map over here. We are rendering a user's icon from Lucid React and just the name of the group and the member count. Select trigger will be select a group, and over here we're doing value and on value change just like previously. And below it, if it's loading, then I'm going to show the bar loader. Whenever the group is changing, right? It's going to be fetching all of the users of and information of the group. So let's see in the group expense. Okay, use effect is not defined. Let's import use effect. Let's see if, we can see we are getting all of the groups over here. If I select any group, we should get, yes, all of the members right here. Amazing. Right, this is working flawlessly. Let's go on and work on this component now. Or probably let's work on this over here. Participant selector for the one-on-one expenses, right? So in the expense form right here, let's see participant selector. So participant selector will take all of the participants, and on participants change, we will call this set participants state, like setter function for this state, so that we can add more participants over here. Let's go inside of it and let's add participants and on participants change state. All right, let's first get the current users information to just show there before fetching any other user. So I'll say use convex query and make this a client component, use client. Also import this API from convex. Now to select the user, we're going to be making use of what we've already done over here in the contacts. Like if I go to the contacts page, we need to search users, right? So over here, when we were creating a group, we had to click on over here, add members, and we had to search the user right here, right? So this component will look exactly the same as this. So since you guys have already created this, I would highly encourage you to go on and create this yourself first. But don't worry, I will be showing you over here how to, create it. So over here in the participant selector, I'm going to have the open and set open state for that pop-up or pop over. And obviously the search query. So you can see if I go back to this create group model over here, we have taken the search query right here. And if I go down, you will see, yes, this pop over here, right? This is exactly how we are going to be making no change. I mean, there might be some change, but it will be 90% similar. So I'm going to go a little bit fast over here. So first of all, for searching for users, we already have the API created search users that we used over there as well, right? So I'm going to say api.users.search users, this one, and we're going to provide it with this search query. Then we had two functions for adding the participants and removing the participants. So first of all, for adding the participant, I'm going to check the user that we're trying to add is already added in this participants list, then we're going to return it. If not, we're going to add it to the list by doing on participants change, take all of the participant and add this user. And by the way, I would for explanation purposes, I'm creating separate components, but I would recommend you guys to go on and create a, like, I would say common component for both of the places, like for the groups model and this over here as well. So this is one task for you. Right, and after this, I'm going to say set open to be false for this popover that we'll be creating, and set search query to be empty. Remove participant will be simple. On participant change, we're going to filter out that user ID. And if it is the current user, then we're not going to filter it out. Now over here, inside of this div. Now over here, just like before that you've seen, as we were selecting these members right here, we were rendering the badge component here, right? Along with the avatar and the button and everything with the X. So we're going to do exactly the same. There might be a little bit tweaks, but again, as I mentioned, I would recommend you guys to build this yourself first and then try to see my solution. So I'm just going to bring it in real quick, just like this. So notice, first of all, when we have populated this, I'm just rendering this badge similar to previously. And then inside of this, we are, taking this avatar components and rendering them. Along with that, if the participant is the current user, then we will show you, else the name of the participants and or the email of the participant, right? Otherwise, we're going to have the button of X for removing them. So make sure to import this over here as well. And we already have this remove participant function right here. Now below this, if the participant length is less than 2, because we are only allowing to select 2 participants over here, right? Not more than that, because one participant, because it's just one-on-one individual expense. So one will be the user, another one will be the selected over here. So I'm going to show this popover with this state that we have taken. Make sure to import it along with the button, which will say add person along with this icon, just like previously. Then inside of this popover content, I'm going to be showing this command for searching them, right? So value and on value change state over here. And then inside this command list, if it is empty, I'm going to show all of these 3 messages that we showed earlier. So type at least 2 characters to search, searching, and no user found. In the command group, we are going to be showcasing all of our search results along with the avatar and the user name and email, right? Which we will be getting from this API. So let's see. Okay, let's click on add person. So we cannot see us being rendered over here. I believe we would need to run a use effect to add them. So inside of over here in the expense form, let's go to the top over here. Let's add a use effect hook. And I want to say if participants.length, if it's equal to 0, and if current user is there, then just set the current user as the default user over there already, right? So now we will see, yes, we are pre-selected over here. Let's just style it a little bit. So over here in this div, I'm going to give the class name of display flex, flex wrap, and gap of 2 between them. And also I'm going to say space, y to be 3. So yeah, this looks good. Awesome. What else? Yes, this split selector component is what is remaining now. So if I go back to my expense form and go down over here in this split selector part. So we would need to provide different amounts for all of these, right? Like equal, percentage, and exact. So first of all, for the split selector, we would need to give the type, right? So type equal, this will be type percentage, and this will be of type exact. Now, if you remember, we have this state over here called splits, right? This will contain all of the splits of this array. So we would need to provide this information to this. So I'm going to say amount. First of all, what is the amount that we're supposed to split? What are all the participants who paid for this? We will also need this information. And on splits change this function, this right here, so that we can change it, right? So this thing will be common in all of these things. So I'm just going to provide it over here and here as well, right? Cool. Then let's go inside of it. First of all, let's just make this a client component. So I'll say use client. Let's take the current user. So we can also take this user from Clerk. So I'm going to say use user, just like this. It will give us the, information of the logged in user, and 3 states over here. First of all, for containing our splits. Second one for the total percentage splits, if there's any. And the third one for the exact one, like total amount. Let me just take all of the props over here first. So type, amount, participants, paid by user ID, and on splits change. Okay. Now, first of all, I would need to initialize some values according to what the type is, right? So inside of the use effect hook over here, I'll keep this as empty. Actually, I would keep all of these things over here. If any of these things change, this is going to be re-triggered. So first of all, I'm going to check if amount is not present, if amount is less than 0, if participant.length, if it's equal to 0, then return it, right? We're not going to move forward. Then we're going to be taking a new splits array where we will be adding all of the users splits. basically we're initializing them over here, right? Or if changing, if any of these changes later on. So first of all, I'm gonna say if type is equals to equal that we're providing, then simply it will be equal splits, right? So share amount divided by the number of participants. So inside this new splits, I'm gonna say participants dot map. For each participants, I'm gonna add these details: user ID, name, email, image URL, the amount, that is this amount, percentage of the amount, how much percent share that user contains, and if that is the user who has paid or not. Otherwise, else, I'm gonna say if type equals percentage, then we will divide them evenly by default, right? This is basically initialization, nothing else. And again, the same thing, only changes over here in the amount into even percentage divided by 100. Otherwise, in case of the exact, I'm gonna say amount divided by the participant length. Again, the same thing because we are just initializing it over here. And then in the end, I'm gonna say set splits to be this new splits. Then we would need to calculate the total in the end along with the percentage. So I'll say new total amount. I'm gonna reduce it using sum plus split amount. Same with new total percentage as well, split dot percentage. Right, after we have this information, I'm gonna set it in the state that we have taken above. So set total amount and set total percentage. And then in the end, we will trigger the function that we are taking on splits change to be this new splits. Now we also need to check if the percentage or the split that is made is valid. So I'm gonna say is percentage valid, and I'm just gonna reduce it minus 100, and we just have a little bit of tolerance over here. Right, if it's true, then it is valid, else false. Same for the is amount valid as well. We're gonna remove it from the original amount and check. Okay, now finally inside this div, I'm gonna render all of the splits. So splits dot map split for each and every split right here. I'm gonna have a div. Inside this, first of all, I'm gonna render the user, the avatar of the user, just like before, avatar image, and the avatar fallback. And then if it is us, then I'm gonna say you, else I'm gonna say split dot name. Let's give this the key of split dot user ID and class name to be flex, item center, justify between, and gap to be 4. Then below it, below this div, I'm gonna say if type is equals to equal, that is equal share between all of them, then simply I'm gonna render split dot amount to fixed this much and the percentage this one. But if it is any other, right, then we would need the input tag as well, right? So below it, I'm gonna say if the type is equals to percentage, right? And notice what I'm doing over here. Let me just shrink it down, shrink everything down over here. So I'm gonna render a slider first inside of this div for updating our percentage value. So import it from Shadcn UI. So value will be split dot percentage, which is the default value, minimum 0, maximum 100, and step by 1%, right? And on value change, we're going to take the value. So it will simply be a, slider component if I show you over here. So this slider component, this thing right here, as we change the value, it will update it, right? So we'll get the value over here, and then I'm going to say update percentage split, which does not exist yet. So over here, I'm going to say const update percentage split. I'm just going to keep it empty for now. And I'll give it the user ID and the value that has been received over here, the percentage value. But we will also have the input tag over here as well to manually input the percentage. So I'll say type number, minimum 0, maximum 100. Value, current value is this, on change. We're going to again call this update percentage split function that we will create in just a moment, along with the user ID and the value, the current value, right? And then I'm going to say this much percentage and the amount that we have. So see, if I just say 100, you can see we have this right here. If I select percentage, we can change it. Oh, we cannot change it because we have not written that function. So 100, yes. Yeah, we cannot write that. Let's go on over here. Let's take the user ID and new percentage. And inside of it, we're going to first update the user percentage and recalculate the amount, right? So I'll say const updated splits equals splits dot map. And for that particular user ID, I'm going to say percentage will be this new percentage and amount will be amount into percentage divided by 100, just like we do in maths, right? So below it, I'm going to update my splits. So I'll say set splits equals updated splits. Then recalculate everything that we have done right here, right? So I'm going to take all of this and I'm going to paste it right here. So we are recalculating this just like this. Okay, now while we are at it, let's just write the logic for updating the exact split as well. So I'm just gonna copy this whole function up and paste it right here again. So to update percentage split, I'll say update exact split. Instead of the percentage, it will take the amount for that particular user ID. And instead of this right here, I'm gonna first of all parse the amount into the number. So let's call it new amount. And over here, simply again, just like percentage, we will update the amount and then we will update the percentage. So if amount is more than 0, then only we will calculate divided by amount into 100, just like we do calculate percentages. And then we will update it by providing it to this set splits right here and the same operations over here as well. Okay, let's continue below over here. Let's first see if this is working. So yes, it is working. Great. If I just search any user over here, and yes, it is working fine. Great. Let's do one thing for this parent div. I'm going to give the class name of margin top to be 4 and space y to be 4. So there's, oops, so there's some gap between them. Space y to be some gap between them. Now below this type percentage, below over here, the type exact will also be similar. So type exact will actually be easier. So if the type is equals exact, then I'm just going to provide an empty div right over here so that this has some gap between both of them, users and this inputs and stuff. And then simply I'm going to have the input which will input the exact amount. So I'll say split.amount will be the current value, and on change just call this update exact split that we just created and then render it over here. So let's see if I change it. Yes, it's working. If I say 20, yep. Okay, finally, in the end we will calculate the totals. So after this, I'm going to have a div. And I'm moving a little bit fast over here because at this point, you know all of the basics and stuff, right? So this is just about making the UI. So instead of copy and pasting it directly, for you guys should go on and try building it yourself by referencing on what I am bringing in, like what code I'm bringing in over here. So first of all, totals, and I'm checking if this amount valid. If not valid, then I'm going to give the error. Below this, I'm going to give the error. But if it is valid over here, I mean not valid over here, we're just going to show it in the red color. Same for the percentage as well, and just render the amount and the percentage. Right, so below these totals, I'm going to show the validation warning. So validation warning, type equals percentage, and if percentage is not valid, then percentage should add up to 100. Same for the amount as well, right? If it is not valid, then sum of all splits should be equal to the total amount. This is the error that we will give. So you can see if I go to percentage, if it's not equal, yes, something like this. Same with this. If I change it, yes. Cool then. So this is all of the UI. Let me just fix this thing right here. What's wrong with this? Why did it got fat? So in the participant selector, let's just do one thing. Let's just separate these styles to another div over here. So I'll say div, I'll say class name to be this, and I'll take this div over here and I'll go down at the very bottom over here. So the display flex is separate. Yes, now it is fine. Great then. Let's go on and work on the form submission logic. So it should be straightforward. I'll go to this expense form.jsx, and over here in the onSubmit function, first of all, let's see if we are getting any data when we submit the form. So I'll say console log this data. I'll go to inspect. Let's try to enter something random like groceries, or let's just say cab. For the shared expense, let's say $10 between both of these users. I paid, and click on create expense. Let's see. Okay, yes, we're getting the date, description. Group ID is going to be undefined. Yes, let's choose the group ID now, group expense. Let's add the same expense. I'm going to select the group, select you, click on create expense. And now in this case, yes, group ID is there. Great then. If I choose the percent, if I say 50% for this one, 30 for this, 20 for this, create expense. Now we should see in the splits. Oh yeah, splits is a separate array, so we won't see them over here, but we can see the percentage type. All right, so inside this onSubmit, let's just have a try catch block over here. First of all, we will get the amount, right? So const amount equals parse float data.amount. We will format the splits first. So we will get the splits array, and I'm going to say const formatted splits.map, and I'll take the user ID, amount, and the paid, the only information that we need at this point. Then the total splits amount, what is this? So I'm going to say total splits amount, so it can validate the splits that they add up to that total. We have already, validated it, but it's important to validate in the onSubmit as well, right? So again, just like before, tolerance is going to be 0.01, and I'm going to check using a toast right here. If total splits amount minus amount, if it's more than tolerance, then splits amount don't add up to the total, right? If you want, you can remove that. It will be handled over here. We will check the group ID. So if the type is individual, it's undefined, else data.group ID. Then finally, we will create the expense by making use of this create expense function from this mutation. So over here, I'm going to say await create expense.mutate, Let's see if this is an async. Yes, it is an async function. And then we'll provide all the value like description, amount, category, date, paid by user ID, split type, all the splits, this array of the formatted splits, and the group ID. After this is done, simply we're going to show the success toast. So I'll say toast.success, expense created successfully, and perform. Then after that, after we have created this user, we'll go to that particular user's page if it's an individual expense, right? So I'll say other participant equals participants.find, and if it's not equal to user, then that is the page that we're supposed to go. So other user ID. So if it's a individual expense, then we're going to go to this page, else we're going to go to the group expense, right? So I'll say on success. So if you remember, this on success was being provided to us through the props from the page.jsx. So if it's individual, then user, like other user ID, else group ID, and it will be handled right here, like person/this, group/this, right? And then we also need to handle the errors. So over here in the catch, I'm going to throw the error if there is any. All right, so that was a lot. Let's go and try creating an expense over here. So yeah, we already filled all of these informations over here. Let's choose project alpha probably. I'm going to say 40% for this one, 50%, and 10% for this user. Let's click on create expense, and you can see this has been added along with all of this information right here. Great, and this, our balance has been updated over here as well. Awesome. So now the only thing remaining in this project is the settlements logic. So if you click on over here, this should take us to the settlement form, which obviously does not exist. So if you see in our deployed app, if we are on a group UI, if we click on settle up button, it will give us a summary, right? How much we owe to someone or how much they owe to us. So let's see who are we supposed to settle with. We can choose them, and then simply who paid. Are you paying to them or are they paying to you? We can choose that. We can enter the amount, note, and that will be it, right? And it will be displayed over here in the settlements tab, just like this, and it will change our calculation accordingly. But if we go to a one-on-one page and click on settle up, it will just show us the UI directly that this much is what they're supposed to give you, or if we're supposed to give them. So we can make the settlement accordingly over here, right? Amount or note, whatever, same as above, like same as previously. So again, highly recommended to go on and build this page yourself first, and then I will continue. So let's just close all of these things, and I'm going to go to this Convex folder, create a new file, settlements.jsx. Now I'm going to show you how you can create the APIs here in the code, but you guys have to go on and create the UI for it first. So I'm going to say export const create settlements. It's going to be a mutation. What are all the things that we will be taking from the user? We're going to be taking the args, inside of which will be amount, note, which will be optional, right? Paid by user ID, who is the one paid, who is the one who received. Group ID, if there's any group, null. So it will be undefined when setting one-on-one. And the related expense ID if there's any. So I've kept this optional. If you want, you can remove this as well. We are not going into this. This will make it too complex. But I've kept it over here if you want to handle it. If you are taking it, like building it for a real world project. So I'll say handler. So first of all, we will check if the user is logged in or not. Also, let me just take the CTX. It will be async, CTX, and the args. So if user is logged in or not, let's import internal, import mutation over here, and also this v type. Okay, if user is logged in, then first of all, we're going to do some basic validation checks over here for all of this data. So I'm going to say if amount is less than 0, then amount must be positive. If paid by user ID is equals to received by user ID, then again, payer and receiver cannot be the same. If the current logged in user ID is not matching either of these, then you must be either of the payer or the receiver to make the settlements, right? Then I'm going to check the group if we have been provided the group. So I'm going to say if group ID is there, I'm going to fetch the information of the group. If not found, we're going to throw the error. And we need to also check if user is member of this group. So I'm going to say group.members.sum. We're going to try to find the user. If user is not found over here, if they are not the member, like user or the receiver, then we're going to throw the error. Both parties must be the members of the group. Then in the end, finally, after all of the checks has been done, we're going to insert it inside of our database. So ctx.db.insert. Inside of the settlements table, I'm going to say amount, note, date, paid by user ID, received, group ID, related expense IDs if provided, and also created by. So all of these things we will be inserting inside of our group. Awesome. Now, apart from this, before creating a settlement, we need the information related to how much we owe someone or how much someone owes us, just like I showed you. So let's create that function over here as well. So I'll say get settlements data, right? So we need to provide it two things. What is the type of this thing? That is, if it's for a user or a group, and the ID of the entity, like if it's for a, like it's a user ID or the group ID. Then I'll say handler inside of this callback. Again, we'll take this ctx and the args. It'll be asynchronous. And inside of it, I'm going to say if user is logged in or not. And then I'm going to write two conditions. First of all, if entity type is equals to user, else if entity type is equals to group, right? We're going to be writing separate logics for both of them. So first of all, when the entity type is equals to the user. So first of all, for the entity type user, I'm going to verify for the other user, right? If the user exists, so I'm going to give the entity ID. If it does not exist, I'm going to throw the error user not found. Now I'm going to gather all of those expenses where both of the users appear in the splits, right? So I'm going to say my expenses equals await ctx.db, and this one will contain me.id and this one will contain other.id, right? And after this, in the end, we will merge both of those expenses. So I'm going to say const expenses equals my expenses and other expenses. Okay. Then, and you might have noticed already that this is the logic that we have already written previously in this video. So owed and owing. So we need to calculate both of these. So I'm going to go through all of the expenses along with the settlements. So over here, for all of these expenses, so I'm going to say const expenses of like exp of expenses. We're going to find over here all of those expenses where both of us are involved. So I'm going to say if the expense involves me, take that is paid by me and I'm the part of the splits. And same for them as well. If that expense contains both of us, I mean, if does not contains any of us, so or, then we'll continue. But if it does contain both of us, then we're going to move forward. When I paid, I'm going to be adding to this owed amount. So I've already explained this in the video, right? I don't need to explain this again and again. Similarly, they paid. This is the logic that we have already written previously. So after this, now we're going to fetch all of the settlements for us and the other user. So I'll say my settlements equals await ctxdb using this index by user and group, first for me and then for them. And group ID will be undefined. Then we're going to merge all of like both of them. And then after it, I'll loop through the settlements and check if I paid them, we will reduce the owing variable. If they paid me, we're going to reduce the owed variable. And in the end, we will return all of this information just like this. And let's make sure this file is JS, not JSX. So again, we have written all of this logic over here in the expenses already. Now, when it comes to group, again, we're going to be using the similar logic. First of all, I'm going to check if group exists and if user is a group of that member, right? After that, I'm going to get the expenses of this group. Then we're going to create the ledger or a tally just like above, right? Like just like before, I mean, not above. So I'm going to create this balances object over here, and we'll be creating for each and every member. So group.members.forEach in the balances for each and every user, we're going to have the owed and owing object to calculate how much they owe or they're supposed to get. After we have initialized, let's go on and populate it with you like using these expenses right here, right? So I'm going to say const expenses like exp of expenses. If it's for us, if it's paid by us, then other people will owe me in the group, right? So I'm going to say balances for this particular user ID. First of all, I'm going to check that user should not be me, right? And they should not have paid. So I'll say for that particular user on the owed, I'm going to add that split amount. Else, if someone else is in the group that has paid, then we are supposed to pay them, right? So now over here, you're going to see, first of all, we're going to find that object in the split. If it's not me who has paid, then in the balances, whoever is the user that has paid, to them in the owing section is what I will add the split amount. All right. Similarly, we are going to be considering the settlements as well. So let's see. So this is the expenses. After this, we're going to have the settlements. So first of all, we're going to fetch all the settlements related to this group ID. And then we're going to loop through all of the settlements right here. And we only need to get all those settlements where either the payer or the receiver is me. So I'm going to check if st.paid by user ID is me. And if we have something inside of this received by user ID, if we owe something or they're supposed to give us for this particular receiver. So now we're going to update the balance of that particular receiver, right? So receiver.owing math.max, if it's either 0, like whatever is more between these, right? I'm going to remove the settlement amount from over here. Now next, if we are someone who has received and we have some balances for the user who has paid, then we're going to check just like before max.max, but this time for the ode of the paid by user ID, right? So whatever is more in both of us is going to be our final value after reducing the settlements. Then in the end, finally, we're going to return the values by first we will get the members from these balances. So I'm going to say object.keys, we're going to get the user IDs and we're going to get all of the members over here with whom we have some sort of relation, right? Owed or owing. And then we will structure the list over here. So I'll say const list equals object.keys for balances, and I'm going to map through it for each and every user ID. Then inside of this, I'm going to loop through this where we have fetched the details of all of the users. So after we have found it, for that particular user ID, we will get the balances, and then we will finally structure the data and return it from over here. Like user ID, name, image URL, you are owed, you owe, and the net balance difference, right? And also, in the end, finally, we will return the data for the group. So type group, group information, and balances list of that particular group. Then if none of the like ID types is there, individual or groups, then we will throw the error. So throw new error, invalid entity type, expected user or group. Right, simple if. This might have been a little bit hard to understand, but I would encourage you guys to revisit this. Most of this is something that I've already covered in the previous functions. So yeah, go on and check it out. Let's see in our terminal. Do we have any error? Query is not defined. Okay, so query, let's import this query and save it. Great then. Now, let's go on and create the UI for settlements. So inside this main, I'm going to create a new folder called settlements. Inside of this, we will not create separate pages. So if you notice over here, we have /user/ID. And if we go to the groups, we would have /group/ID. So I would show you much more optimized way of creating pages in Next.js now. So you can just say new folder and type, and then inside of this we're gonna have another folder ID. So this is nested dynamic routes over here, right? And then we will have page.jsx over here. So we will get the type and ID, both of them over here. So RAFCE settlement page. And notice, first of all, we will make this a client component, and then we will get both of those params. So I'll say use params. Oops, let's import it like this. Use params and use router from next/navigation. And then simply we are going to be getting the type and the ID from over here. So if I render this simply over here, I'm going to render the type and the ID. So you will see if we go to our deployed app, yes, user and the ID. If I go to the user like group page, let's open any group. Let's click on setup. You will see, oh, we're still getting user. Why is that? So let's see. I think there's some issue with over here in the groups page. So if I go to groups page here, so settlements, oh, this should be group. Yeah, now if I click on setup, we can see group and the ID of that group. Awesome. So yeah, now you have both of the functions, like both of these functions to get the settlement data and to create settlement. And I've already given you a basic things to get started, right? The type and the ID. Now I want you to go on and create this page yourself, because whatever that you have learned up until this point in this video, this is your assignment for this video, right? So try doing it, like building it yourself. If you're not able to do it, try to ask ChatGPT. And if you're still not able to do it, just simply go to my GitHub repository inside of this app folder over here in the settlements, type ID and page.jsx. So here's the final code, right? So try doing yourself. Let me know in the comments down below if you're able to do it or not. There's the settlement form as well, along with that page component. So these are the two files that you're supposed to write. So yeah, go on, definitely try to do it yourself. And I'm gonna bring in the code for it real quick. I'm not gonna explain it because this is something that you guys are going to be doing. There we go. I have completed it. Right, so yeah, again, go on and try to build it. And with this, our project is finally completed. Every single thing we have done over here, right? From dashboard to single user page to the group page and everything, right? So finally, let's go on and deploy this project on Vercel. So I'm gonna go to Vercel over here. So vercel.com. And actually before that, we would need to push it to a GitHub repository, right? So I'm gonna go to GitHub, click on over here, new. Let's click on repository name. I'm gonna give splitter, click on create repository. And here, just follow these steps. First of all, we're supposed to initialize our Git repo with git init. So let me just close all of this. Just go to the terminal. I'm going to say git init, git add dot. So that it adds all of these files to GitHub. Sorry, git, not GitHub. Then I'm going to say git commit -m. I'm going to give the commit message. preparing for deployment, and then try to add this remote origin over here so it can connect it to GitHub, and then git push origin master. Press enter. This should push all of these things to our GitHub repository. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Great, then let's go to Vercel. So now that we have pushed it to our GitHub repository, now we need to deploy it to Vercel, and we need to make some settings for Convex. Right, so first of all, if we go to Vercel, click on add new project and select our project repository, right? So import after connecting your GitHub repository. Over here, we need to override some commands. So install commands is going to be npm install -- legacy -peer -deps. All right, and let's see what Convex docs tells us. So first of all, we'll create Vercel account. Yes, link your project. We have done that. Override the build command. Okay, so we are supposed to write this for the build command. So I'll just copy it and build command, paste it, remove this dot in the end, then set up the Convex deploy key environment variable. So I guess we would need to, yes, select the production environment. So if you see inside of our project over here in the env file, this is for the development, right? So you can see dev : over here, right? So we need to swap it with the production environment key. So if I go on over here, select my project and click on production right here for splitter production. So it will create a brand new deployment for us for our production. And there we are. We are on the production environment. Let's see in the settings, or let me just see over here first on the Convex dashboard. Go to project settings page. Okay, we're supposed to click over here URL and deploy key and click on generate production deploy key. Deploy key name, I don't know, let's say splitter. Press enter, and here we go. This is the key. So let's just copy it up and paste it right here. What should we call it? Let's call it Convex deploy key, as they are saying. Convex deploy key equals this. Let's comment both of these out over here. And actually, I think for both of these, we would need to structure it something like that. So I'll just copy both of these and paste it right here. If I uncomment it, you can see we have the URL over here. So you know what, let's just take this URL. So I'll just copy and paste it over here. And like instead of this, I'll just put this for prod. Okay, what else? After this, we can deploy our site. Okay, I guess that is it. And I think when it comes to I think they should do it. Let's just copy all of these environment variables from here. Let's go back to Vercel, and in the environment variables, let's paste it. So we have all of these environment variables. And after this is done, we would also need to connect the Inngest's prod environment. So let me just first go on and deploy. I think we need to add one more thing over here. Let's see, in the development environment, I think we need to add the JWT token. So if you go on over here, so if you go to the cloud dev in the settings, yes, we have added this in the environment variables, right? So we need to copy this up and let's go to the production environment. In the environment variables, let's add this key along with this Clerk JWT issuer domain. Click on save. Okay, yeah, I think that should do it. Let's try to go on and deploy this, and hopefully no error occurs. So let's see, it's deploying, and you will see the build logs running right here. If there's any error, it will show us right here itself. Okay, so it's creating an optimized production build. There we go. It's generating all of the static pages. Nice. And looks like our project is deployed. Let's see. There we go. This is successfully deployed. If I click on it, awesome. Our project is right here. But one thing is still remaining, and that is connecting it to Inngest. So just go to your Inngest dashboard, first of all, where we created that app. And now let's go to the docs or to the deployment overview and click on deploy with Vercel. And now over here, let's see, what do we need to do? So first of all, installing official Vercel integration. So if you click on it, it will take you to this page and click on connect account. Over here, you're supposed to connect your Vercel account. Okay, all projects. So we're supposed to select the specific project, which is our splitter project. First of all, select a team over here and click on connect account. So let's see, it's loading, and now we would select our project. So yes, this splitter. Let's click on save configuration. Continue to Inngest Vercel dashboard. So now if you click on configure over here, you should see something like this. So where is our project? Yes, splitter. Click on configure. Vercel deployment protection might block syncing. Okay, so over here, what do we need to do? We need to go back to Vercel and continue to dashboard. In the settings, in the deployment protection, you need to turn this off and save it, right? So that Inngest can securely access that API route that we have created for it. And now if I go on again in this splitter, add new path. Okay, so I think what we need to do, so this is what the URL of our app is. So we'll take it and I'll put it, the URL /API/ingest, and save configuration. Changes saved. Let's see if it works. Yes, if you go back to this ingest right over here, you will see your app over here, right? Let's click on view functions. And right now we don't have any data in our database, I believe. Let's try to go and sign in. Since this is a production instance, it will be completely new. Click continue with Google. So you can see our dashboard is completely empty currently, right? So what we need to do, let's just, transfer our data in Convex from dev environment to production environment. So I'll go to the cloud dev environment over here, backup and restore. I'll say backup now, and it has backed up our dev data. Let's go to the production data, and I'll just say choose the cloud dev environment and click on restore. Let's click on continue. I understand, and restore. So this should copy the development data to our production data. Let's go back and see. Yes, we have all of that over here that we were working on, and you can see our app is successfully deployed. Amazing. So now the next step that's remaining is to start preparing for the interviews. Add this project to your resume and check out my front-end interview preparation course by clicking the link in the description down below so that you can start giving interviews and cracking your dream company. And hit that subscribe button and let me know what projects you would like to see on this channel in the future.